Hi everyone, welcome back again. So in this video, I'm going to show you how to build an e-commerce web app using Django and React. To understand? So after building, you also learn how to deploy this e-commerce application straight to the cloud. You understand? So right now, I'd love to show you. I would love to give you a brief overview on how this application works. You get so first and first, first and first. So click on the Shop Now button. So once you click on the button, you'll be brought down to the product session. So I'm gonna click on this Gucci shoe. So right now I'm on the product detail page. So you can see we have the shoe over here, and if you scroll down, we have related products to this shoe. Right. So I can add this, I can decide to add this product to my cart. I can decide to add this product to my cart. So click on add to cart. So right now the product has been added to my cart, you understand? So you can only add the product to your cart once. You understand? So if you want to increase the product, if you want to increase the product quantity, you can always go over to your cart and increase the product's quantity. So right now I can decide to increase this I can decide to increase it. I can decide to increase the quantity of this shoe by 2. So let me just say I can take it up to 3. So right now I have 3 of it. So click on updates instead. So right now it just updated, and the price on the right also got updated. And over here you can see we have this toast message that says cart item updated successfully. You get so I can go back to my own page and decide to add more items to my cart. I'm going to add this wristwatch. Right, add to carts. Right, so let's scroll down. Okay, I can decide to add this shoe. Let's add this to carts. Right, so let's add. I'm going to add a book, so it's good to read. Right, so let's add this book called Millionaire Fast Lane. So add to carts. Yeah, so I have these items added to my cart right now. So I can decide to add this strawberry parfait. Click on it. So add to cart. So yeah, so I have all these items in my cart. So I'm gonna go over to my carts now. So here I am. I'm on my carts page. And then okay, so we've got all these items. Yep. So right now I'm gonna remove some items. I don't need. Okay, I don't need the All Star shoe. So I already got the Gucci shoe. Okay, let's remove the Gucci shoe instead. Remove. Okay. And so right now the Gucci shoe has been deleted. Right. So yeah, so I think we are good now. I think so right now let's proceed to checkout. So proceed to checkout. So you can see we are not logged in. Before you can proceed to checkout, you must be logged in. Before you can make payments, you must be logged in. So I'm going to log in with Jane's account. Let me say Jane. Log in with Jane's account right now. So log in. Okay. Right now, Jane is logged in. She can now make payments, and you can see over here we have 2 payment options. You can decide to go with PayPal. You can decide to go with Flutterwave. You understand? I'm going to show you both of them how they work. So I'm going to try Flutterwave first. So click on the pay button. Click on the pay button for Flutterwave. Click on it. So okay, right now we are trying to make our payment with Flutterwave. So let's give it some time as it loads up. So you can see over here, it says you are currently in test mode. You understand? We are in test mode again. So, and Flutterwave have given us some card credentials we can use to test our payments. You understand? So don't worry about what you see up here. This currency is in naira, and we are meant to pay in dollars. Don't worry. I forgot to change the currency. I forgot, so I'm going to change. I am going to change it later. It's not a big deal at all. So I'll go down to my browser and search for Flutterwave test card. So Flutterwave have some test cards we can use to test our payments. So sorry. So you click on the first link. So after you search for Flutterwave test card, click on the first link, this testing link, click on it. And once you do that, so you just scroll down a bit, you can see we have a lot of test cards here. So I'm gonna go with the first one. This is the card number. I'll just copy this and back to Flutterwave here, paste in the card number. So over here, I have the expiry date. That is 0932. I'm going to come over here and say 0932. As for the CVV, we have it over here too. So I think it is 564. Yeah, it is 564, not it is 564. So over here it says 564 and pay. She's asking for the card pin. We also have the card pin here. The card pin is 3310. 3310. So okay, let's wait for it. So right now it's asking for an OTP. The OTP is also here, and the OTP is 12345. Here is it. 12345. So back here, we'll say 12345. So confirm OTP. So it says thanks for your payments. Right now it is verifying the payments. And right now it says payment successful. So Jane has successfully paid for the product she purchased, right? So Jane can decide to view her order details. So click on this button, view order details. So right now here is Jane's profile, and these are the items Jane purchased, right? Don't worry about the profile picture. Don't forget about that. So here is Jane's information, and these are the items Jane purchased. And if you check closely, the cart is now empty, right? So Jane can decide to go back and make more purchases if she wants to. So I'm going to show you how the PayPal works. So I'm going to add some new products. I'm going to add some more. I'm going to add some new products for Jane. Click on the book. Let's add this to carts. Add to carts. I'm going to add this strawberry parfaits. Add to carts. So we have right now we have two products in our carts. So back to our carts page. So let's proceed to checkout. I'm going to increase this strawberry. I'm going to increase it by 2. So updates. Yeah, so it has been updated. The price has been updated now. So let's make payments. So I'm going to pay, we are going to pay with PayPal this time. Pay with PayPal. Okay, it's loading, and right now I have to log in to my PayPal account. Let's log in. So log in. So continue to review order. So PayPal is quite easier. The PayPal test version is quite easier in the sense you can see payment has been made successfully. You get, so I can check out my order details, right? So right now we have all those items. We have them here. You can see. So the first time, you can see over here, the first time Jane bought the strawberry parfaits using Flutterwave. The second time she bought it again using PayPal. You can see they are all here. Everything is working. So these last two are from the PayPal payments. And why the ones on top are from the Flutterwave payments. You get, so Jane can view her order history on our profile, you understand? So that's it. And in this tutorial, in this video, you're going to learn how to build this application from scratch. You're going to start from scratch to the top, you understand? So how do you get the source code? The source code is linked in this video's description, you understand? But the source code is not free. It is not free. You get, so if you're outside Nigeria, the source code will cost you $4. If you're in Nigeria, the source code will cost you 3,000 naira. The source code is 3 in 1. It is 3 in 1. You get, so we have the front end, we have the back end, and we have the full stack. Everything it is a 3 in 1 source code. You get, so everything together will cost you $4 if you're outside Nigeria, or if you're in Nigeria, it will cost you 3,000 naira. You get, so you can see over here. This is the back end. This is the API parts. This is the Shopit API. This is the source code back end. You can see it is on its own. Over here we have the source code front end. It is also on its own. And right now we have the full stack version. So once you make your payments, you get these three. You get them you're going to have them independently of each order you get. So the reason is because I want to make it easier for you to follow me. I want to make it easy for you to build your own e-commerce application, you understand? So, and I recommend you get the source code as soon as possible, because in the nearest future, I'm likely to increase the price. You get, so get it right. It's still very cheap. You get, so that's it. So let's up into our tutorial. Let's learn how to build an e-commerce web app like this using Django and React. So without further ado, we are getting started. right now. Okay, guys, right now it's time for us to start building, and we're going to start with the backend instead. So on the left here, I have a simple Django project called Shop It, understand? So right now, I'm going to create an app called Core. So we have to customize our user model. So right now to just set up my app. So I have to put my command prompts. So use this drop down P command prompts. Okay, so I'm going to create a new app called Core. So remember, I already have my virtual environment activated. So as for you, create a virtual environment and activate it. So I'm going to say Python. So what I want you to do now is create a simple Django project. You can call your shop it, create your virtual environment, get it activated, and then follow along with me. And if you don't want to follow along with me, you can get the source code in the video description instead. So right, I'm going to say Python manage.py starts up, and I'll call this app Core. Hit enter. Okay, I think we already have our app created, and the app is called Core. So first and first, we have to register this app. The reason for this app is for us to customize our user model. I want to add some custom fields to the user model. So I'll open my Django project and go down to my setting.py file, my settings.py file. So there's a section called installed apps there. I'm sure you guys know about this. So it's here. Okay. So I'm going to put on the call there. That's the name of the app. So once you've done this now, we're going to go back to our core app, and in the models.py file, I'm going to paste this code now. So by default, our user model does not have the city field. It does not have the state field. It does not have the address on the phone field. So these are the custom fields from these are custom fields we are adding to the user model. Right now, let's import the abstract user class. So what you're going to say from Django.contrib .auths .models, I'm going to simply import abstract user. So yes, we've got this now. So what's the next thing now? Okay, we're going to simply go down to our Django admin, so our core admin, to the admin.py file in our core app. So right now I am in my admin.py file for the core app. So I'll paste in this line, I'll paste in this code. So what we are doing now is that we are trying to, like, what we are doing is simple. So by default, when trying to create a new user from the Django admin, we only have the username, the password, and the confirm password. So right now what we are doing is simple. So we are trying to add more fields. We are trying to add more fields from the user model. We're adding the email field, we're adding the first name, the last name, the city, the state, and the rest. So that's what this add field sets is all about. So I will show you the Django admin instead. So by default, the Django admin only accept the username, the password, and confirm password. But right now, with this add field sets, we can add more fields from the user model into the Django admin whenever I want to create a new user. So we have to import user admin. So I'm going to say from Django.contrib.auths.admin import user admin, right? So we've got that already. So that's it. So once we've done this now, what's the next step? So we have to register this. Come over here and say admin.sites.register. Admin.site.register. Yeah, so we have to pass. Let's import the custom user. Let's import this model. So we're gonna say from .models, from .models, from .models, import custom user. So I'm gonna say, so right now we have to register the custom user and the custom user admin, right? So yes, we've done this now. I'm back to your settings.py file over here. So we're going to add a new user model. We're going to say auth user model, auth underscore user underscore model. And I'll say core dot custom user. Core is the app and custom user is the model name. You understand? So that's it now. So we are done with customizing our user model. So right now let's go and focus on the product model. Okay, so right now let's create a new app. We're going to call this app shop app. So I'm going to say Python managers by start app. I'm gonna say shop underscore app. So it's enter. So while it is creating the app, what should we do? Let's wait for it. So let's add the app to the installed apps. That's important. That's necessary. Okay, just here. So say shop underscore app. Right, so that's it. So you can see we have it already here. We have it up here. So on the file now, go down to the file, go down to the models.py file. So yeah, here's our products model. So it's a simple model. You can see it only have about how many fields. Let me bring these guys down. So we only have about 6 fields: the name of the product, the slug, the image, the description, the price, and category. Understand? So the category is a choice field. These are the choices. It could be electronics, groceries, or clothing. Hope you understand. So this is the products model, simple. And over here, I also have this customize save method for our products. This customize save method. The reason why it was customized, the reason is because I want to make sure that all our slugs are unique. So if a certain product slug exists, this customize save method is going to make sure that slug is unique by adding a number to the slug. You understand? So that's what it does now. That's what this customized save method does, because our aim is to get products by their slug. Okay, so from what we have here, this is the live deployment. This is the live deployment. So if I click on a particular product now, you can see from the URL we are getting these products by their slug. So that's why I have to make each of the product slug unique. You understand? So if a certain slug already exists in our database, this save method is going to simply try and make that slug unique. It's as simple as that. So right now I have to import Slugify. So up here I'll say from Django.utils, yeah, .text, import Slugify, .text, import Slugify. So yeah, we've got that now. So what's the next thing now? Next thing is for us to go create our serializers. Oh, before we proceed, we have to install Django REST framework. So I'm going to say pip install Django REST framework. So it's going to be a single word. So while this is installing, go down to your installed apps, and then we have to add a new. We're going to call this REST underscore framework. Right, REST underscore framework. So it's as simple as that. So while this is installing, so the next thing is for us to create a new file called serializers.py. So go down to your shop app, create a new file. I'm gonna call it serializer.py. Yeah, so in the file now, we have to import serializer. I'm gonna say from REST underscore framework import serializers. Yeah, so we have to right now also have to import the products model. I'm gonna say from .models import products. Get so import products now. So I'm gonna say class product serializer. So I expect you to know this by now. Sorry, because this tutorial is not meant for complete beginners. It's not meant for complete beginners. I'm going to say class product serializer, and I'm going to say serializers dot model serializer. So yeah, so we've got this. I'm going to say class meta should be products. I'm going to say model should be equal to products. Paste this guy. Yeah, the fields, the ID, the image, the name. Simple, right? So that's it. So what's next thing now? Let's go create a view for the serializer. A view over here. I'm gonna say there. I'm gonna say products. So I'm gonna say request. So this is an API view we are working with an API view. So to make this an actual API view, we have to import a decorator. I'm gonna say from REST framework dot decorators import API underscore view. Right, so we have to add that decorator on top of the function. Let's say as API underscore view, and this view is only going to support a get requests. So that's it. So right now, this endpoint, this view is going to simply help us list out all our products. I'm going to declare a variable called products. Now say product should be equal to products dot objects That's all. So we have to import products from, I'm going to say from dot models, import products. Right. So we've done that now. So I'm going to say serializer. Serializer should be equal to product serializer. Products serializer. Now I have to pass this product inside of it. And I'll say many should be equal to true. That's because you're expecting more than one product. So you have to import serial. We have to import product serializer. And we'll say from dot serializers import product serializer. Yeah. So right now let's return a response. I'm going to say return response, and I'll say serializer.data. Right now let's import response. I'm going to say from REST framework dot response import response, right? So it's as simple as that. We've got this. Yep. So we're making progress. So what's the next phase? So right now, let's go create a URL mapping for this view. We have to create a URL map, a URL mapping for the view. So create a new file in your shop app. Got this file urls.py. And I'll say from Django.urls import part. And I'll say from the current folder import the views. Right now I'll say URL patterns. Then I'm gonna say parts. Right now I'll say products, right? I'm gonna say views.products. Right? That's more of our view function, and I'll say name should be equal to products. Right, so that's it. So once we've done this now, what's the next step? Okay, so right now, let's simply let the let's simply let's let our Django projects know about this URL.py file. Go down to your Django project. It's called Shopit. For me, I don't know what, maybe whatever you call yours. So in that project, there's a file called URL.py file, and then I'll come over here and say parts, right? And I'll just make come over here and say include shop app underscore dot URLs, right? So we have to import include. We have to import it from Django.urls import include. So we've got this. And okay, I spelled include wrongly. Include. Yeah, so we've got this, and I hope it should work. So let's run our server. For the sake of this project, we are going to be running on port 8001. That's for me. If you decide, if you can decide to run on port 8000, that's fine by you. That's fine by me. But for me, I have to run on port 8001. I'm going to say Python. Before I run myself, I have to make migration. So I'm going to say Python manage.py make migrations. So I always advise before you start any Django project, and make sure you customize the user model. It's very important. Understand? It's important you do so, because if you don't do it at the beginning, you might have to do it at the middle of your project, and doing it at that time might be very expensive. You get? So that's why I always advise before you start anything, customize the user model is very important. You understand? So right now let's make migration. So we're going to run the make migrations command, and I hope we also hoping that there won't be any error. Okay, now let's migrate now. So migrate, and once you oh okay, I didn't spell manage. I didn't I'm going to say manage.spy migrate. So once it's done migrate, we have to create a super user. Come on, don't waste my time. Okay, it's migrating. Yeah, okay, now let's create a super user. I'm gonna say Python manage.py creates super user, right? Super user. Come on. I'm gonna say claims, and then email address. Might just skip that. Let me put in my password. I'm gonna say yes. Okay, come on. Okay, nice. So it's running now. So now let's run our server. Run server 8001. Hit enter. Come on, 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 server. Okay, yeah. So it's working now. Let's go down to the Django admin. Let's go down to I'm gonna say 127.8001 admin. Hit enter. So I'm gonna log in now. Let me say cleans and then enter. Okay, login. Okay, now you can see we are here. Oh, we can see we have the user model. It's from the core app. I've not yet registered my shop app here. Go down to the models, go down to your shop app admin.spy. So what you're going to say from dot models import products, and then what you'll say admin dot site dot register. Now say products. Okay, let go, let go, let go. So the browser refresh. Ouch, it's not working. Admin.site.register. Admin.site.register products. What could be wrong? It's meant to come up. Let's on the server. Run server. Okay, you can see now we have the products model from the shop app, right? And we have the users from the core app. You get so go down to the users now. What I was telling you before, right now, if I try adding a new user, click on the add button. Because now right now we have this extra field like the city, the state, the address, the phone. Because by default, we usually don't have these fields by default. So what we used to have, I think, is the username, the email address, the first name, last name, and password. With the yeah, with the password, yeah, with the password, yeah. All these other fields now they came as a result of what we did here in the core app in the admin.py file. What we did here, this add field sets. You get so that's it now. So that's what I get. That's it now. So right now we have our products. So I encourage you guys to go add some products. Understand? Add some products here. So right once you're done now, let's go and configure. Before we configure course, let's test this. Let's test our endpoint. It's going to say 127. Remember, I am on port 8001, and I'll say products. Let me see if I say products. Hope this works. Perfect. And you can see our endpoint is working. The endpoints where we are going to fetch, where we are going to simply fetch. Where is that endpoint? Go down to your shop app this far. This endpoint now is going to help us fetch all our products for this page. Instead, for this page, we are going to consume that endpoint for this page where we are going to fetch all the products we have. We only have about 12. We are only going to we are only going to create like 12 products. Understand? So that's what that endpoint is for. And for me, you can see it's working, but currently it's giving us an empty list. That's because we don't have any products yet in our database. Hope you understand. So that's that. So what's the next thing now? Let's go and configure Django course so our front end and back end can communicate with each other. So let's do that right away. Okay, so it's time for us to configure our Django course headers. Go down to your browser and search for Django course headers. Yep. So we're going to use a site called stackorg.com. Stackorg explained these course headers very, very well. So I recommend you read through the article. You're going to gain some valuable information. So scroll down. So over here, first thing first, just read through it. I'm just right now, I want to just flow along. I don't want to spend much time on this tutorial because it's going to be long. Get so say pip install Django course headers. Let's just install this package. It's very, very important to get. So back to our terminal. Okay, I think right now let's open a new command prompt. Show yourself. Where are you? Hey, where are you? Nope. Sorry. Ouch. I'm trying to open a new command prompt. I just can't find that drop down. I used to be here. It's not just there. Okay, we have to stick with this one we already have. Let's just continue. So I'll paste the command here, pip install Django course headers, hit enter. So it's going to install. So what's the next thing? Let's add course headers to our installed apps. Yeah, you go down to your settings.py file, to your settings.py file. Yeah, you show up. Okay, I just closed it. You're getting some value. Smash the subscribe button. Smash the subscribe button, bro. Smash it. Thank you, bro. Thank you, sis. So we'll paste the course headers here. Oh, Ctrl Z. Let's copy it again. Ctrl C. And then we'll paste it here. Yeah, so we've got the course headers added to our list of installed apps. What's the next step? Yeah, so the next step, now let's add this middleware, this course headers middleware. Add it to your middleware and it should be up on top the common middleware. Yep, so on top, yeah, just here, paste it. So we've got that. So once that's done, what's the next step? So we have to set our allowed origins. Control C. Hope I'm not missing anything. So allowed origins. So this is gonna be the list of front end domains that can access the backend API. That was to implement. So by default, we are going to be working with our local environment domain on the front end. So I'll just paste this under the course. Let me just paste it. So I'm going to just add some of our common front-end domains, and by default with React it is always 5173. So I'm going to add 5173, 5174 up to 5175. So let me just copy this and paste it. So let's add 4 and let's add 5, right? So simple. So we've got this now. We already have our allowed origin set. So right now, I think we are good enough for the back end. So let's go and work on the front end. Let's build up this home page for the front end. This home page. So that's the goal now. Let's build up this page with React. So once we are done building this page, we can then start consuming our API instance. So let's build up this page right away. Okay, so right now it's time for us to start building up. It's time for us to build up this page, this home page with React. So I'm gonna open my command prompt, go down to my search bar and I'll search for CMD. So CMD, yeah. So this for Windows, for Mac, you can use your terminal. So right now go down to my desktop directory, cd desktop. And now let me just say npm create vits. Make sure you have Node.js installed on your computer before you can use npm. Must make sure you have Node.js installed on your computer. So I'll say npm create vits, hit enter. So it's gonna take some moments. Let's wait for it. So right now I have to give my project a name and I'll call it shopit underscore app. Hit enter. So I have to pick. We are going to use React. So we are going to use the arrow keys on your keyboard to navigate. So use the downward arrow key to navigate down to React. So hit enter, and then you're going to pick JavaScript, and then right now it says cd into shopit underscore app, right? And then right now I'm going to say npm install, so we can install the dependencies for this project. So npm install instance. So let's wait for it to get installed, right? Okay, so right now we have to open this directory on VS Code. You're going to say code, then dots. Let's open the directory on VS Code. Okay, VS Code is up now. Yeah, so we've got what we need. Yeah, so first and first, we have to clear out some of the unwanted files we don't need. So for example, we don't need this file called index. We don't need this file called app.css. We don't need it. So I'll delete it. Move to recycle, yeah. So we don't need this index of CSS file. I don't think I need it. Let's just delete it. So we've got that now. So as for the app component, so I think I'll simply have to empty the contents, and then I'll create a new app component, and I'm going to use the React snippets. These are snippets here. Go down to your extension panel and search for EX7. EX7. Sure, come up. I think this is the snippets EX7 plus Yeah, this is snippets now. So I have to make sure you have the snippet installed. Understand? So that's it. Yeah, it's called EX7 Plus React Redux React Native Snippets. So make sure you have this installed. So with this snippet installed, you can create a component with this line. It's called RAFCE. So with this simple phrase, this simple snippet, you can quickly create a component. Just hit enter. So right now we have a new app component, right? Perfect. So we've got this now. What's the first thing now? So first of all, we are going to start. What do we have on the home page? We have the navbar, the header, the card container, and the individual cards, and then the footer. So let's start building from the navbar. So I'll create a new file. So I'm going to create a new folder called components. It's enter. Instead of this folder, I'll create another folder called UI. So this UI folder is going to simply hold the universal components that are going to be using that will be used in different pages. For example, this navbar and the footer are universal because they are on every page. They're on every page you come across. The navbar and the footer are all on every page. So what I'll simply do is this: I'll simply output this navbar and the footer in the UI folder. The UI folder is simply helping us hold the universal components. Hope you get. If I proceed, go down to your main.gxs file. We have to remove index.css from there. Just comment it out because remember we already deleted the file. So just comment out this line. Comment it out. Right now, let's create our navbar components. I'm going to create a new file in this folder and I'll call it navbar.jxx. Hit enter. Yep. So how do we create a component without our snippet called RAFCE? Right, hit enter. Now we have a new navbar component. So I'm going to get the codes for the navbar. So right now I'll paste in the codes for the navbar. Paste in the code. So here's the code now. It's looking quite. It's a simple React code. You get simple React code. You understand? So okay. So right now we also have a component here called navlink. This is another component. This component is simply holding these links you see here. This login, the register. So we are also going to create that component. Before we do that, we have to do some installing. We have to install React icons. You can see we have this FA card shopping. This is coming from the React icons. Understand? So this shopping cart you see here. You get. So we have to install React icons, and you can see we have this link tag. It is equivalent to HTML anchor tag, but in React we use the link tag. So we also have to install React Router DOM because this link is gotten from React Router DOM. Okay, let's do that right away. So right now, open a new component, a new command prompt, and I'll say npm install React icons, and then let's also import React Router DOM. Hit enter. Okay, so right now I already have the two packages installed. We already have them installed now. So I have to import this FA card shopping. So I'll simply just replace that. We don't need this import React. We don't need the import React on top. It's not needed. So right now this is how we import the FA card shopping. I'm going to prove it to you. So you go down to the React icon, go down to React, search for React icons. I'm sure you should know this. Let me just say, because of those that don't know it, search for React icons. Let's enter. So I think this is their website. Click on the first link, the GitHub. Okay, yeah. So you can just search for cards. Just search for any card icon of your choice. Any card icon of your choice. So you can see we have a lot of them. Just pick anyone you want to pick, and then you can see this is the element and this is the imports. Right? That's what we did there. Over in our code, this is the elements, right? And up here is the imports. The same thing you have here, right? So that's it. Okay, so once you've gotten that, now let's import our link. I'm going to say imports link from React Router DOM. So we've got that. Yeah. So what's the next thing? Now we are going to create a new component called navlink. Understand? This navlink is what is holding these links because In this time, we're having several, these links is coming from the nav link component. Yep, okay. But before we do that, this navbar has some styles. It has some styles. Instance, some styles. You can see it has a sticky navbar. We also have this responsive cards. These styles are coming from, they are coming from a style sheet. So we are going to create that style sheet right away. So back to my UI folder, I'll create a new file called navbar. I'll say navbar.module.css. We are using CSS module in React. But CSS module, every styles become local. Instead with CSS module, whatever style I have in this navbar.module.css, that style will only apply to the navbar components. Understand? So that's how it is. So I'm going to come over to my navbar and I'll say import styles from current folder / navbar.module.css, right? So these are its works here. So whatever style I have in this file, that style is only going to be applicable to these components. That's how it is. If you can see, this is the naming pattern. The component and the style sheet must have the same name and they must be in the same directory. So what we are doing here. So now I'm going to I'm going to get the code. I'm going to get the code for this style sheet right now. So I've got the code and I'll paste it. Yeah, so here's the code for the style sheet. So I think that's fine. And lastly, let's create our nav link component. This nav link, let's create it. So say we're going to create a new file in the UI components. Now say nav link.jxx is enter. So I'm going to say RAFCE, enter. So we're already. What's the next phase? Okay, so right now, here is the code for the nav link. Here is the code, simple code. Right, so that's it. So we have to import link. We have to import this link again. So say import link from React Router DOM. So we've got our nav link already. Our nav link is done. So we are done with our nav bar. So what's the next step? Let's create our footer quickly. Create the footer, create a new file. I'm going to call it footer.jxx. So I'm going to say RAFCE. Yeah, so we've got this now. So what's the next step? So here's my footer code. Here's my pasting the code here. Yeah, so once that's done, what's the next step? Right away, we have to import Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. These are React icons. Remember, you can go down to the React icons and search for Facebook logo, Facebook, and understand Facebook, right? And you can pick any icon of your choice. Pick the icon, right? Pick the component and the imports, right? So right now, I'll simply paste this. I already have my own import ready, and I'll paste it here. So I have my Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. My footer is ready, right? So I have my footer ready. I have my navbar and footer ready. So what's next? So once work on the card body. So now let's work on this header. This welcome to your favorite store. So back to our front end code. I'm going to create a new folder called home. So this home folder will hold all the components for the home page. You understand? So create a new folder in the components folder. Now call it home, HOME, home. Understand? So right now, I'm going to create a new file called header.jxx. It's enter. So as usual, we're going to use our snippets, RAFC, to create a new component. It's enter. Yep, so we are here. Okay, so here's my header component. I'll paste in the code here. Yep, so we've got the header component. So what do we have left from here? So right now we have the card container. The card container is what is holding these individual cards, right? So let's create the card container. Back to your home directory, your home folder. Create a new file. Now I'll call it card container.jxx. Hit enter. So RAFCE. Hit enter. Yep. So pasting this code here. Yep. So we're gonna remove this home card for now. So we have our card container done. So the card container is this rectangle, is this space that holds this heading, This our product, and then the cards. So right now, let's go create our cards now. So we'll create a new component called home card in the home folder. Home card, new file. Now I'll call it home card. Home card.jxx. Yeah, RAFCE. So get the code. We're going to get the code for our home card. Now we get the code for the home card. Okay, now so I'll paste in the code here. Yes, here's our home card. If you notice now, our home card has some styles, and these styles are coming from the module.css, from the home card.module.css. You know why? Because how do I know? So how do I know? It's because the way we get styles from our module CSS is like this. You say styles dot the property, styles dot the class name. This is how we get styles from our module.css. So I'll create the file now, and I'll say new file, and I'll say home card.module.css, right? Hit enter. So I'll have to go get the styles for this style sheet. So here are the styles for the home card module.css. Here are the styles. You can see we have the column, the link, the card image wrapper. You go down to your card, to your home card. You can see we have the column, the link, the card image wrapper. So right now we have to say import styles from the current folder / home card dot module .css. So we've got that now. So after we've done that, the next thing for us to now is to import link. So we have to import link from React Router DOM. Import link from React Router DOM. So yep, I think we are done with our card container and the home card. I think we're done. So we are done with it, right? So right now I want to go and configure our routing. Let's go and configure routing, understand? So whereby if you go down from, so currently this is the home page. We also have the login page, right, for that pages. So let's configure our routing that whenever we are on the base URL, we should be on the home page. So let's configure that. Yep, so back to our app components. It's time for us to configure our routing. Go down to the app.jxx. That's the parent component, right? So it's in the source. Let's close some of these guys now. Let's close it. Close, 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 close. Yeah, here's what. Oh, I closed the app. Here's the app component now. So we're going to import. Now we're going to use the browser router. Let's import the browser router. Let's say import browser router. Browser router. We're going to import routes. I'm going to import routes, right? So yeah, so we've got those three components imported. So back here, I'm going to say browser router. And I'll have my routes, the route to the S. And I'll have my individual routes, right? Yep, so this is how it's going to be now. Yep, so right now, this is how it will be. You can see we have the navbar and the footer. These are universal components. They are global components because they're going to be on every pages. Understand? So we are going to have a separate page that will hold this. Okay, we are going to have a standalone component that will hold the navbar and the footer. So this is what I'm talking about. So back to my code now. I'll create a new folder called layouts. Inside the source folder, I'll create a new folder called layouts. So in this folder, I'll create a new file called main layouts. A new component called main layouts. It's going to say main layout.jxx. And as usual, we're going to create our component saying RAFCE. So yep, so here's our components now. Here's our main layouts components. We are going to use the React fragments. Yeah. So once we're here, I'm going to have my navbar and my footer in this main layout. So I'm going to have the navbar, close it, and my footer. in this main layout, right? So I have to import these two guys. Um, it's meant to suggest it for me. Suggest it now, but suggest. Yep. So it's already imported. Let's import the footer. Bring it up. Bring it up. Oh, we didn't import footer. Why? Footer was not suggested. Why? Okay, let's import footer by ourselves. We'll just copy this guy, Control C, duplicate it because the footer and the navbar in the same location. I'll call this footer. Now we name it here to footer. So I have to remove that what we have on top there. So in navbar, this main layers component is holding the navbar and the footer instance. So every other pages will have to inherit this main layout, so they can have this navbar and footer. And for every page to inherit the main layout, there have to be another component here called outlets. So this outlet is for the other pages that will inherit this navbar, this main layout. You get? And so right now we have to import outlets from React Router DOM. Import outlets from React Router DOM. Yeah, so that's it now. Once we back to our app components, we're going to come back here, and then for this parent single routes, I'm going to say the path should be the home directory, and then the element equal to equal to what? That should be the main layouts. Right, so let's import main layouts. It's meant to suggest it for me. Main layouts, okay. It's from layouts dot, so it has been imported there. So now this main layout, I told you that it's going to be the parents page that all the pages will inherit from. So right now we're going to have another route inside of it. The other route will have to come inside of this parents route, and I'm going to call this the index. This is going to be the index page. So whenever we like visit this root URL, this route here is going to be the one that will be displayed. This index route, that was going to be displayed. So, and this index route is going to simply point down to the home page element. It's going to be the element is going to be the home page. The element will be the home page, right? The home page instead. So let me just find home page suggested up. So where are we going to find our home page? Our home page, we're going to say imports home page from. So home page can be gotten from it's inside the home folder. The source going to be inside the home folder. It's inside the components folder first, and then home, and then home page. Home page, yes. Oh, we don't have the home page components yet. We don't have it yet. So let's check. We don't have it yet. So we are going to create this component inside of the home folder. New file. I'll call it home page. .jxx. It's enter. So RAFCE. So this home page component is like, what's it going to do? So it's simple. So this component now is going to simply contain the header, and the card container. So we have to import these two. Let's try our trick. Let's remove some text and then type it gradually. Header. Our header was not imported. So up here, just say imports header from the current folder. From the current folder slash header. Same thing for our card container. Import card container from the current folder slash card container. So now we've got this already. So here's our home page, right? Okay, so our home page is set. It's ready. So back to our app.jxx. So we are good now. So let's try and see if this is working. So we're going to simply run. Let's simply run the server. I'm going to say npm run dev. Hit enter. Okay, it's live now. So we're going to hold down control on your keyboard and click on the link. Click on it. So it should redirect us to the new page. So you see we are facing an error with inspect. It says nav link is not defined. Okay, we did not import nav link in the navbar. So go down to your navbar component. I think we forgot to import nav link. I said it. So you have to import nav link. So over here, you say import nav link. That nav link is that nav link we have there. Oh, sorry. I think we have to rename this guy. Let's rename it. Nav link is a component in React. So right now, say nav. Let me just say NavBar link. Control Z. Let me just highlight it and call it NavBar links. NavBar links, right? That was B. So I'll rename the file to rename. Let me call it NavBar link. NavBar link, right? So hit enter. So that's fine. So back to our navbar. So I'm gonna say import navbar link from from navbar link, yes. So we're gonna rename this component down here. It should be navbar link. Because nav link is a component in React, you get. So it's the browser. Okay, it's back, it's showing now. We have our navbar, we have the header, we have our products. Right. So let's go and add. It's not looking fine yet because we've not added bootstrap. We'll add bootstrap soon. So back to our card container. So we have to add the home. Let's add the home card in between in this row. Let's add our home card. So it's also have been added. So up here I have to import home card. It's for the card container again. I'm gonna say import home card. And that should be from, yeah, both in the same directory. Now say home card. So yeah, so it should be, I'll just simply copy this guy and duplicate it. It's the browser. Okay, we have them here. So now, right now, let's install Bootstrap. Bootstrap. So say npm over here. npm install Bootstrap. Hit enter. So while it's installing now, let's go and import Bootstrap. Go down to your main.jxs file. So over here, we just say import Bootstrap slash, I'm going to say dist slash css slash bootstrap, right? Bootstrap .css, right? So I think Bootstrap is done installing. Yep. So we have to import this Bootstrap in the main.jxs file. Back to our page, it's loading. Well, I can see now we have our home page done. And see our home page has been, we have the home page done. That's nice. So in the next, so right now, what we have to do next is for us to start. So before we proceed now, let's add the not found page, Okay, so right now let's add one more page, the not found page. Let's assume someone tries to access a URL that does not exist. If you try accessing a route that does not exist here, you'll be redirected down to the not found page. So we are going to add the page right away. So go down to the UI folder, add a new file, and we'll call it NotFound page.jxx. So say RAFCE. So we are here now. So I'll paste this as a line. This is the code for the NotFound page. Right. So if you're on this page, okay, now you can see we have this anchor tag. Let's use the link tag, and the href is referred to as to. So we're going to go back to the home page. This is the button that says back home. So right now we're going to simply, let's import link on top. Say import link from React Router DOM, right? So now let's add a route for this page. Go down to the app.jxx, and here we'll say, so if someone tries to visit a route that does not exist, you'll be redirected to this not found page. So the path should be equal to this, right? So the element should be equal to not found page. All right, I can close this guy. So let's import not found page. I'm gonna say imports not found page from here. So we got the suggestion. So we've got this now. So the code where we are. So we try to visit a route that does not exist. Let's go down to any random route. Hit enter. You can see we are brought down to the not found page. So we click on the back home, we're taken back to the home page instead. So that's it now. So in the next session, we are going to work on fetching the products. I'm going to work on fetching the products. We want to have something like this. Let me open this. We want to have something like this, right? Whereby we can fetch the product and we can see it on the page, on the screen, on the home page. So we are working on this next. Okay, so right now it's time for us to start listing out the products on the home page instead. So from what I have here, from the deployed version, I am going to open the deployed version right now. It was hosted live on render. So let me open the live version I deployed. So we check closing now. We have this loading skeleton. So we are going to implement this loading skeletons. And once it is done loading, we want to see our products live on this page instead. So let's wait for it to load up. Currently, we are on renders free tier. So whenever we are not active on the site, our server goes to sleep because we are on renders free tier. So it will take time to load up, but once it loads up, everything becomes fast again. So I'm going to show you from renders, from what they said. I'm going to put, this is the backend. The first link is the backend. I'm going to open it. You can see, I say your free instance will spin down with inactivity, which can delay requests by 50 seconds or more. That's what is happening over here. I'm going to refresh this page. It's not meant to take this much time. Let's wait for it to come up. Because now it's now live in the stand. This is the live, this is the deployed e-commerce app, the one I deployed recently. Understand? So I want to show you how we can implement this. I want to show you how we can fetch this product on the home page, and also how you can add this loading skeleton you see on the page. So we are doing that next. So back to our code. So I'm going to close this. I think I can close this, guys, so we can concentrate. So this is the live. This is the live project now. So currently we are working on this. We've been able to build up the home page, but we don't have any products yet. Our products, we don't have anything. These are dummy cards. And here's my database. I already added about 12 products. So I encourage you to. I want you to. I want you to do the same thing. Go down to your Django admin and add some products. I have 12 there. So right now, let's fetch these products instead. So back to my front end code. I'm going to go down to my front end code now. So I want to configure my API. I want to work on fetching my API instead. So currently, we only have this URL available. We only have this for fetching products. Say port 800. 1/product. So this is our end. This is the endpoint for our product. It's 8001 8001. So this is our product endpoint. So yeah, so now let's work on this right away. So I'll go down to my front end. So in the source folder, so I'm going to close the other folders. In the source folder, I'm going to simply create a new file. I'm going to call this file app.js. API.js. So in this file, so we have to configure our hash. We are going to use hashes to fetch this product, to fetch data from the backend. So we have to configure hashes for fetching. And I'll show you how. So we have to install hashes first. So I'll say npm install hashes. Yeah. So now let's wait for it to install. So while it is installing, I'll come over here and say import hashes from hashes. So it's gonna install soon. So right now, we want to configure hashes for fetching our data. So I'll say const API should be equal to hashes.create. So I'm gonna put in my base URL, and that is my backend URL, and it is http 127.0.0.1 and port 8001. Yeah, so this is our backend URL, and then I will simply say export default API. Yeah, so that's it. So we already have hashes installed now, so let's proceed. So we want to fetch this product on the home page, right? So I'll go down to my home page. Where's my home page? Go down to my front end code. So go down to the home, go down to your components folder. In the components folder, there's a folder called home. That home folder contains every component for the home page you get. So here's my home page component. Yeah. So over here now, I'm gonna make an API call. I'm gonna say API. So we have to import API. We want to, so right now, if you want to make right now with this config, with what we have done here, whenever I want to make a request to the backend, we're going to simply use API.get or API.post. We're going to use this API we declared here. You understand? So we don't need to use hashes again. We already configured hashes here. So whenever we are trying to make a request to the backend, we're going to simply use API and any of the CRUD operations instead. So right now, we want to do API.get. So we're going to say API. So we have to import API. It's important we do so. So you can see this is the suggestion. That's it. So we're going to say API.get, and then we'll put in the URL, and that is products. So we don't need to put in this whole URL again. No, already configured it here. So I'm going to say API.get products, and we'll say .then. So we're going to listen for a promise. If everything goes well, we want to simply let's just console the response we get. Let's see what we get. I'm going to say console.log response.data. Before I proceed now, we have to put this code in a use effect. I'm going to say use effects. So use effects. These are use effects work. So use effects make sure that whenever the page renders, the code inside gets executed. That's how use effects work. So on every render, the code in the use effects will get executed. So we are going to put this code inside the use effects. But before that, let's declare the function. We're going to say function. We are going to just call an anonymous function. We are going to put in the use if the dependency array. That's important. So I'll copy this code and put inside the use effects. It's meant to be in there. So now I'm going to say API.get. So if everything goes well, we are going to simply call the .then method. If there's a problem, we're going to call the .catch. So we want to see what the error message is instead. So I'll say console.log error.message. Okay, so just right here, you can see we are seeing some error signs. This red line. I think I spelled function wrongly. So I'm going to correct the spelling of function. And it's disappeared now. So perfect. Now let's see if we got something. Let's see if our configuration is working. Because with this now we are meant to console out the product in the browser's console. So let's see if it's working. So here is where we are. So back to I'm gonna go down to the console, inspect. So here's a console. Said network error. Okay, let's refresh the page. Nothing happened. Okay, saying network error. So let's see what the problem is. Let's see what ports our okay. Currently, our server is not even running. So let's run our server. So let's run the server. Sorry for that sound. Remember, currently for me, I am on port 8001. You can be on port 8000 if you want to. So now let's run the server now, and we're going to refresh the home page, the front end again, to see what we get since then. So back to the front end now. So let's refresh. Okay, now right now, now we have an array of 12 objects, and each of these objects is the product object. Understand? So we have an array of 12 of don't worry, you can see it appears to that is how it is in use effect. Whenever you console out something in use effects, it always come out twice. So now you can see it's working now. So we are not done now. Right now, I want to simply place this array into a state. Let's create a state variable. So just up here, I'm going to say const products, and I'll say set products. It's going to be equal to use states, right? Let me just close this guy. Use states, and the default value will be an empty array. And so once we've got that now, so we're going to simply update this product state with this setup function. I'm going to come over here and say set products to response or data, right? Response dot data. Yeah, so we've got that. Okay, when we've got that now, okay, so what's the next thing now? So we have to pass, right now, I want to pass this product as a prop over to card container, because that's where we need the product. That's where we need it. So I want to pass this product as a prop. Come over to card container. Now say product should be equal to the actual product state. It's going to be equal to this. This is just a key name. This is just this is just a product. This is just a variable name. This is the actual product instead. So we are going to go into card container and receive the prop. So come over here and say products, right? And yeah, so now once we've done this now, we have to map through products to get our home card. We have to map. I'm going to say products dot map. So we're going to say for each product, we want to get a product home card, right? So I'll just copy one of these guys. For each product, we want to get a product home card. So we need to pass a key, the key attribute. So I'm going to say product dot ID. Yep. So I'm going to over here and say, and then I'm going to pass this product itself as a prop to this home card container, to this home card components. So I'll say equal to product, right? So that's it. So I'll remove all this guy. We don't need those guys again. Those other home card, don't need them. So I'm going to go into home card now and accept this prop I passed. I passed in the product prop. Yeah, so now that's it now. So over here, I'm going to pass in the product's name. Products dot name. So let's see what we have on the screen. Right now, you can see now we are fetching the product's name. If you check closely now, each of the cards, you can see now we have 12 cards on our page, and each of them have the names, right? That's good. So we are making progress. Now let's add the price for each product now. So we're gonna come over here. So I'm gonna use the what is it called? The template literals. So now we just put in the dollar sign. and then I'm gonna put in, and I'm gonna say product.price. Yeah, products.price, and that should be it. And right now you can see we have the individual prices for the products. That's good. So now let's work on the image. Now let's see how our image comes in. Let's see. Go down to the browser. Go back to the console. Yeah. So let's open this array of products. Let's open it. So yeah, open it, click on it, open one of the objects. I want to say, okay, can see our image now. Our image just as it comes like this, it only gives us the image parts. So we have to find the way to append our well, we have to find a way to append our backend URL. Instead, if you check closely, this is our image is meant to be. Click on it. If you click on the image here, something went wrong. Okay, now I get. So we need to configure our media routes on the back end. We've not done that yet. Oh, I forgot. Our media routes. We've not done that yet. So over here, let's just do it quickly under the static configuration. So just here, I'll say media URL. Media URL should be equal to say img. Right, so I'll say media routes. I'll say media. This is a folder. It's gonna be base directory / media. The media is a folder that's gonna simply hold the images. So go down to your projects url.py file. So over here I'll say URL pattern should be plus equal to, I'll say static. Now so over here settings dot media URL. Now say document routes underscore root should be equal to settings dot media routes. Right, so now let's import static and settings. We have to import static and settings. I'll come over here. Say I'm going to say from Django.conf. Import settings. And let's import, I'm going to say from Django.conf. .urls the static import static. Yeah, so now we've got that now. So right now we're going to create a media folder in our root directory, media. So as maybe we did this earlier, we don't have to do all this. I think we've done this thing before. Okay, then I'm gonna, this is our image folder. This is a folder that holds our images. So I'm gonna drag in this folder into the media folder. Move. So now, yeah, so that's what we need to do. So back over here. This should work. Click on it. Perfect. Now you can see if you check closely. Now, if you look at the image URL, it has the backend domain appended to it. But from what we have on the back, what we are getting here, we are only getting the image part alone. So we have to find the way to append the backend URL to this image before it can reflect on the screen. You understand? Because this is just the image part. It needs to have this backend URL, the backend domain appended to it before it can work. Hope you understand. So let's go do that. Okay, now back to my front end back here. Yep, so I'll go down to my api.js file. So I'm going to declare a variable. I'm going to say const base URL. Base URL should be equal to this same thing we have here. We'll just copy this guy. So I have to make this, I have to export this, that variable, so I can be able to import it in a different file or in a different component. Hope you get. So if you're getting values from this tutorial, please support your boy and subscribe, please. So I'll say export const Yep. So now we have to import base URL now. So back to my home page, not my home page, my home card. Okay, now so back here again. So right now let's simply import the base URL. Okay, back. So let's display the image here. So we're going to use then we're going to use template. We're going to use template literals again, and I'll say right here I'll say base URL come up, and I'll say hit enter, yes, and then I have to put in the product.image by the side. Product.image. So yes, this is it. And let's hope it works. So we have the base URL and then the image. So let's say it's the browser. I hope it works. And nice. You can see how our image is now displaying. Right, so you can see this looking good, right? So we've got this now. So what's the next thing now? So I want to add a loading effect. What I showed you here. This is the live version. So if I load the page now, I want to have this loading effects that shows that tells us that something is happening. I want to add this loading. I want to add this loading effect instance. So we don't want to have a blank page when the page is loaded. We don't want to have a blank page. That's not the best thing. So let's add this effect on this page. So back to my front end code, back to the home page. I'm going to declare a new state. I'm going to call it. It's going to say const loading. Now say set loading. Will be equal to use state. By default, the value is going to be false by default. False. So now, whenever so at first we have to set loading. We have to set this to true. We have to set loading to true at when the function starts. We want to set it to true. Or if we get these data, we want to turn the loading back to false. Going to say set loading back to false. Set loading to false. And yeah, so if there's an error, we want to also set loading to false if there's an error, right? So that's it. So now let's work on the loading components instead. So we'll create a new file. Right now we are going to create a new component. So I'm going to call this component placeholder. That's the loading skeleton. What we have here. Oh, this guy stopped. Okay, let's create the components. It's called placeholder. So new file. I'll say placeholder. Placeholder.jxx. Hit enter. So I'll say RAFCE. So I'll paste in the code here. Yep, so we've got our placeholder. So what's next? We're going to create our placeholder container. So new file. Placeholder container.jxx. So say RAFCE. Yep. So right now, pasting the code for my placeholder container. So here it says, yep. So we've got this now. Okay, so we're going to have our placeholder elements here. I'm going to import my placeholder components. It's going to appear where it is appearing now. Placeholder. Show up, come up. I don't know why it's not suggesting this for me now. Yep, so got it there. So I want to do something. I want to simply generate an array of 12 digits, an array of 12 numbers. Want to be able to loop through an array to generate this placeholder elements instead. Because if you check closely from our own page, from our card container, we are ucard container. From our card container, we are mapping through the products to generate the home cards, right? But right now, I want to map through something to generate this placeholder. So I'm going to simply do this. So right now, this code over here is going to simply generate an array of 12 numbers. So we can then loop through this array. So this code here is simply generating an array of of starting, it's generating an array of 12 numbers from 1 to 12. So we can loop through this array to get our placeholder. You get, so I'm going to say, I'm just going to say place number, place numbers dot map. And I'll just say num, right? And I'll pass on this here. Yep, so I have to just pass this num as a key. Yep, so we've got that. So now we've got this now. So, okay, so let's just display this on the page, on our own page. You go down to your own page now. So I'll just put in the, let's just put in the placeholder container. Let's see, placeholder container. It's the browser. What's happening? It's gone blank. Inspect. It says placeholder container is not defined. Okay, go down to your own page. Let's import it. Okay, now let's do something. It's meant to be, let's say placeholder container is not defined. So placeholder container, why is it not suggesting it? So we have the placeholder container inside of the UI inside of the UI, inside the UI folder. So right now I'm gonna say import placeholder container from. So you have to leave the current folder we are in. We are currently inside of the home folder. I'm going to the UI folder, UI slash placeholder container. So I think that's it. Yep, so to the browser, refresh. Set loading is not defined. Where are these errors coming from? It's in the home page. Set loading is not defined. Set loading. It's defined. What is it saying? I can't see what's going on here. Okay, sorry, I think I did this wrongly. It's meant to be out. Sorry, it's meant to be on top of. It's meant to be just before the API.get. That was the problem we were facing. So I think I fixed it. So it's meant to be just after the function, before the API.get. That's where the set loading is meant to be. So you can see now it's back. And I can see now we're having our loading skeleton, but it's only meant to show at the right time, understand? But there's not yet time for it to get displayed. So now let's do that now. So over here, so we have so want to display this this loading container conditionally, understand? So we'll come over here now and say, I'm gonna say if I'm gonna say loading. So now if loading is true, we want to simply display the container, right? That's what I want to do. If and only if loading is true, right? So that's what I want to do now. So to the browser, you can see it's gone. Refresh. Right. So that's what I want to do. Okay, now so we've done that now. The container will only be displayed when when we are trying to get the data from the backend. So that is how it is. That is how it is. So now let's do something different. I can just come over here and say if loading is true, if the loading is true, I want to display the placeholder container. Else display the card container. So I think this is better. So that's the browser. Yeah, so if you refresh the page now, so now we have been able to fetch right now we're able to fetch right now we're able to fetch our products now. So let's add an arrow component. Let's add an arrow component. So I'm going to use Bootstrap. Let me just go down to Bootstrap. I'm going to say get Bootstrap. Get Bootstrap. So I want to use the alert component from Bootstrap to for our error messages. Go down to the components session. Alerts. So we're gonna use this red alerts box. I think it's called the alert danger. Yep. So copy that code. Let's create a new component. I'm gonna create a folder. I'm gonna create that file in the app folder. New file. Say error.jxx. Hit enter. So sorry, FCE. RMC. Yep. So just paste this here. So it should be class name. So we're going to be expecting a prop, an error prop. It's going to be a string. So pass that error here. So yes, that's what I want to do. Okay, so what's the next thing? Let me just, so back to my own page. If there is an error, so I'm going to declare a new state. I'll say const error, and I'll say set error. By default, error is going to be an empty string. Right, so set error. But here, if there's an error message, I'll come over here and say set error to error.message. And over here, I am always going to set error to an empty string that is meant to be. So if there's an error, I want to display something over here. I'll come over here and just say error, and we're going to call our error components. I think it was imported, not imported. So let's import error from, let's say import error from, we're going to come out of the home folder and then go into the UI folder and then get error. So that's it. So we imported the error and we have to pass this error as a prop to the error components. So if you remember, we already received the prop here, right? So that's it. So if there's an error, we are going to see the error message, right? So let's try that now. I'm going to go down to my api.js file. api.js, where are you? So I'm going to just put in, I'm just going to change that space URL. And then if right now, just watch. Because now we're having network error now. We had a network error. We're meant to have a network error, right? But this guy is still loading. It's not meant to, because we have the network error here. That's perfect. First of all, something is happening I don't like. Back to our error component, I need to add, let me just create a margin of 5. Yeah, a vertical margin of 5. Yeah, so this product is not meant to be displayed. I don't know why it's still showing there. Okay, guys. So right now we have a little challenge here. So we're having the error message. That's because there was an error message. You're not meant to see any of that thing apart from this error alert. Right now we are still seeing this our products. You're not meant to see this at all, right? So this is coming from the card container. So how do we stop this from displaying? Simple. So come over here now. So I'll change this format I did here. So right now we are only going to see this error components that alerts if only there is an error. If only there is an error, understand? So right now I want to also make sure that we can only see the loading. We can only see the placeholder container if only loading is set to true. So now I'll put this placeholder container there. And as for this, as for the card container, I want to only see it if loading is false. Want to only see it if loading is false, or if error is not equal to null. If error is not equal to an empty string, that's when we want to see this card container. You understand? So I want to, so if loading is false, or if error is not equal to an empty string, then the card container can display. But if loading is true, yeah, if loading is true, the code will stop at this loading. You understand? If it is true. But if loading is false, it will move over to the next condition. That is if error is not equal to null. And right now, if error is not equal to null, if it is false, it will then go over to this other. So it's going to go over to the component. But if either of these guy is true, if either of these conditions are true, it won't go beyond them. You understand? That's what is going to happen. It won't go if loading is true, it's going to stop at loading. But if loading is false, to go over to the other condition. If error is not equal to an empty string, is if it is true, it won't go over to the card container. So right now, you can see now we've got it right. That's the card container has disappeared, right? So that's how it should be. So right now, you know why we're getting this error. Do you know why? That's because we have to change. Go back to the API now. We have to put this. We have to add the one. We have to add the one we removed, and it should be fine again. So it's back again, as it's working now. So everything is working now. So what next? Let's work on the detail page of each product. Okay, guys, right now it's time for us to work on the product detail page. You get, so if you click on a particular product right away, you want to be able to see the product information. Instead, you want to be able to see the product information you get. And if you scroll down, you can also see the similar products to the product you clicked on. You understand? So want to work on this page want to work on this page right now. You understand? So if you check from what we have here, we only have the detail page working. From what we've done so far, this is the live version I just showed you. I just showed you guys a live version, and what we have here, we only have the list page working fine. So if you click on a certain product right now, it takes you down to the page not found. You understand? That's because the route we have here does not exist in our routes yet. You get, so right now it's time for me to show you how we can implement this feature, whereby you click on a particular product, you'll be brought down to the detail page, and you can also see the related products to this particular product. You get, so let's work on that next. Okay, now back to my code, back to my backend code. In my go down to the shop app, you'll find a file called serial.py. File is called serializers.py. So I'm going to paste in this code. Just watch. So this is a new right now we have a new serializer, and it is called detailed product serializer. It is similar to the product serializer. It is similar. Understand? One thing is, the difference is this now. This detailed serializer has a new field called similar product. It has a new field called similar product, and this field is not part of the product model. It is a custom field you get. So through this field, we want to get the similar products I showed you here. So how do we go about it? It's like this. Okay, now so we're going to create a function. So right now, let's create a function. I'm going to say def get similar products. So this is a convention. Whenever you're using a custom field and it is function based like this, you must always put the get in front. So say get similar underscore products, right? And then we're gonna just put in the self and then the current products we are on, right? So right now I'm going to filter out the product. I'm going to say products should be equal to products dot objects dot filter. I'm going to say filter category equal to products category, right? Product dot category, right? So what is happening here is I'm trying to filter out the products that belongs to the current products category. That's what I'm trying to do. And if you check closely, now if you check what we have here, we are on this product, right? And if you check now, we can't find this product in the list of products here. We can't. So it's meant to be excluded. So I'm going to show you something extra. If I click on this shoe, this Gucci brown, so you check, if you watch out, look at the similar products now. You can see you can't find these products in this list. That's how it's meant to be. So we are also needed to exclude the current products we are on, we are meant to exclude it. So I'm going to say dot exclude ID should be equal to products dot ID, right? So that's it now. And then we're going to we have to serialize this. I'm going to say serializer should be equal to product serializer. And then we'll pass in this product inside. I will say many should be equal to true. And then we have to return it. So we have to just return the serializer. I'm going to say return serializer dot data, right? So that's it. So now once you've done this now, you're not done. You have to then bring up this field up here. And we're gonna say similar product is equal to and this is how it is. It's called similar product is then equal to serializers.serializer method field. That's how we do it. You must add this line, right? Using the field name. Right. So we've done this now. So let's go work on our views. So right now we're doing the serializer. So let's go create the views for the serializer, right? So over here, back to my code here. So we have the views. Right now we're on our views.py file. So I'll paste in the views for the detail page, for our detail page, the view for this page, right? So these are live version. This is a local version we are still working on, right? So we are trying to transform this to what we have here, and we are getting there. Okay. What we have, so now here's the views. Here's the view. I just pasted this code right now. It's a simple Django view. You can see we are getting each of the products by their slug, right? So and then after getting the product by their slug, we then have to serialize. We then have to serialize the response we get. We have to serialize it using this newly created serializer we just made. And they have to return a response. It's as simple as that, right? So we have to import detailed product serializer. We have to import it. Yeah, so once it's imported, I think we're good to go. So we have to create a URL mapping for this view, and then we can start consuming the API. So I think what's the name of the function? Let me just copy the name. It's called product detail. So back here, I'll say parts. I just put in I just call it gets products. Let's call it product. Let's use the name of the function as a parts name, and I'll say views dot product detail, and the name should be equal to product detail. Let's just leave everything the same way they are. So right now, okay, we're not done. We have to also add a slug, right? The slug, right? So slug. So now this is all we need to do now, right? We have to now, once we consume this endpoint and then we put on the slug, we are going to be able to fetch the product detail page instead. So back to our code now. Let's go work on the front end, work on the back end. So back to the front end now. Yeah. So let me just make this big enough so you can see clearly. Yeah, so now we're going to add a new folder, and I'll call this folder products. It's going to hold every components for this particular page. Yeah, so let's do that right away. So a new folder. I know the folder is meant to be inside of the components folder, right? I'm gonna call this products. You have the freedom to structure your folders whichever way you like. Instead, React has given us that flexibility to be able to structure your project the way you want to get. So this is how I'm doing mine. You can do yours in your own way. So the folder is called products, or hit enter. So I'm going to create a new file, and I'll call this products page .jxx. Hit enter. So this product page, this product page is simply this page. This is the product. This is the products page, right? This is what it looks like. So I'm going to get the code for I'm going to get the code for this page right away. Okay, so we are here again. So remember, let's create our components. We're going to use the snippet. It's going to say RAFCE, hit enter. So we are here again, and I'll paste in the code for this. Page. Yes, the code is not complicated. Understand, simple code. So I'll remove these two items for now. We don't need those two stuff. These two components, we don't need them yet. Yeah, we don't need them yet. Oh, I'm gonna include them. Let me just create them. I'm gonna create these two components quickly. This one is called related product, right? This is what it looks like. It is this section. it is this region we have here, and what we have on top, we have the products products page loader. If you remember, if you remember, if I right now, you're going to see a loader. You can see that loader you see up there instance. So that what this component is referring to, right? So I'm going to create a component right away. So I'll create a new file. I'm going to call this file product page placeholder. But don't worry, the source code is, and you can get the source code you can get the source code. It's linked in this video's description, but it's not free. You get. So then we just made so we have the products page placeholder components. As usual, we're going to say RAFCE to create our components. Hit enter. It has been created. That's fine. Okay, I'm going to get the code for this page right away. Okay, I've got the code here. I'll paste it in here. Paste. Yeah, so we've got the code. Yeah, perfect for this placeholder I showed you. Remember, if you see this, I just got the code for it. For that placeholder I see this. Now let's create a new component for the related products. This region you see here. So as usual, we do what we know how to do best. We're going to create a new component using the React snippets, and it's called related products .jxx, right? It's enter, and then we'll say RAFCE. Yep. So we've got that. So I'll get the code for this page. So I've got the code. I'll simply paste that here. Paste it. Yep. So we've got that. So I think we are good to go. So it's first. So right now, let's test and see if everything is working fine. Good. So how do we test it? So we've got our products. So back to the products page. So you have to import these two guys, these two components, this one here and the one above. So I'm going to just remove that import React on top, and I'll say import products page. Yeah, so it just suggested it for me now. Just hit enter. I'll now import the related products now also. I'll say import, sorry. And I'll say import related products. Yeah, so we're good now. So we have our products page already set. It's set already. It's good. It's working. So it's for us to start fetching our data from the back end, right? So let's see if it's working. Okay, so we are done configuring the products page now. What's next for us to go configure the routes for this page, right? So we put our product page is set. So not fully set, but it's ready. So back to the app components. So we're going to add a new route. Now I'll call this, I'm going to say routes. I'll say path should be equal to, okay, I'll say products / slug. Remember, if you check closely, I can say this colon in front of the slugs is trying to mean that our slug is going to be dynamic in a sense. We can have different values for the slug. That what it simply mean. Our slug, this is not a static value. It's dynamic, you get. So right now, put element should be equal to products page. It's gonna be products page, right? So I hope it suggests for us products page. It did not suggest it. Suggest. Oh my god. Okay, it's here. Yeah. So just close it, and then we close the routes. So yeah, so we've gotten our routes ready. So one more thing now. So we have to go down to our home page. Remember our home page, go down to the home folder. We have the home page there. And the home page, we have the card container. So we're going to go down to the card container. And the card container, we have the home card. That's where we have the link. That's where we have the link. Like, I mean, for example, something like this. That's where we have the link to the detail page. You get. So that's where I have to navigate through it like that. So I think here. So I'll click on open the home card now, and here's the link to our detail page. Here is the link. So as usual, come back here, and then we'll say we're gonna use template literal, say products, and then we'll put in. Am I making a mistake? We'll say product / the / and then we are gonna get in. Say product.slug, right? Slug. So we've got this now. Let's see if it works. So I'll pair up to our browser. So go back. This is where we are, to the home page. So click on each product. Click on any of the products now. So nice. So right now we're on the products page, right? Well, this is how it is. It's not working. It's we are arranging the page fine. So but we are not done yet. So we are meant to like fetching the page content, the proper page content, and we are meant to only show this placeholder when the page is still loading. Understand? So that's what. So now, right now, let's configure things to work the way they are meant to work. So back to our products page. Back to the products page. So I'm going to close some of these guys that we don't need, so we can focus on what we need. Leave. Yep. So now we are on our products page now. So what do we want to do? It's simple. So want to be able to fetch, want to simply be able to like fetch our product, fetch our item based on the slug. Based on the slug, understand? So if you remember what we did based on this slug we have here. So how do we get the slug? How do we get it? So that's the main thing. How do we get the slug? So in React, we have a hook called use params. This is how we're gonna do it now. Say const slug. Okay. We'll say const slug. So we're gonna simply destructure the use param hook. Yeah, well, the structure, I'm gonna say use params. So we just imported use params, right? It's on top here. So now this is gonna simply help us get a slug, right? So that's it. So through these use params, through the use params, you can get this slug value, right? So and we just did that over here. So now that we've got, what's the next thing? What's the next thing? Okay, now we are going to send the use effect. Remember, whenever the page renders, the use effect runs the function inside of it. So I'm going to say use effects. Then we'll say put on the function there, an anonymous function. Then put on the dependency array. Yeah, once we are here, what's the next thing? So we have to send our API call. Remember, we're using the API. We're going to say API.get. Yep. So right now we're going to use the template literals, right? And we'll do from what we have on the back end, from our backend URL. Let me show you guys again. You can see it is called product detail, then the slug, right? So that's how it is. So far you're gonna say products detail underscore detail / right. So we're gonna put in the slug using we are using the template literals, right? So this is our slug up here. Just copy this guy and put in here. This is what we need to do now, and then we're gonna say dot then. So if everything goes well, I'm gonna simply console out the data we got. I'm gonna say console.log response.data, right? So if there's an issue, we're gonna use a .catch block. I'm gonna say .catch, and they will say error, and we console out the error message. I'm gonna say console.log error.message, right? So we've got that. So how do we try things out for ourselves? Let's see. To the browser. So to the home page, click on any of the products. So okay, go down to your browser's console. And let's see what we've got there. Oh, you can see it's working fine. You can see we are fetching the products. Now we just got a specific specific product, right? This is the ID, the name, and we check closely at the bottom here. We have the similar products. It's an array of similar products. Hope you get right. So you can see how it is. It's working as it should. Okay, it's working as it should now. So what we want to do now is first we want to simply render this data on this page. Right. So let's do that right away. So create a new state. I'm gonna say const. products, const products, and say set products equal to use states, and by default it's going to be an object by default. So let's import use states. Hope I'm not getting distracted. Yep, so we've got this now. So what do we do now? So we are going to simply update the value of this product states using this response of data. So say set product to response of data. So that's it. So we're not fully done. So we're not done yet. So one more thing, we have to also create a new state called similar product. I'm going to say const similar products. I will say set similar products. Am I taking time? I'm gonna say use states. It's gonna be an array, right? It's gonna be an array by default. And right now, we're gonna simply update the value of this similar product. We're gonna say set similar products. Paste that here. I will say it should be equal to response.data.similar.data. Let's see what it's called. But these are objects here. It's called response.data dot similar products. That's what it's called. So dot similar products. So we're getting some value. Smash the subscribe button, like the video. The similar products. So we've gotten this two now. So that's it. Okay, so we're going to add one more state now. We're going to add the loading state. So say const, just say loading. I'll say set loading. Right, so it should be equal to, by default it's going to be equal to false. So you use states and then it's equal to false by default, right? Okay, so this loading, now we've got the loading states now. Instead, so whenever, so at first so whenever the use effects runs the first, whenever the if the use effect starts running, we want to set loading to true, right? To true. I'm going to cover it to true, and then if it gets the data, we're going to set it back to false instead. So set it back to false, and if there's an error, we just set it also back to false, right? Yeah, so we paste it here. So we've got that now. So what's the next thing? So next thing is for us to render this data on the detail on the products page, right? So now back to the JXS code. Okay. Where can we? Let's see what it looks like. So this is the name, this is the price, right? So over here, we'll just put in products.name, right? And yeah, we'll put in the price. I'll remove this. Let me see. So this is gonna be the price. Yeah, so we're gonna use template literals, put in the dollar sign, and then we pass in products.price. And this what we have here is a description, the product's description. So it's on is a lorem ipsum text. What we also have is lorem ipsum. So I might just neglect it for now. That's what we have so far. I can see now we have the Gucci shoe, we have the price. We go down to different products. Let me click on the Nike shoe. You can see we have the Nike shoe, and we also have the price. Right, so we are still having this guy up here. We're not meant to have it. So how do we work on that? So back to the code now. I'll come over here and I'll say if loading. I'll say if loading is true. If loading, I'll simply return this products page placeholder. Right, so if loading is true, simply return that. We'll simply return that. What's it called? That's component. Yeah, this is it. So you can see it's gone. So if I come over here, if I click, it shows first and then disappears. Okay, now it's perfect now. So we've got this too. So what's next now? I want to work next on the related products. So let's work on that next. Okay. So what's the next thing? So we have our similar products. So how do we go about this? It's simple. So we are going to pass this guy as a prop. Yes, we're going to pass it as a prop over to the similar products components. Yeah, so I'll just copy it, Control C, scroll down. So pass it as a prop here. I'm going to call it products should be equal to similar products. So I'll go down to this components called related products. I have to go into it. And once I have to accept the prop. The prop is called products. Yeah, so prop is called product, right? So I'm then going to simply run a mapping. I will map through it and I'll say products dot map. Now say product for each of the products. For each of the products, Control Z. I'm not making a mistake. I want to get this. I want to get this home card component for each of the products. Right. So I'll remove this guy from there. So I have to pass a key to this component. I'm gonna say equals to product. I'm gonna pass that key. That's key prop. And I'll say product.id. And I have to also pass this product as a prop over to the home card. Is important. I'm gonna say product equal to product, right? So I have to import home card. I have to import the component. I'm gonna say import home card. Please suggest it for me. Yeah, so that's it. So we have passed the prop called products. We have to go down to we have to go over to the home card component and then accept the prop. Yeah, so over to the home card component, we've already accepted the prop, right? It's already there because we're using the same component on the home page. You get so we're using the same component on this. This is the same component we have here. This get so if I click on a specific product now, if I click on a specific product now, you can see now I'm able to fetch the related products, right? I'm able to fetch it. Okay, let's work on this products image. Let's work on it. Back to our products, back to the products page. The products page now. Where are you? Let's work on the image. So here's the image. Where are you? Here's the image here. So now how it goes now. So we're going to use remember we have to use the base URL. So we have to, I'm going to import it now. Say import base URL, base underscore URL. Yep. So, and then where's the products place? Show yourself. Okay, it's here. So we're going to use the template literals again. I'll say base URL, base underscore URL. And then I'm going to pass in, and we're going to pass in the products.image. As I should be products.image. That's image. Yep. So let's see how it goes. Perfect. So we've got that there. If I click on any of them, you can see we've got the products, we've got the information, right? So one thing is this now. You can see what I want to do is this now. If we click on any of the products now, I want to be able to also if I click on, I want to also make sure that whenever I click on any of this, on any of this related, on any of the related products, I want to also be able to load up this particular page for that product. Instance, see what I mean here. So I click on any of this right away, come up, it's taking time. Ouch. The server is down. It's a live server. That's why it's currently asleep. That's why it's a free server. That's why it's taking time. Okay, so as I was saying before, what I'm trying to say is this: if I want to be able to click on this related products to be able to fetch their information also. So how do we go about that? It's simple. Come back here again. Come over here. So what do we do? So you can see this is effect as a dependency array. Understand? So by default, this dependency array runs all. It makes by default this effect is going to run only once whenever the dependency array is empty. Understand? So we have to pass a dependency into the array, and I'm going to pass in the slug as a dependency. So whenever the value of the slug changes, this use effect is going to run again. Understand? It's going to run again. what is going to happen. So whenever the value, so what is happening now? Whenever the value of the slug up here changes, the user effects is going to run again. It's going to fetch a new product information based on the slot that was passed. So how do we prove that? Now, if I click on any of the products right now, I'm going to click on this related products. I'm going to click on any of them. Click on it. Oh, it's not working yet. So it's meant to work. Ouch. Okay, yes, here's the problem here. Back to my products card. Back to my home card. So yeah, so I have to make this an absolute URL, an absolute path, whereby make it an absolute path so that it's always start from the beginning. You can see here. So from what we had before, let me just show what we had before. So I'm spending so much time here. Okay, if I click on any of the products right away, you can see if I try clicking on any of these ones, you can see it appends the paths to the current paths. We don't want that. We want to simply make this part an absolute path, right? So back to our code now. So I have to just add the forward slash in front here. And back to our code. Let's go back home. Click on any of the products. So click on any of the related products now. Click on let's click on the right now we are on the Gucci shoe. So let's click on the Nike shoe. Click on it. Right now we just fetched the Nike shoe, right? If I click on if I click on the Rolex watch, click on it. Right now we just fetched the Rolex watch, right? So it's working fine. So one more thing, let's remove this. Let's remove this input field, this number field. We don't need that field there. So back to the products page. I think show yourself. I think this is the field here, this input field. Remove it. Don't need that. Okay, so everything is perfect now. So you can see right now what we've done now is similar to what we have on the live server. Our server is down, that's why it's not fetching the data. This is live server. It's back up. So we click on it. Click on it. You can see this is a live server. This is a local. This is what we've done currently. So you click on any of the products and I can fetch the information. I can also fetch the related products. Hope you get. So I hope you've gained some value. So next, we want to work on adding items to carts. Okay, guys. So right now it's time for us to add items to carts instead. So we go down to the product detail page. You should be able to add items to your carts. Hope you get. So back to our backend now, to the backend code, over to the models.py file. Models.py file. So we are going to add a new model, the carts model. So paste this here. So here's the carts model. It's a simple model. It has the carts code. Every carts is meant to have a unique code in a stand. So we have the user that owns the carts. The cart has a paid status. It has a paid status, and the cart also has the created arts and the modified art. This field simply represents the first field, which is the created art. It's represent the time the cart was created, while the modified art represent the time the cart was last updated. Hope you understand. So we've got this now. So let's create our cart item model. Okay, so I've got the cart item model. So it's here. Understand? So the cart item refers to the product inside of the cart. Understand? That's what it refers to. You can see it as a cart field, and it is a foreign key relationship whereby a cart is meant to have several cart items you get. So we also have the products tied to the cart item. I'll say that a product can also have several cart items you get. So and we have the quantity. You understand? So in a cart, we can have several cart items. We can have a cart item that has you can have a cart item, you can have cart items in different quantities you get. So that's why we have the quantity field over here you get. So we've got this now. What's the next step? Let's go create our serializer for these models. Okay, so right now let's add our serializer for the cart and cart item. So the serializers, since it's too big, we'll use the size of this. Okay, over here we'll say class. Okay, let's say class cart serializer. Cart serializer, say serializers dot model serializer, right? And then I'm gonna say class meta. The model should be equal to carts. and the field should be equal to, so we're going to use two field at first. The first one should be ID, the next one should be the cat's code, right? And the other one should be the created ads and the modified ads. It's modified ads. So let's create the cat item serializer. Let's import this cat, control and period. Go down, control and period. Control and period. Oh, it's not adding it. So on top, we'll say from dot models import cat. Let's also import cat item. So over here, we're going to say cat item class cat item serializer. So that's going to be serializer.model serializer, and the class should be class meta. The model should be equal to cat item, and the field should be equal to, we're going to say the ID, the quantity, right? The quantity, the products, and the cats, right? So the products, now the product is going to point to the product serializer we have on top. Going to say product should be equal to product serializer, and I'll say product, what's happening? Should be equal to product serializer, and we're going to say read only should be equal to true. Same thing for the cards. I'm going to say card should be equal to card serializer. That's because we want to have the cart object displayed in the stand, and not want to have the cart object and also the product object. I'll say cart serializer should be, and then we're going to say read only should be true. Read only should be equal to true. Right, so we've got this too. So right now, let's go and work on the views. We want to be able to add item to carts, right? So we've got our cart item, we've got our carts. So let's go to the views and start adding items to carts. Okay, so right now, let's work on adding items to carts. So go down to our views.py file. So add a new function. And I'll call this function add item. It's going to have the request. So right now, we'll be expecting the cart code and product ID from the front end. Understand? So we're going to say cart code should be equal to, we'll say request.data.get. So we're expecting the cart code and product ID from the front end. So for you to add an item to carts, there must be a cart, right? So we are either going to get or create this carts. You get, so right now I'll come over here and say cart should be equal to cart.objects. Sorry, we're going to say carts created should be equal to cart.objects.get underscore or create. As I said before, we are either going to simply get the cart if it exists, or if it does not exist, we are going to simply create a new cart. I think that we are going to be getting the cart codes from the front end, right? So I'll show you how. But now let's work on the back end first. Get or create. I'm going to say cart underscore code. Remember, the cart model has a property called cart code. Cart underscore code should be equal to the cart code we got from the front end. Understand? So we have to import cart on top. Let's also import cart item. So right now, this line has created our carts. So what's the next step? So remember, we want to add an item to carts. We also need to create our cart item. You understand? So we'll be expecting the product ID also from the front end, and it's going to be equal to what am I doing? It's going to be equal to, let's say request.data.get, and I'll say product ID. So we are expecting the cart code and the product ID. Understand? So if a cart already exists with this code, we are going to simply get the cart If there is no cart, we'll simply create a new cart. So right now we've got our carts. So next thing first, we've got our cart code, we've got our product ID. So we are going to simply get the products whose ID is equal to this. So what I'm say product should be equal to product.objects dot get ID equal to product underscore ID. So right now let's go to our cart item. I will say cart item created should be equal to cart item dot objects dot get underscore or create, and we're going to say cart should be equal to the cart we have here, and the product should be equal to the product we have up here. Remember, the cart item has both fields, the cart and product field. So we've got that, and then let's also say, okay, we've got this too. That's fine. And right now, we're going to also increase the quantity of the cart item. I'm going to say cart item dot quantity should be equal to 1, and then we'll say cart item dot save, right? So yes, we've got it now. So we're going to return a response. We're going to say return. So we're going to say serializer. Okay, this guy is not meant to be there. So we're going to say serializer should be equal to cart item serializer. I think we have that cart item serializer. And now passing my cart item. Then I can return a response. So let me just say, let's say data, and then we'll say data should be equal to serializer dot data, and the message should be and you'll say cart item created successfully, right? And let's say the status should be 200, right? Status, let's just say 201, right? So that's it, right? So we've got that. So we have to import cart item serializer. Scroll up and just say we have to import it. Yeah, so we've got this now. That's it. So right now we've done this now. So what we did here now is if everything goes well, this code will get executed. But what if there's an error? We want to see the error message too, right? So we are going to put this code in a try catch block. So over here I'll say try. Then I'll put this guy inside the try block, push them inside. In the except block, we'll come over here and we'll say except. Let me just say accept exception as E. So I'm going to return another response now. Return response. And yeah, I'll just simply say error. And I'll say, and I'll pass this E. This is the error here. I'll just say string E, right? And I'll pass in a 400 status. Status should be equal to 400. Status equal 400. So this is our artifact. This is our artifact functionality instance. So right now, the next thing is for us to go create a URL mapping for this view. Before we forget, we have to add this decorator on the cart on the add item view, and it has to be a post request, not get, a post request. So we've got this. So let's add the URL. So let me just add this new URL now, and I'll say over here, just say paths. Over here, I'll just say add item. One of the views is views.add item. And the name, let's give the name also add item. So our our backend is good. So we've got the backend code set. So let's go and implement this on the front end. Okay, guys. Right now, let's implement the same adding to cart on the front end. We've done it on the back end. So let's make it work on the front end. Back to my front end code. So I'll create a new file in the source folder, directly in the source folder. So I'll create a new file called generates carts code, generates carts code.jx. So hit enter. So in this file, paste in this code. So what this code does, it simply helps to generate 10 random 10 random digits, alphanumeric values. You can see from this string here, it's going to help us generate 10 random values from this string. Understand? So that's what this function does. So right now, I have to simply call this function. I have to simply I have to simply declare this variable. Understand? And then call this function. So whatever this function returns, that value will be assigned to this variable called random value. So after doing that, I had to make this variable exportable, whereby other components can simply import this random value from this file. You get, so the function helps us to generate 10 random digits from this string, from this word. Understand? And then over here we have to call the function and assign the value to this variable. Then we have to export the variable so that other functions, other components can import this random value. That's what we did now. So once this has been done, we'll go down to our home page. To the home page, where are you? That should be in our components folder, in the home folder, and then we have the home page. So in our home page now, so what we're going to do is that we want to simply place this random value in our local storage. We want to store it in the local storage. I want to do it whenever we come down to the home page. This is the home page here. Whenever we access this home page like this, we want to simply store that random value into the local storage, right? So how do we do that? Back to our code now. So currently I'm in my home page. So I'm going to declare use effects. So whenever the page renders, I'm going to say use effects. Use effects. I'm going to say function. You can have as much. It's better you always have new use effects for new task. It's not advisable use one use effects for multiple tasks. You get, so I'm going to say use effect. I'm going to say function. And over here, let's put in the dependency array. And over here, we are going to say if local storage dot get item carts code. So we want to store this random value to our local storage using this key called carts underscore code. We say if local storage dot get cart code is equal to null, if it's equal to null, if it is equal to null, I want to simply set the local storage. I'm going to say set local storage dot set item carts code cart underscore code. I want to simply give it the value of the random. I want to give it the random value. I'm going to say random up is importable. Okay, we are able to import it now. Random value, right? So that's what we want to do. You get, so want to simply place that random value to our local storage. You get, so and we've been able to do that here. So let me just run my backend server. You can see from the front end, the backend is not the front end has stopped. Let's run the server. Let's run our backend server again. Oh, having an issue with our. Okay, back to the serializer, back to our models, to the cards model. We have to import settings for the user. I'm gonna say up here. I'm gonna say from Django.conf import settings. And once that is done, we also have to make migrations. Let's make migrations. Remember, we added 2 new models. We have to make migrations. Make migrations. Let's migrate now. Okay. Now let's run the server. So let's see what's wrong with the front end. The front end is now blank. And what was it complaining? What was it complaining about? Let me clear this guy. Refresh. It says local storage. Oh, did I say .get? I thought I said .get item. Oh, so it's meant to be .get item. So yeah, so I think it should be back now. Okay, it's back. I'll call this back. So right now, whenever this home page renders, we are going to have something stored in our local storage. We're going to have that random value stored in our local storage. You get, so from what we said here, we said if local storage dot get item, if this cat code is null, if it's empty, we are meant to set a new cat code based on this random value we generated through this function. So let's go and see our local storage now. Console, say inspect, and then back to our storage, right? So click on local storage, click on this. You can see we have the cat code. You can see we have the cat code there, right? You can see it there. So that's it now. So what's next? So next is for us to go and start adding items to our carts, right? So how do we go about that? So we have to go down to our products page. The products page that can be found. We have, we have a folder called products, and we have a component called products page. So yeah, here we are. So now we're going to declare that function. Let me just scroll down. Let me just hit on top here. Just say up here. Say function. Add item. Okay, so we're going to say API.post. Remember API.post, right? And then the endpoint is called add_item. So right now, whenever you're making a post request, you're always required to send an object down to the backend. You get, so if you remember from what I did in the backend, from what I showed you, we're expecting this cat code and product ID from the front end, and it's meant to come in form of an object. You get, so right now over here, back to our code. So I'm going to just say I'm going to create an object now. Say new item should be equal to this object. So we're expecting the cat code. I said that the cat code is going to be, let me just say const cat code. That should be equal to local storage dot get item, and it's called cat code, right? So we've got this cat code now. We also need the product ID. We also want the product ID, isn't it? So say cat code and then cat code. Here is the key. This is the actual value. And over here I'll say product underscore ID should be product.id. Yeah, so you can see we have cat code, we have products underscore ID. You understand? So you can see it's called cat underscore code. That is how it is called on the back end. So cat underscore code. Because we have product underscore ID. That's how it's called on the back end, and and we have to make sure they have the same name on both the back end and the front end. We have cat code, product underscore ID. The keys must be named properly. You understand? So we've got this object now. We are going to pass this object here. We just say new item. right? So new item, and over here we'll say dot then we say response console.log response.data. And if there is an error, we're going to say dot catch. I'm going to say error. So we just say console.log error.message, isn't it? So we've got this function now. So when will this function be called? It's going to be called whenever the button is clicked, the add to cart button is clicked. So here's the button. Over here, I'll just say on click. That's going to be add underscore item. That's the move our function. Let's see if it's going to work. To the browser, let's close this guy. Go down to the detail page. So let's open our console so you can see what the error message or success message is going to be. So here now, so click on add to carts. You can say request failed. Yeah, we got an error. Let's see what the error message is on. Let's see what the error says on the back end. Let's raise this up. Okay, add item. Sorry, I think go down to our URL. For post request, we are meant to have the /. For post request, it should be there. And back to our code. Let's check one more time. Back to our front end code. I said API.post. Let's add the / too. So I hope it works this time. So back to our code. Clear this guy. So click again. Ouch. It's still having this same error. Let's check our API one more time. Add item, try, accept, error, string as E. You're not seeing anything here. Let's see our URL. Add item, piece of add item name. I don't know why we're having this. Let's see our network. 400 requests, response. Oh, it has to do with our serializer. Let me see the cart serializer. Well, the model cards, fields. Sorry, it's called fields, not field. It's called fields. We have to add the S here. Add the S. It's called fields. That was a mistake. So to the browser, clear off this guy. Back to our console tab. Click on the add to cart button. You can see it worked, right? It says cart item created successfully. If I open this object, you can see we have our carts. The quantity is 1, the ID is 1, the product is there, the cart object is also there. We have everything. It's created our cart item successfully. Okay, so back to our products page now. So if we check closely, you can see we have our cart item created. You get, so I'm gonna click on this button multiple times. But click. You can see it gave me this message multiple times, right? That does not mean that we have multiple carts and multiple cart item. No, it's still the same one cart and one cart item. You understand? That's how you can see it's still the same one cart item. Again, we are still sending the same cart code and product ID to the back end. So we are only going to have one cart created and one cart item created. We check our logic on the back end. The logic is like this. From our views.py file, we said we are saying cart.object.get. The get is trying to say if it exists, simply get. The same thing for our cart item. We're saying cart.object.get or create. So if it exists, it simply gets the cart item and not create a new one. You get, so you go down to our Django admin. So you can print that from Django admin. I'm going to say 127. Currently on port 8001. I'm going to say admin and hit enter. So let's log in. say cleanse. So login. Come on. So, oh, so I don't have my. I'm gonna add the cut and cut item to our Django admin, to our admin.py. So let's say cuts, and let's say cut item. And over here I'll say admin.site.register cards, and then cards item. So we've got this. Back to our Django admin, refresh the page. Come on. Yep, so we've got our cards. You can see we only have one cart, right? Cart item. We only have one cart item, despite the fact we had to click on this button multiple times. That's because we are still passing the same cart code and carts and product ID. That's why it stands. So we've got this now working. So next thing to do is this. Now I want to make sure that you can only add to carts once. Like once you click on this button, want to disable the button, the next want to simply disable this button next. You can only add to carts once. This one, if you click on this button the first time, the button will remain unclickable as far as this item is inside of the cart. You understand? So how do we achieve that? So back to our front end. So we're going to declare a new state. I'll call it. It's going to be called in carts. I'll say const in carts, and then I'll say set in carts, right? So by default, the value is going to be false. It's going to say use states, and I'll say false, right? It's going to be false by default. So whenever we add an item to carts, we want to simply set the value to true. Control C. Yeah. We're going to set it to true. So that's what I want to do. Over to the add to cart button. So the add to cart button. Where are you? Here's the add to cart button. So right now we're going to do a conditional. We're going to do a conditional rendering. I'll put over here. I'll say disabled. Disabled should be equal to in cart. So whenever in cart is true, this button will be disabled. And over here, I'll just come over here and say, let's just say, okay, I'll say if in carts, I want to simply have, simply just say, let's say products added to carts. Else, we'll simply just say add to carts. So that's it. So let's say to the browser. Let's add this item one more time. Click on it. You can see now it's been added to cart, right? So we can't click on it again. But there is a problem. If I refresh the page, you can see it's back to the way it was. So we have to persist this with the backend. So we have to persist it with the backend, and I'll show you how right now. Okay guys, right now it's time for us to persist this add to cart button to the backend, whereby if we add to carts, you can say the button is now disabled and it says products added to carts. So if I refresh the page right away, you will see now it's going to return back to the default add to cart. So we want to persist this to the backend. So back to my backend code, I'm going to add a new view. I'll paste this code and I'll explain what it does. It's simple. The name of the function is called products and carts. So first of all, what are we doing is a get request, right? So we are going to simply send this cart code and cart ID through the query params. I'm going to show you that. So then we are going to get our cart and then get the products based on the cart code and the product ID you get. So once that has been done, what's the next step? So we're then going to see, we're then going to check, we are going to filter our cart item and see if the cart item, if this cart item actually exists in this cart, and if the cart item matches with the products. Understand? So we are checking if it exists, and if it is true, if this line returns true, that means this product is in the cart. You get, so that's what we want to do. And we're going to add this feature now. So we have return this response. This is the key, and this is the actual true or false value. Hope you get. So right, let's add a URL for this view. Okay, I copied this. So paste this, you'll say parts, paste this, and then we'll say views dots, the name of the function, and then we'll say name should be equal to, yeah, we'll paste there. So that's what we've got. Yeah, so we've got this already now. So we'll go down to the front end, to our products page. Our product page is already looking quite messy. So right now we'll use another use effect. So say use effect. So say function. Yeah, then we'll say API dot get. We're gonna use template literals, and I'll pass in this is the endpoints, right? And then after we've done this now, what's the next step on our backend code? The query parameters are called cat code and product ID. You get, so via I'll say cat underscore code should be equal to this cat code. So I'm passing the query parameter now. And then as for the product ID, I'm going to use the ampersand, and I'll say product underscore ID should be equal to, I'll pass in product.id get. So you say dot then. So if everything goes well, say response. I'll simply just update this setting cards. Right now, say response.data dot, what's more this field again? Dot product in cards. And if there's an error, and I also love to console out response of data, console.log response.data. And if there's an error, we like to know what the error message is, right? So over here, we just say dot catch. And you will say console.log error.message. So we've got this. Yep, so we've got this, right? Okay. Let's pass this into the dependency array, the class code and the product ID. Yep, so I think we're making progress now. So this should work. It's the browser home page. If I go back to any of this, click on this. So now let me just open my inspect. Log, let's see. It says request field is code 500. So let's see what the request is. Scroll down. Okay, it says that the product ID, you can see what we did here, is undefined. It's undefined. Let's see. Right now it says the product ID is undefined. Let's check it one more time and see. It's not meant to be undefined. Okay, I'll come over here and say if product.id, remember if product.id Let me just put in this inside that condition. Yeah, so let's see one more time. Refresh this. The same error. It's still returning this 500, and it's complaining that, saying that, okay, says catch matching query does not exist. Cat matching query does not exist. Let's see what we are doing. Let's see what we are doing on the back end. Cat.object gets cat code equal to cat code. And it's saying it does not exist. Let's see. So let's see the cats ZXDD. What we have here is also Z. Where are you? It's also ZXDD. So I'm confused. Okay, you can see we spelled this key wrongly. It's meant to be called cat code. You can see over here. This is meant to be cat code. Not, you can see we have a T there. That's where the problem is coming from. I'm back to this place. Refresh. Clean this guy. Refresh. Perfect. You can see it's returned an object now. And you can see it says products in carts equal true. So right now, this true value is what we are assigning over here. Over to this in carts. We're saying response or data dot products in carts. So we are simply getting the true value and assigning it and giving it over to this in cart state. That's it. That's what we are doing now. So back to the browser now. If you add to carts again, you can see now, you can see it says products already added to carts. Even if after refreshing the page, I go down to another products. Instead, if I click on this, it's now added to carts. If I refresh the page, it still remains added to carts. Right? It's still being added to carts, right? So it's working now. So what's the next thing? The next thing we want to do is simple. Whenever we add to cart, we want to update this cart item up here. Okay, guys. So for this cart item to update properly, it needs both the backend and the front end. Understand? So for it to update properly, so I will start with the backend first. So back to my serializers, I'll create a very simple cart serializer. Just let's go. Let's say class simple cart serializer. Simple cart serializer. I'm gonna say serializers dot model serializer. Then we'll say class metal, and the model should be equal to carts, and the fields. Remember, we're just gonna say we're gonna be ID carts code, and then I'm gonna say number of items, number underscore of underscore items. Yeah, so this number of items is not a field in the carts model, right? So it's gonna be a serializer method field. So declare a function. I'm gonna say get number. Right now, I want to get the number of items in the cart. Understand? So get number underscore of underscore items underscore of items. Right. So then I'll say self and then the current cart we are working with. Right. So right now, I'll say items should be equal to. I'll say cart. Okay. Now what I'll do, I'll say number underscore of items. I'm gonna use the, what was it called again? Is it list comprehension? Okay, I'll say, okay, what I'm going to do now, let me just say for item in cat dot items dot all. So here's what's happening here. We go down to our model.py file. The cats and the cat item are both related, right? Through a foreign key. You get, so the cats can access the cat item model using this related name called items. So we say cat.items.all. So this is going to simply give you all the cat item for that specific cat. So I'm saying I'm doing that here. So I'm simply saying for item in cat.items.all. Right over here, I'll simply just say item dot quantity. I'll simply sum it up. So this is what we call list comprehension. Sorry, the summing should be outside. So this is what we call list comprehension, and I'll simply return number of items, right? So this is what right now this cat serializer is meant to give us the aim of this serializer is to give us the number of items we have in the cart. That's it. So back to my views. I'll create a simple view right away. So here's the views. I'll simply paste it here to save time. So it's simple. So we have to pass our cart code as a query parameter to be passed from the front end. Then we have to get the cards, understand? And we're getting the cards that has not yet been paid for. We have to get the card based off the code, understand? And then we have to serialize the cards, right? And then return the response. We have to import simple card serializer from the serializer from the serializer file. So once we've got this, let's go create our URL. I'm going to call the URL get card stats. I'll say views dot get card start. And I'll say the name should be equal to get card start. So we've got that. So what's the next step? Okay, so back to the front end, to the app components. So create a new state there in the app components. Yeah. So we're going to call this number of cart items. Understand? This simply represents the number of items in our carts. The value you see up here, just appeared. So let's import use states. Import use states from React. I'm going to say import use states from React. So back to the page. Yeah, so this state we declared here is simply the value we are expecting up here. The reason why it is in the app components is because we have to pass it down to this main layout. Understand? So, and this app component is the parent of the main layout. That's why I had to declare the state in the app component. So I'll pass it. I'm gonna pass number of cart items to main layouts. Let's pass as a prop. So go down to main layout and accept it. And we'll pass it down to the NavBar. And the NavBar also have to receive it. Yep. So once we are here, what are we gonna do? So you can see this is what we need it. This is what we need it now. Okay. So so this span tag, this span you see here, we want to display it conditionally. If number of item is 0, we don't want to see that span tag at all. It should disappear. So over here, I'll just put in number of cart items. If it is equal to 0, equal to 0, we don't want to see the span tag. Can see it's gone. Can see it's gone, right? So over here, I have to pass the number of cart items. Right, so that's done. So right now, let's work on the actual value for this number of items. So we are meant to send a get request. Gonna say API.get. Gonna say API.get. But before we do that, let's get our cat's code. Gonna say const. Let's say cat's code should be equal to local storage dot get item. It's called cat's code. Right, so then we are going to use our use effects. And then personal dependency array. So I'm going to say API dot get. So we're only going to call this function if we're only going to make that call if only cat's code has a value. If cat's code, I'll copy this guy in. Yeah, so what's the URL again? Let's see. It's called get cat stats. Get cat stats, and I think it needs a query parameter. Let's be sure. Okay, the query parameter is a cat's code. Okay. So over here, I'll just say cat underscore code should be equal to cat underscore code. So we've got this now. So say dot then. So let me just say console.log response.data. If there's an error, let's see what it says. Just catch. Say error. Console.log error.message. To the browser. Okay, let's clear the console. Let's go back to the home page, refresh. Give us nothing. Okay. API.get. Hope you're not making any mistake. Okay, say if cat's code, make the call. But I don't think it's making the call. Get cat's code. Okay, let's check our backend. Let's see the backend. The request is not being made at all. Request is not being made. Oh, sorry, I spelled cat's code wrongly. It's meant to be code. So that was a problem. So let's try again. Okay, it says it failed with 500. Let's see the error messages. Go down to your backend terminal. Oh, okay. I forgot something. Go down to your serializer.py for serializers. So after doing this, after working on this serializer method field, you have to come over here, number of items, copy it, and we'll paste it here and say should be equal to serializers dot serializer method field. I forgot to add that. That's why it didn't work. Let's just run server again. Okay, server is back. Run server. Let's see. Hope it works this time. So our code now refresh. Okay, now I can see now it's working now. I can see it's giving us the number of items. You can see it. Number of items. You can see it's giving us number of items is 2, right? That's number of items we have in our cart. I think it's correct. So back to our front end code. Now say set number of items. I'm gonna say response.data dot number of items. Right. So because now it has appeared up here, right? That's good. That's great. So what's the next step? The next step is for us to be so whenever we add an item to carts, understand? So want to increment this value in real time, increment it real time. So not difficult. So I'll simply pass this setter function as a prop. I'll pass it down to my products page, right? Pass it there and open my products page right away. I have to receive it there. Yep. So whenever we add an item to carts over here, all I do, I'll simply it's not add. I'll have to get the current value of this setup function. I'm going to get the current value, and I'll simply increment the current value by 1. It's as simple as that, right? Simple. Back to my code. And if I add to cards, you can see it works, right? So let's pick another product. If I add to cards, it's increment, right? So I think we are done with the adding to cards functionality. You can add new items to cards, right? Even if I go back, even if I refresh the page, it's never lost. It's always there because we've already persisted the changes on the back end. We've persisted the changes on the back end. So adding to cards, it adds refresh. It doesn't get lost because the changes have been persisted on the back end. So we are making great progress. So in the next session, yeah, I'm going to show you how to update the cart item quantity. So we're going to cover that next. Okay, so let's continue. So currently we are done with adding of items to cart. You can add items to cart, right? So what's next? So the next phase is for us to update cart item quantity. You get, so if you right now, I'm going to increase the quantity of this all-star shoe. I'm going to increase it by 2. Just click on the you can move around the button. So I'm going to increase it by 3, and once I'm done, click on the update quantity button, click on it and say, you can see now the quantity has been updated and the price on the right also got updated. So I'm going to increase the quantity of the Gucci bag. Let's try that. And say, you can see it has been increased, it has been updated. I can also delete a particular cart item. Click on the remove button, click on OK, and the cart item is gone again. So in this video, in this particular session, you're going to learn how to update the cart items quantity. You also learn how to delete the cart item, and you also learn how to implement this pop-up that you see here. You're also gonna learn how to implement it again. So without further ado, let's move on. Okay, so back to our code, back to the front end code. Let's go and build up this page. Let's build up this particular page again. So back to our code, stands as usual. So I'm gonna let me close out some of these files that we don't need. Understand? So if you're getting some value so far, smash the make sure you subscribe. Understand? So like the video. Understand? That was gonna simply make the video get across to more people. You get. So okay, let's beat up the cards page. Understand? So okay, so you go down to the components folder, and that can be found in the source folder. So in the components folder, we are going to create a new folder called carts instead. So we'll create a new folder called carts. So it enters in this folder now. So you can see from our page here, we have this is the cart page. We have the cart item on the left and the cart summary on the right. So right now, let's quickly build up the cart item. So we're going to create a new file called cart item item.jxx as usual. And then we're going to create our components refce. Come on. Yep, enter. Okay, and right now I've got the code for the cart item. I've got it. Let me just paste it here. The markup is as simple as that. It's just a simple markup you get. So the source code is in this video's description. You can get it there. So we got our cart item now. So let's work on this cart summary. So create a new file. I'll say cart summary .jxx. It's enter. So we're gonna say refce as usual. Yep. So yeah. Okay. So here's the code for our cart summary, and I'll paste here. Yep. So we've got this. So we have to import link. So up here, say import link from React router DOM. So we've got our cart item, we've got our cart summary. So what's next? So next thing is for us to work on the cart page. You understand? The page that's gonna hold these two components together. So create a new file and we'll call it cartpage.jxx. Instead, I'll say RAFCE, right? So we've got this. Okay, and here's my cart page. Hope this text is not too small. I hope so. Okay, we've got our cart page now. So we have to import the cart item and the cart summary from the right directory, from the right source. So you know the trick, right? Just remove some of the text there. Just let's type it gently. It's gonna give us a suggestion. Yeah, we've got it. Do the same thing for the summary. Yep. So we've been able to import our cart item and cart summary on our cart page. So we've got the cart page now. So what's the next thing? I hope you guessed it right. The next thing is for us to go and create a route for the cart page. You get so down to the app components. So I'm gonna add a new route. Yep. So I don't know why my VS Code is no longer formatting. I'm gonna check what the problem is. So now let's add a new route. I'm gonna say routes. Now say path should be equal to cart. So whenever you visit this cart route, you are meant to get redirected to the cart page. Get so whenever I'll just say cart page. So suggested for me. Suggested. Ouch, it's not suggesting it. Okay, it's fine. We import it by ourselves. So right now let's import the cart page on top. Come over here. I'm gonna say import cart page from the current folder, then move into the components folder, then the carts folder, and then you find the carts page. So we've got the imports now. So we are going to add this route on the carts icon. Okay, so the cart icon is on the navbar, and the navbar is in the main layouts components, right? So where's our main layout? Please show yourself. So here's our navbar. Just hold down control and click on it. So here's the cart icon. There's the cart icon. Should be around there. Fish cart. Yeah. Okay, we already have that. You can see it says link and to carts. So you can see this is the link tag and it encapsulates both the icon and it encapsulates everything, both the icon, the badge, and everything. So we've got that. This is the live website. So I'm going to close the live one for now. So this is what you are working on. This is what you are working on currently. So I'm going to click on it. Yeah, so you can see we have our dummy text here. So we've been able to build up the cart page. So what's the next phase? Now the next phase is to go and work on the back end. Understand? So on this page, we are meant to fetch the cart items in these carts. Remember, you can see we have six items in the carts. So on this page, we are meant to fetch those items. So we are going to work on that next. So now back to the backend. Let's go down to the backend code now. Go over to our serializer.py file. So yeah, so we are here now. So we are going to work on the cart item serializer. This is the cart item serializer. So right now, I don't think we need this. I don't think we need this carts field. We don't need it now. I'm going to remove it, and also remove the carts. And also, you have to remove it from the top. Also, once you've done this, now what's the next phase? We're going to take this guy up. Yeah, let's take it. Let's bring it here. So we've got our cart item serializer. Right, so we've got it here. So what's the next phase? So right now, as I told you before, from our models, we have the cart and cart item, and they are linked together through a foreign key. You get so if you see now through this related name that is called items, the cart can access the cart item. Through this related name, a cart can access all its cart items through this related name. So back to our serializers, we're going to add a new field called items. It's a valid field, and this item is going to point down. It's going to point down to our cart item serializer. And say items should be equal to cart item serializer. And we'll say read only should be true, and many should be true because we are likely to have more than one cart items in a cart. So we've got that set. So what's the next step? So right now I want to also get the sum total of all the cart items in our cart. The sum total, how much does everything costs, right? So over here, I'll just come over here and say sum total, sum total. So I'm gonna create a function for that. I'm gonna say get underscore sum underscore total, and I'll say self, and I'll say cards, right? So right now this card refers the current cards we are working with. So what I'm gonna do is simple, and I'll say items should be equal to cards dot items dot all, right? So and then I'm gonna then say total should be equal to, I'm gonna use the list comprehension, and I'll say for item in items, right? And then I'm gonna come over here and say item dot products, yeah, item dot product dot price times item dot quantity. So this is gonna give me, so this will give me, so I'm gonna sum it up, and this will give me the total price of all the items in the cart. So then I'm gonna return the total. I'm gonna say return total. So we've got this now. I'll come over here and say sum total should be equal to serializers dot serializer method field. So we've got that. And what's the next thing? So right now I want to also get the number of items we have in our carts. The number of items, made a mistake here, it should be sum total. The number of items we have in our cart. That's the next step. You get, so how do we go about that? Simple. So we're going to add another custom field here. Now I'll call it num underscore item. Let me just say number of underscore items. So over here, do the same thing. Now say get number of items. I'll say that should be the self, and then the cut again. Right now, say I'll just copy this guy. Item should be equal to, yeah. So then we are gonna use the loss. We are going to use the the list comprehension again, and I will say let me just say total. It does not matter the variable name. When it's total should be equal to, now say for item in items. So right now say item dot quantity. So I'll sum this up. Sum it up, and I'll return the total. Right, so over here I'll just say number of items should be equal to serializers dot serializer method field. So that's how we do it. Yeah, so we've got this now. We've got our cart serializer ready. We're good. I think we are good to go. Okay, and one more thing for this cart item, for every cart item, a cart item has the quantity and it has the price. So I want to get the sum. I want to get the most. I'm right. Okay, let me just show you something. So on this page now, I can see this cart item costs $20, and the quantity here says one. So what is the? Let's say this cart item costs $20, and the quantity here says two. So what's the price? The price is simply $40, right? It's simply $40, isn't it? So what I want to do next, I want to be able to get that's arithmetic, the price times the quantity. So I'm gonna do that that should be on the cart item serializer. I'm gonna add a custom field. I'll say total. Just come over here and say def get underscore total. Say self and then cart item. Cart item. So just say return. Just say price. Let me just say price. Just simply just say cart item dot products dot price times cart item dot quantity. Right now, return the price. Return price. So then I'm gonna up here and I'll say total should be equal to serializers dot serializer method field. So yes, we've got this already. So what's the next step? Next step is, so right now we've got our views ready. Sorry, we've got our serializers ready. The next step is for us to go work on our views again. So let's work on that next. Okay, so yes, so I've got the code. I have got the code for my view. So I'll paste it just here. Let me just paste it here. So you can see it's a simple view. You can see we are going to pass the query parameters. We are going to pass the cart code from the front end. Instead, we pass the cart code from the front end through our query params, through the query params. So we are going to pass the cart code from the front end, and then we'll get the carts that has that code. Understand? And we're going to get it by, and we're also going to add the speed status to it. Understand? So if you get so we're going to add this speed status you get. So once we've gotten the cards, we are then going to serialize the cards using the card serializer and then we return a response. So right now I have to just import card serializer from our serializer.py file. So then we have to create a route for this view. Let's create a route, understand? So we'll just add a new route. We'll say paths. Then we'll say get cards. Now over here I'll say views dot get cards, and lastly I'll say name should be equal to get cards. Right, so we've got that already. So what's the next step? The next thing for us to go and start is for us to consume this endpoint on the front end. So as usual, we'll go down to our front end code. I know you should know the flow by now. So let's go back over to the front. Let me just close some of these guys. So now front end, you should understand how it works. So we are going to use the use effects. So whenever the page renders, I'm going to say over here, just say use effects. Yep, and then we'll just add our function. Whenever our page renders, we want to send an API get request, right? I'm going to say API suggest it for me. Oh, she didn't suggest it. API dot. So it's meant to suggest this for me. Suggested API. Okay, API dot get. Okay, let's continue. API dot get. So we have to import the API. I'm going to say import API from. So our API folder is inside of the source folder. So we have to leave. So we are going to come out of the cart folder, and then we're going to come out of the components folder, right? And lastly, we are then going to have our API file in the source folder. So that's it. So we've got that now. What's the next step? So remember the endpoint is get cards. and we have to pass the cat code as a query params. From the backend code, we have to pass the cat code as a query param. You can see it here. So this is how we do it. So far, yeah. But you have to so wait, let's get the cat code. Well, you're gonna say const cat underscore code. Then we're gonna simply just say local storage that gets item. That should be get item cat code. Yeah, so you have to pass this as you have to pass this cat code as a query params, right? It's gonna put in the question mark, and then it's called the key is called cat code, and the value is this is the value up here, right? So this cat code you see here is referring to this key. It's referring to the key on the back end, this key called cat code. Hope this is not too small for you guys to see. Referring to this key we called cat code here. So our cat code should be equal to put in the $sign and then cat code. Copy this, paste it here. So now say dot then I'll say console.log response.data. So if there's an error, I'll say dot catch just the error, and then let's say console.log error.message. So let's see if everything worked as planned. So we have to add the dependency array. So this use effect will not run multiple times, just once. So let's see if it works. So our browser. So okay. Let's open the console, inspect. Let's just clear up this stuff. Let's see. We should be on port 8. I'm not making a mistake. Our API, you're meant to be on port 8. So let's check the front end app. Ouch. We should be on port 8001. Yep. So let's run the server. Control C. Run server. Run the server. Server come up. Let's wait for it. Okay, we've got to our products now. So let's go down to the carts page. We are meant to see our cart items. Here's the cart. Click on this button. It threw an error. Okay, that's fine. Because it says request field with status code 500. Let's see what the backend terminal is saying. I think we have a spelling mistake. Go down to the serializers. Cart serializer. It's called get num. Okay, it's meant to be get num of underscore items. That was the problem. So I think it should be fine now. It's the browser. It's the browser now. So we have to, okay, let's render the page. Let's render the cart page again. Click on it. And wow, so right now you can see we've got our cart object. This is the cart object, and you can see in the object you have this field called items. This is our cart. This items is an array of our cart items. You get, so click on it. You can see there. You can see we have our cart items in there. That's perfect. So what do? We are going to then come back here and declare a state. I'm going to declare a state. I'm going to call this state. I'm going to say const cart items. Now say set cart items. So it should be equal to use states. Yeah, so we've got that there. So we've got to use states, right? It's an empty array at first. So what are we going to do? So we have to update the value of cart items. We're going to update it. Control C. And so it should be response.data dot items. So that's what we need to do. And then we are going to pass this cat items as a prop down to the. We're going to pass it down as a. We're going to simply use it here as a cat items dot map, and we'll say item. Right, we have to put this. God, bring in this guy. Then we're passing the key prop. That should be equal to cat item. That should be equal to item rather. Should be equal to item dot id. And then we have to pass in this item as a prop itself. Yeah, so we've got that. So right now, once this is done, if you go down to the page now, you can see we have the items now on the page. You can see now before it was only a single div that was here. Right now we have 6 of them. So we are making progress. So what's the next step? The next phase. So we go down to the cut item components and we have to go and receive this item prop. So we are here. Let's see. Item. Once this is done, over here now, I'm going to put in the item name. Say item.product.name, item.products.name, and then the price. Item.price, and then the image up here. Remember, we're going to use the base URL. I'll say base URL, and then I'll say item.products dot image. It's the browser. Perfect. I can see, oh, the price is not showing. Okay. Price item dot products dot price, item dot products dot price. Okay, like I say, it's perfect, right? So we are not done. We want to also work on this, on the price, on this subtotal, the tax and the total, right? So you check closely from what we returned there, from the objects, from what we returned, we also have the total, the cat total. You can see we have this field called sum total, right? We have this field called sum total. So you have to get this. Let's get this 920. So back to our cards page. I'm going to declare a new state again. I'll call it const. I'm going to say cat total. Let me just say cat total. Okay, let's just say cat total. And then we'll say set cat total. By default, it should be, let's say 0. And over here, we're going to just come over here and say set cat total. Set cat total to response.data dot sum underscore total. So you have to pass this cat total as a prop. This cat total as a prop down to the cat summary. So go into the cat summary and receive it. Okay, so right now I've already passed our cat total as a prop down to the cat summary. So now let me just say the value should be 0.0. I want it to be into decimal places. And as for the right now, we're also going to add a task. Let's say const task. Task should be equal to 4.00. So we've got this too. So I'll add task as a prop down to the cat summary task. Yep. So should be. So right now we have to receive both the tax and the cat total. we have to receive these two we have to receive them into the cart summary component you get. So say I think it's called cart total. Am I correct? Cart total, yes. And task. So once we're what's the next step? The next step is this. I'm gonna say const subtotal. Let me just use a new variable. Const subtotal should be equal to cart total. So that's it now. So I want it to be into decimal places, and I'm gonna say dot to fixed. To fixed. Now say two. For the task now, I'll just say const task should be equal to, sorry, I'm going to call it, let me just say cat task should be equal to tax dot to fixed two decimal places. And lastly, the total, I want to say const total should be equal to, now just say subtotal plus cat tax, and I want them to be in two decimal places too. Dot to fixed. Let's be sure this is not going to cause any problem. Let's see the page. Our page is blank. Why? Expect. Why is it blank? Can we move this to decimal places? Okay, now let's put in the values in the right places. And for the subtotal will be for the subtotal for this part. We're going to use our template literals. Then we have our cat tags. That should come over here. It's called cat tags. And let's see how it looks like. Okay, it's making sense. So let's add the total. Okay, total. Let's do the same thing. I'll say total. So we've got this already. Ouch, I don't like this. No. It's meant to be in two decimal places, but what you're having. Oh, what am how are we gonna fix this? Can I just say dot to fixed two? Try again. But no, try an error. Okay, so since we are having some issues with this, since we are having some problems with this addition, I think we should just add up the car total and the car tax directly. Understand? So let's do that. So over here, just say car total. Let me just copy both of them. Let's add them up directly. I hope this works. And yes, it works. Okay, so now we've been able to fetch our product, and then you can see we have the price on the right, we have the items on the left. So what's the next thing? Next thing is for us to work on updating this item. So work on that next. Before we do that, let's assume you have an empty cart. You're meant to just see. You're meant to just see an alert that you're meant to just see a message that tells you that your cart is empty, right? So let's work on that quickly. So I go down to Bootstrap. I'm going to say get Bootstrap. So I want to get a component from Bootstrap. Get Bootstrap. Come on. So we're on Bootstrap now. Scroll down to on the left side. Click on alerts. So pick this blue alerts. Let's just get it. Okay. Back to our cart page. Back to the cart page now. So what's the next step? So right now we're going to say if cart items if cart items at length is less than 1, we'll simply return this. Let me just say class name. Now over here, let me just say let us say you haven't added any items to your cart. You haven't added any item to your carts. Simple. The browser. Okay, so we've got this now. So how do we prove this? So to the browser now, just inspect, go down to your storage. Let's just delete that cart code. We're going to delete this guy. Delete cart code. So right now we don't have a cart anymore. Refresh the page. Okay, now go down to the cart page. You can see now you haven't added any item to your carts. Let's add some margin to it. I'll just say my and I'll say 5. Okay, it's better. So your cart is empty. So if you add some items to cart now, add to carts. When I go back there, you can see we've got something. Perfect. So what's the next step? Next step is for us to update this cart item. You click on so let's work on updating the cart item. Okay, guys. Right now, let's work on updating the cart item. So back to our backend. Let's work on the backend code. Okay, just here. So over to the views.py file. So I'll add this view for updating the backend. So I'm going to explain what's going on. I'm going to explain. So first of all, we are going to be getting the item ID. We are going to be getting the cart item ID and the quantity from the front end. Understand? We're getting it from the front end. And over here, I had to convert the quantity to an integer because by default it comes as a string. I had to convert it to an integer. Understand? So once that has been done, we have to get our cart item based on the cart ID that was provided. So based on the cart item ID that was gotten from the front end, we have to get our cart item based on the cart item ID that was provided from the front end. And then the quantity also came from the front end. Understand? So you get so after that we have to update the cart item quantity based on based on what we are getting from the front end. You get so and then we have to save and then serialize the cart item. And after serializing it, you have to return a response and this message that says cart item updated successfully. And if there's any problem at all, we are going to catch that problem in the except block instance. So that's it. And once this is done, we're going to create our URL for this view, and the view is called update quantity. So over here, just add a new parts, say parts. Update quantity, say views dot update quantity, and the name should be equal to update quantity, right? So because this is a patch request, we have to add an extra / for post request, delete request, put or patch. We are all going to be using. We have to add this extra / in front. It's important. But as for the get request, it's not necessary. Again, so it is a patch request. So the patch request simply means that you are trying to update a particular field of that model. That what the patch request does. So right now we are trying to update just the quantity field of our cart item model. You get so this is done. So the next step is for us to go down to our front end and start consuming this endpoint. But before we do that, back to the front end. Yeah, so on this cart item, this quantity, this value is here, it is a static value. So let's make it dynamic. You get so on the cart item now, so we are going to declare a state. Now say const. Let me just declare a state. I'll say const quantity. And I'll say set quantity. So by default, it's going to be equal to, let me just say use states. It's going to be equal to item dot quantity. So yeah, so every item has a quantity, right? Every cart item. So this item here dot quantity. So I'm going to copy this quantity on these vectors. So right now I'm going to say value should be equal to quantity. And whenever we try to, right now we cannot increase this value. We can't. So we have to make that possible. And we're going to say set quantity. So whenever we tr- whenever there's a change method, whenever there's a change event on this field, wants to be able to wants to be able to increase this quantity or decrease the quantity. So I'll just say on change. So we are listening for an on-change event. Then I'll just say putting the event there. I'll say set quantity to e dot target dot value. I think this should work now. So perfect works, right? So right now, I don't want us to be able to go down below one. You understand? Right now, you can see we can go down, so we can keep decreasing. No, the list should be one. So far, I'll just add a minimum value, and I'll say minimum should be equal to one. Refresh the page. Right now, you can't go below one, so that's perfect. So what's the next step? Next step is I'm going to add the button, the update button for this page. Let's add the update button quickly. So now let's add the update button. Okay, we just copy this button, copy it. Then we're going to remove this danger value, remove it there. Yep. So what's the next step? Let's add. Let me add some margin. And back here, we have to add. I'm going to add a style. Let me just call this updates. So let's add this custom style. Yep. So the background color is a purple background, and the color is white. So that's it. It's the browser. Yep. So we've got this now. So it's working. So it's looking good. So the next step is for us to run is for us to send a patch request to update our cart item. So let's do that right away. Okay. So back to the code on top here. I'm going to declare a function. I'm going to say function should be. Let me say function. Okay, before you declare a function, I'm going to let's declare. Remember, we are meant to send an object to the backend. Let me show you what the object looks like. We are meant to send we are meant to send an object that comprises of the item ID and quantity to the back from the front end to the back end. So I need to declare that object right away. I'm going to say const item. Let's say const item data should be equal to an object, and then I'll say quantity, right? And then let me say quantity, and then I'm going to say item.id, item underscore id should be item.id. So I could also come over here and say quantity should be quantity. So this works, right? This is the key. So the first value, quantity and item ID, is what the backend is expecting you to call the keys, item ID and quantity. You understand? So that's what we've done here. So right now, let's declare the function. I'm going to say function. I'll say update cart item. Right now, I'm going to say API suggest for me dot patch. Remember, I think it's called it's called update quantity. That's the move. That's why that's the endpoint update quantity. There's it here. Update quantity, we are correct. And then you have to pass in this item data. Over here, we just say dot then. we just simply console.log response.data, and let's also console out the error. I'm going to say console.log, sorry, I'm going to say dot catch. And I'll say console.log error dot message. Right, so we've got this already. So that's it. So what's the next step? So the next step now, we're going to add. Whenever we click on this update button, we want to call the function. So I'll add an onClick event just here. Let me just break that stuff. Right now, just add an onClick. I'm going to say onClick should be equal to updates cut item. So that's it. So guys, right now let's see if what we've done so far is working. Let's see if the code we've written so far is working. So let's inspect the page. So for any error message, you can see the error message. So open the console. And now let's update. Let me clear up this place, refresh. Apps, let's try it now. So click on the update button. Let's increase this value. Click on the update button. Boom, it works, man. And it says cart item updated successfully. And if you open the object, you can see now the quantity of this cart item is now 2. Right? So if you open this data, you can see the product is called, the product's name is Human Psychology. That's what we have here. You understand now? And the quantity has been increased to 2. And the price is now, the total is now 200. That's because 100 times 2. It's working, right? So what's the next phase? Next thing is for us to update these prices on the left. So let's understand, let's be able to update it, right? So if I understand, so it's showing it's meant to be 204, 200 plus tax plus total. That should be $204, but currently it's still static. So that's the next challenge. So let's go and fix it. So yeah, so over here, remember we have from this page, we have this set cart total. We are going to pass it down as a prop down to the cart item. Okay, I think we are around here. The cart item, where's it? Okay, it's here. We'll paste it here, and then it's carts. Okay, the cart total, right? We have to receive this as a prop on the cart item. Yeah, in the cart item components. We'll paste it and say, yeah, so we've got the set card total. So how do we, so right now what I want to do is I want to be able to want to update the value of this card total whenever we update the cart item quantity. I hope you understand what's going on here. I also really hope you understand. So if you don't understand, just take your time and go through it multiple times. So yeah, once I'm here, I also need to pass cart item as a prop down to the carts. I also need to pass this cart items as a prop down to the cart item component. So because we're having many props passed here, so now we have the cart items. It's now passed over. So down to the carts item over to the cart item components. So pass it here too. So over here, I'm gonna say set cart total, and I'll say carts items dot map. So I'm looking through the cart items. I'm going to say item. This is for the individual cart so I'm looping through it using the map method, and I'm going to say let me put this item instead of a parenthesis so don't be confused. Right now, now say let me call this cart item, not just item. So I'll say if cart item dot id is equal to item dot id, this item you have up here, So if they are the same thing, I want to replace that current cart item with the response we got. We're going to say response dot data. Else, if it's not, if the ID are not the same thing, so just leave the cart item the way it is. So once we've done this now, we are not done. It says cut. Okay, I spelled cut items. Okay, I spelled it wrongly. So we are not done. So once we've done this now, right now, next thing I want to do now is for us, we want to simply, right now, we're going to simply sum up the total. Tell you that if you remember from the back end, each cut item has this total value. Understand? So this total value we added. Where is it for the cut item? This total value. This total field is simply the multiplication of the cart item quantity and the cart item price. What I showed you from the browser's console. I think I showed you guys here. So we want to sum up that total. It's not okay. I think it's here. I think it's has disappeared. Instead, so it gets so I want to sum it up. That's what we want to work on right now. So whenever we update this guy, I want to sum this guy up without having to reload the page. So that's what you're trying to do. I'm gonna say dot reduce. I'm gonna just hit enter up it, yeah, dot reduce. I'm gonna say this is the reduce function in JavaScript arrays, the reduce method in JavaScript arrays. I'm going to say dot reduce and I'll say the current, I'm going to say the accumulator and the current value. I really hope you understand. I really hope you understand what I'm doing here. Then I'm going to then say accumulator plus current value dot total. And we're going to be starting from 0. So, okay, I think this should be able to increase the cart total. Understand? It should be able to update the cart total on the right instead without having to refresh the page. So I'm going to explain what's going on here again. So what are we doing? So we got to our cart items. Now remember, our cart items is an array of items, an array. So then we are mapping through it. For example, we are like looping. We are mapping through the cart item. Then what are we doing now? So if the cart item ID matches, if any of the cart item in the array matches with the current cart item we are currently on, if it matches, that means that cart item is one that was updated. You understand? And then we are going to return the updated cart item objects. We are going to replace the current cart item with the newly updated cart item objects if their ID matches. But if their ID does not match, the cart item remains the way it has. It remains the same. It remains the way it is. You understand? So that's what we are doing here. So once that has been done, then we have to then get the total of each cart item. The total is simply when you multiply the cart item quantity by the price. We then get the total and then sum them up. We sum it up. That's how we are doing over here. We sum it up. You start starting from 0. You get, so that's what we did there. So with this now, we should be able to whenever we update the cart item quantity, it should also reflect in the cart total price, in this total price we have here. Understand? So let's try again. So updates. Oh, we got an error. Let's inspect. Okay, sorry, I think I've seen my mistake. This is meant to be inside. It's not meant to be outside. It's meant to be inside the set cart total. It's meant to be inside. It's meant to be inside. Yeah, so sorry it's so long. So it's meant to be inside of this set card total, not outside of it. So that was the mistake I made. So now let's try it again. So if we increase this, let's go again. Let's increase it by 4. So watch it. There should be a change here. Updates. You can see it's working. If we decrease its updates, it's working. You don't have to refresh the page before the price here gets updated. So I'm going to go through this again. So for the set card total, these are card total setter function that helps us to update the card total function. Sorry, that helps us to update the card total value. what we have here on the right. So how do we get the updated value without having to reload the page? That's why we had to map through the cart items. So whichever cart item that has the same ID as the cart item we updated, if any of the cart item has the same ID as the cart item we just updated, once we replace that current cart item with the updated cart item, that's what we did here. But if your ID does not match, we are going to simply leave the cart item the way it is. That's what we did on this other side, and then we have to then sum up the total of each cart item to get the cart total. That's what we are doing. It's as simple as that. So we're going to do the same thing for the cart item for this part. For a number of items in the cart, we're going to do the same thing. So we'll be working on that next. Okay, so now let's work on the number of items in our cart. So whenever we update the quantity, we want to also update this number of items in the cart without having to refresh the page. So it's simple. So remember, we declare the states in the app components. In the app component, this is the state here. It's called number of cart items. That's the number of items we have in our cart. In our carts, you get. So I'll have to pass this setter function as a prop down to the carts page. You get. So yeah, to the cart page. Pass as a prop over to the cart page. We are going to receive it in the cart page get. So in our cart page, so just above here in the cart page, we have to receive it, and after it has been received there, we have to pass it as a prop again to the cart item component. So our cart item component is growing fast and fast. So now let's just pass it over here. And yes, we've got it over here. So we're going to go over to the cart item component and then receive this prop. Stand. So do it there. So we are going to do the same thing as we did with the cart total. Let me show you, but it to be slightly different. So if we're going to say cart items dot map, mapping through our cart items, right? And then once we're done, we're going to say cart. We're going to say and then we're going to get the individual cart item. We're going to say cart item. Then we'll say if cart item dot ID, if any of the cart item in the carts has the same ID as the current item we just updated. If they have the same ID, I want to simply update that cart item with the newly updated cart item. I'm going to say response.data.data. This response.data.data. Let me explain what it means to you. This response.data, go down to your console, to the browser. Let me just comment this guy out so I'll explain what this guy is. The browser. So open the console, inspect. So now console. So right now let's update this cart item one more time. Click on it. It's been updated, right? So you can see this object as itself. This object, let me just bring this more over here. Oh, what's happening? I think my PC is hanging. Okay, over here, you can see we have this object here. This is the response or data itself. This is the response or data. This instance. So this part, response or data. So right now we want to get just the cart's item objects. So that's ready. That's where we have to that's where the data inside. That's why you can see I'm saying response or data. So right now to get the actual cart item object, we have to come inside of this response or data and then access and then access this data. Hope you get this one that is here. This is the cart item object. So that's what I've been trying to say since. So now, okay, let me uncomment this. So now, okay, we say if the cart item has the same ID as the current item, so we are going to replace that cart item with a newly updated cart item. Else, we simply return we're going to simply return we're going to simply return the normal cart item that has been there. And once that is done, as usual, we're going to just come over here and we'll say dots. Want to then add up the quantity of each cart item. I want to add it up. I'm going to say dot reduce. And we'll say the accumulate. Then we're going to put in the accumulator and the current value. And this time I'm going to say accumulator plus current value dot quantity. Yep, then we're going to start from 0. So that's it. So that's it now. So I hope it works. The browser. So if I increase this, just watch. Let's watch out for this for the cart item updates. You can see it worked. You can see it's working, and this one is also working. Understand? So I'm going to add more items to the carts. Let's add more items. Add to carts. Let's add one more. Add to cart. Over to your cart item. Over to your cart page. Now let's increase the quantity. Updates. You can see it's updating without having to refresh the page. And even if you refresh the page, the value will still remain the same. Refresh the page. We add 12. Okay, let's update again. Updates 14. Refresh. Oh, they are 14 now. Okay, perfect. Now, so it's working fine. We're able to update the price and the cart item. We're able to update the cart item quantity. And as we update the quantity, the price also gets updated, and the number of items in our carts also gets updated. Understand? So that's fine. So one more thing now, I want to add. So right now, I want to add a loading feature. Whenever you click on the update button, while the cart item is getting updated, we want to add a loading sign that tells you that it is updating. So some people might want to just go and start clicking on it multiple times. That's wrong. So whenever it is updating, there's going to be a loading. We are going to disable the button, so you don't go and start adding to carts multiple times without having to give some break. So let me just show what I'm talking about. Over to my cart item component, I will declare a new state. And I'll say const. I'll say loading. I'll say set loading. I'll say should be equal to use states. By default should be false. Should be false by default. Okay, and then once this is done, I'm gonna whenever the function gets called, I'll update loading to true. And if we get to our value, if our API call is successful, I'm gonna simply update loading back to false, right? So it should be false. And if there's an error, we're gonna simply update loading to false. And that's my update button. And yeah, I'll just say disabled should be equal to loading. Right, and down here and over to the text of and over to the and for as for the buttons text, I will just simply just say, okay, I'll just say if loading, I want the text to be saying updating, if updating, and if it is done loading, I want to just simply return updates. It's as simple as that, right? So let's see. So let's increase this. You can see it's very fast because we are still on our local environment. So update, you can see it's very fast. So if you're on a live server, it's gonna be a bit slow. So that's done. So right now, I want to also add I want to add a toast message that says cart item updated successfully. Instead that toast I showed you in the live app. So I want to add it here also. So let's go and add it next. Okay, so right now let's add it. Let's add the Toastify button. That Toastify. Understand that's pop up. Let's add it. So go down to the browser and search for React Toastify. React Toastify. Search for it. So I think the first link. Click on the first link. Yeah, we are on it here. You can see we have several of it. So just follow me. So first thing first, let's install the package. It's called, I'm going to say npm install. So just copy the first command, the npm install. down to your React projects. Where's my so yeah, I'll paste it here and hit enter to have it installed. So once that is done, the next step, okay, so we have to import, copy this important, copy it. So we have to import those container from React Toastify. So we're going to paste this in our main layouts where we have our navbar, the main layouts component you get. So that should be in the layouts folder, main layout.gxs. So paste it here. Yeah, so right now we only need a toast container. Yes, so once we've got that there, the next thing we have to do is this. Okay, all that is done. So we have to just copy this toast container. We are going to simply place it. Where are we? Yeah, we just place it under navbar. Yeah, that should be there. I think we have to also import this CSS, this React Toastify slash dist slash React Toastify.css. You have to import it. It's very necessary. And yep, you have to paste it you have to paste it in these main layouts instead. So okay, we've got that there. Once it's there, the next thing is for us to use these toasts. This toast, right? So whenever we update our cart item successfully, we want to return a toast message. So that should be here. So I'll come over here and just say toasts. Right, it should suggest it for me. Yeah, hit enter. I'm gonna say toasts of success. Then I'll say cart item updated successfully. You get, so that's it, right? So now let's try update it one more time. So let's refresh the page. Let's be sure everything is fine. So let's increase this updates. You can see it says cart item updated successfully. You get, so increase this updates. You can see it's working. One more thing, over to on the carts page, whenever we successfully add an item to carts, we want to also display that Toastify message. So go down to your carts page, to the carts page now. Yeah, so think around here. Where are you? I'm looking for the function that helps me add item to carts. Sorry, it's on the products page, not the carts page, the products page. So here it says. So if you add an item to cart right away, so right now we just say toasts dot success toasts, right? Suggested, please, yeah. Dot success. They're gonna simply just say item added to carts. We just say product rather, not item. Let's say products added to carts. So right now let's add a new product. Let's add a new item to our carts. Okay, we already have these items in the carts. Let's see the one we don't have yet. Okay, add to carts. You can see says product added to carts. So we're making progress. So right now, the next thing we want to do, we want to work on this delete button. On this delete button we have here, this remove, whereby we can remove a particular cart, whereby we can delete a specific cart item you get. So let's work on it next. Okay, so right now let's work on this remove button you get. So first thing first, go down to your back. We are going to go down to the backend code. I'm going to add this new view. So this view is a simple one. So we are expecting the item ID from the front end. And once we get the item ID, we are going to get a cart item that has this ID. And once we get that cart item, we are going to delete the cart item. It's as simple as that. Simple. So right now, let's import this status. Let's come up and say from REST framework, from REST underscore framework, import status. So we've got this import status, right? So let's add the URL for the view. The view is called what? What's the name of the view again? Delete cart item. Let me just copy it. Ctrl C. I will say parts, and then we'll say views dot delete cart item, and the name should be equal to cart item. So we've got this already. So next thing, over to our front end. So the front end code. Okay, where are you, front end? Okay, we are here, and it should be on the cart item components. On the cart item components. Okay. Yep. So we're going to add a new function. I'm going to just say function. Now say delete cart item. Delete cart item. So then I'm gonna then say, okay, I'll say const confirm. So I want to have a confirmation, but a confirmation pop-up. Instead, I'm gonna say const confirm. Let me just say confirm deletes. I'm gonna say window dot confirm. I'll say, are you sure you want to delete this cart item? So let's see if this is working. Let's be sure. Let's call this function, copy it, go down to it. We are going to go down to our delete button and add an on click event. Let's be sure if let's see, it's the page now, click on it. Perfect. We've got this right. So let's continue. So we're gonna say if confirm deletes, if confirm deletes, say if it is true, want to send an API, want to send a delete request, want to send a delete request to the backend, and the URL is called delete cart item. Cart item, I guess. So remember, we have to pass an object. We have to pass an object containing that has this item ID as a key and the actual cart item ID. So I'll show what I'm talking about. So over here, I could just come over here and say const item ID. I'll just say item underscore ID should be equal to item dot ID. So I'll pass this item ID as a object, yeah. And then I'll just okay for the then. So now we're gonna listen for the success message. I'm gonna say console.log what was it called? Response of data. And for the error message, we're gonna say .catch. I say console.log error.message. Okay, let's see if this is working to the browser. Console. Let's open our console. So let me clear this guy, refresh the page. Let's be sure if it is working. So click on the remove button, click on OK. We try an error, request failed with status 500. I think let's see what the problem is. Okay, so I think something is wrong with our with the delete method. So we are going to use the post method instead. So back to our code now. So let's change this to posts. And back to our front end. Let's use the post method. API.post. So with this, everything should be fine. So now to the browser. Okay, I think everything should be working fine. Let's see the backend code once more. Return response. That's okay. Return response. Let's return the response here. I'll just say message. I'll say item deleted successfully. Item deleted successfully. Yep, so we've got this. It's the browser. Refresh. Let's inspect. So remove. Okay. So the error message is no longer there. But we're meant to, let me see, what am I console? Console.log error.message. Okay. Okay. I think it's working now. There is no longer. Well, I would have loved to have. I would have loved to return something. Let's check out our network tab. Let's give more space here. Yeah, click on this. You can see now it returned this 204 no content. That means it was successful, right? From the header, it says 204 no content, and that's what the status says. Yeah, 204 no content. I mean, it worked, right? So we need to update the front end accordingly. Because if you go down to that page and if you refresh this page right away, you see the item will disappear. I only have two cart items, right? We only have two different product at our cart items. So what's the next phase now? So we need to update the front end accordingly. You understand? We need to update the front end. Okay, first thing first. Back to our cart item. So remember we have to pass. Let me just make this guy smaller. We have to pass our set cart items. Let's pass this as a prop. Over to the cart item components. Okay, let's do that. Paste it here. Okay, we've got that. So to the cart item components, let's paste it here. So whenever we delete an item, want to like what's it called? Want to make the cart item disappear from this page without having to refresh the page. So here's how we go about it. So remember, I'm going to say set cart items, and I'll say cart items dot filter. I'll say cart item, and then I'll say cart item dot id dot cart item dot id not equal to item dot id. So I'll say if cart item dot id is not equal to item dot id, wait, cart item dot filter cart item dot id not, yeah, this is what we need to do. Right, this is what we need to do. So this will simply filter out the cart items whose ID was not whose ID does not match it. Whose oh god, sorry. Let me say it again. So this is going to simply filter out the cart items whose ID did not match the current cart item we clicked upon. Understand? So how is going to happen? So it's going to simply filter those ones out and leave out the one whose ID matched the current cart item ID. You get, so that was his trying. I really hope you understand what was going on here. We're trying to figure out the cart items, whose ID and it's not the same as the cart item we clicked on. If I click on OK, you can see it's gone. It has disappeared, right? So I do this and click on OK, it's gone. If you refresh the page, you only have the strawberry parfaits on the page. I really hope you understand. Okay, so that is working. That is fine. And so one more thing, we are going to simply we are going to do the same thing we did for the cart total. We'll copy this code, and for the cart items, we'll copy it. copy this code and we'll paste it here. Paste it here. You get, so let's see. So this code will simply help us update the price of our carts and also the number of items in the carts. So let's add more items to carts. Add to carts. Add to carts. Down to the carts page. So now, if we remove this, if we remove any of the item, you watch now, remove. Remove. Oh, the page, for example, the price is not the price, the price on the right is not getting updated, as well as this number of cart items. So what are we doing wrong? Okay, so for this to work, I made a mistake. We are meant to for delete scene, we're meant to filter. Instead, we're meant to filter. I was still doing some mapping here. Okay, so what to do is simple. I'll just simply copy this, Control C, and then replace this guy with it. Yeah, so this is what I needed to do. I think there's a mistake somewhere. Control Z. Okay, I need to just copy. Yeah, Control C. And once that has been copied, I think I'm making a mistake. There's a mix up. Like, let me just say cut items dot filter. I meant to filter and not map. For deleting, it's meant to be filter and not map. That was my mistake. Now I'll say cut item dot ID not equal to item dot ID. Now I'll remove the other guys, just delete them. Right, so and we have our reduce method that simply helps us to sum up the total of each cart item. Let's see if this works this time. The browser. Let's add an item to carts. So remove. Okay, perfect. You can see it's updated. This guy got updated. The price on the right got updated. Right, so let's try one more time and add more. Add to cards. Add to cards. Add to cards. Down to your cards page. So let's remove these guys. As removing the item, the price on the right keeps getting updated, right? So remove. You understand? It keeps getting updated, and right now we only have the strawberry parfaits, and this is the price. 6 times 80 is 480 plus 4 plus the $4 tax, that's 484. So it's working. So what next? Let's work on this cart item quantity, right? On the cart item quantity. So we have the same thing. We're gonna say cart items as filter. So for deleting, you're meant to use filter, but for updating, use map. Right. So we're gonna say cart item.id not equal to item.id. Right. So this is what we need to do. And then we're going to use the reduce method to add up the quantity of each cart item you get. So okay, I'm going to add more cart items. Let's add more. Add. Right. So just watch now. As with deletes, this is meant to be 15. I wonder why. Let's see. This is meant to be 9, but it's 15. Why? We'll fix this inconsistency later. So right now, if I remove this guy, because right now we have 8 here. If I remove this, we should have. If I remove this 6, we should have 2 here. I hope so. Perfect. You can see we have 2 up there, and it's working fine now, right? So everything is code. So right now, let's add our Toastify. So I'll come over here and just say toast.success, toast.success. I'll say cart item deleted successfully. Right, so let's delete this guy, remove. Okay, perfect. So I think we are done with the cards page. I want to add a loader on this page. Instead, so a loader on this cards page. I want to add a spinner. You get, so how do we go about that? So let's go. Let's do it now. So over to the cards page. I'm going to declare a new state, and I'll call this state loading. I'll say const loading. I'll say set loading. So by default, it's going to be false. Right, so I think I'm correct. By default to be false. So let's say if when we get our cart items, we are gonna set it. So by default it should be false. Yes. When we get our cart items, we'll set it to true. Sorry, it will still be false. And it's going to be true when the function first runs. When the function starts, we are going to set loading to true. And if there's an error, we are going to set loading back to false. Yeah, so this is what we need to do. To the browser, let's go and get our spinner. React spinners. So let's open the second link, davidu.io. So click on this link, this GitHub link on the top right. So we are here. Okay, so we have the spinner here. So let's install the React spinner package down to your front end. Where are you? Come on. Okay, let's install it here. It's enter. So we've got our spinner. This is a spinner. Let's copy this guy. Copy. So create a new component for the spinner. Go down to the UI folder. So new file. I'll call this spinner.jxx. And yeah, just paste. Okay, we just paste in this code. If we have to import the clip loader. Yeah, copy it. I'm sorry, before we do that, let's create our code. Say RAFCE, yeah, it's enter. And then we'll paste in that. Okay, let's import the clip loader. After importing it, we have to copy the element itself. Paste it here. Okay, we're gonna remove the color. Okay, what else? Let's add, that's the CSS class. Let's copy this. And over here, where should it be? I think it's, okay, it's outside the components. So remove this, remove that CSS. Yeah, this is how it should be. That's, if you understand, the way it was for TypeScript. Currently we are on JavaScript, so it's meant to be like this. As for loading, we are going to receive loading as a prop from the cart page. So we're going to get this as a prop. So, and as for the size of us, I want the purple, a border of purple, a purple color. And as for the size, I want, let's say 450. Yeah, so we've got this now. So I think it's fine. So back to the cards page. So if loading is true, if it is true, we want to return the spinner. So just say return spinner. Oh, is it suggested for me? Okay, let's just close that. And we're going to add loading as a prop, remember? So let's import spinner, and we can get spinner from, I'm going to say import spinner. So right now we have to leave, I'm going to say from, we have to leave the cards, we have to leave the cards folder and then the components folder. Am I correct? Okay. After the cards folder, we have to go into the UI folder and then we'll find spinner. So, okay, that's where we'll find spinner. So I think that's all we need to do. If the loading is true, we are going to return spinner. It's as simple as that. So if our cart item if it is empty, if the cart item array is empty, we are going to return that bootstrap alert. That bootstrap alert. Understand? So if you have some cart items, we are going to return the main cart page you get. Is that what it should be? So now let's go back to the home page and back to the cards page. You can see we have that spinner there. Isn't it beautiful? Right. So go back to the home page. Go back. So now if you go to the cards page, we have the spinner and then we then have our cart items. You know, previously we were seeing that bootstrap alert message. And then before we now see the cart item, but right now I think it's better. Let's add some items to carts. Okay. Add to carts. Let's add some more items. Add to carts. Add to carts. So now back to your carts page. Click on the cart icon. Click on the cart icon. Nice. So it's working fine. So okay. So right now let's build up the checkout page again. So we have the checkout page over here. It lists out all our cart items, total of the total. Understand? And we have the payment options. You can pick whichever payment option you want to use. Understand? So right. Let's work on this page right away. Okay. Back to our code. Back to the front end code. I'm going to create a new folder. Okay. So create a new folder in the components folder and we'll call this folder checkout. Say checkout, right? So in this folder, we're going to have some files. So the first file I want to have is the order item. I'm going to say new file, order item.jxx. Okay, so we have got this file. As usual, we have to create the component using the React snippet, RAFCE. Yep, enter. Okay, so I'll get the codes for this. Let me get the codes for this component. Okay, so right now I've got the code and I'll paste it here. Paste. Yep. So here's our order item. Okay. So the next, so after this now, once you create another component called the order summary. This is the component instance. So these are the order item, each of these horizontal divs. So this is the order summary, this big rectangle. So let's create this. Let's create a component. It's called order summary. So that should be in the checkout folder. So say a new folder, new file. I'll say order summary, right? .jxx. Hit enter. So we've got that created. So as usual, let's say RAFCE. And now pasting the code for the order summary. Yep, so we've got this. Oh, sorry, let me move some of this stuff we don't need here. So we've got our order summary. Yeah. So what's the next thing? So in this order summary, we'll be having our order item here. Let me make this big enough. Yeah, we'll be having our order item here. Order item. We'll say import order item from. That should be from the current folder. Yeah, from the current folder. I'll say order item. Okay, I spelled from wrongly. You can see we also have our styles. So we have to create a file. We have to create a CSS module file for this component. I'll do that, and we'll do that in the checkout folder. I'll say new file, and I'll say order summary dot module dot css. So we've got that. So I've got the code for the what's it called? I've got the code for our CSS file. And back to my order summary, I'm going to say import import styles from the current folder and say order summary dot module dot css. So you can see we can see now we are using the styles over here. So we've got the order summary, and what's the next thing? We have to create the pay section. This part on the right. Let's create this component on the right. This pay buttons. Okay, back here I'll create a new file, and we'll call this file payment section .jxx. So we've got that RAFCE. Okay, so I've got the code for the payment section. I've got it, and I'll paste the code here. And if you check closely, this code has some CSS styles. It has some CSS styles from the module.css. And we'll create that file. So that's the file should be created in the checkout folder. We'll say payment section dot module dot css, right? So we've created the file, so I'm gonna get the codes for this file. So here's the code, and I'll paste it here. So we've got the CSS codes for the payments component, and as usual, we have to import it. I'm gonna say import styles from the current folder, and we'll say payments section dot module dot css. So that's done. So that's perfect. So let's right now it's time for us to create the checkout page, right? So create a new file here. I will call it checkouts page dot jxx. It's enter. So we've got that. And right now, as usual, I'm gonna say RAFCE to create our components. Suggested, yeah. So I'll paste in the code. I'll paste in the code for the checkout page. And we've got this, and if we check closely, we have the order summary and the pay section in this checkout page, right? So we have to import these two on top. I'm gonna say, let's try our trick. Let's remove some text from this and try adding it manually, slowly. It didn't get it. We didn't get it. Okay, up here, say import order summary. Order summary from the current folder, and that should be order summary. The same thing for our pay section. Okay, it is called payment section and not pay. Currently we called our payment section. Yeah, I'll say import payment section from the current folder, and that's payment section. So boom, we've got our checkout page set. So what's the next step? If you go down to the browser, here's our local environment. So I'm trying to run server. Please don't stop. Okay, yeah, we are here now. So if you access if you go down to your cart page, this is our cart page, right? So let's try going down. Let's try going to the checkout page. Let's try proceeding to the checkout page. Let's do that. So click on this button. You can see right now that it says that page is not found in this time. So that's because we've not added a route for our checkout page. You get, so how do we go? Let's go back to our app components. I'm gonna add a new route. Just lose this. I'm gonna add a new route. So I'm gonna say routes. I'm gonna say paths should be equal to checkouts, right? And the element should be equal to checkout page. And then let's close this. I'm gonna say import checkout page. Imports checkout page. Okay, already have the suggestion. Just click on this, and yeah, so that's it now. So we have our checkout page. We have the route for our checkout page done. So what's the next step? So we go down to our cart page. That's where we have the button. This button. Sorry. Okay, you can see now it's showing us something. So we go down to this cart summary page, this cart summary components. Cart summary. Go down to the cart folder, cart summary. And you can see we have this button that says proceed to checkout. Here's the button. And if you check closely, the button has a link. It has a link tag. You can see the link tag is pointing down to checkout. You get, and from our route, the route is called checkouts from here. You can see it. You get, so right now if you click on this button and click on it. So right now we are on the checkout page. You get, so what's the next step? The next thing is for us to list out what we have on the cards page, the same items we have here on the checkout page, but this time you can't update it. If you're on the checkout page, you can't update the cart item quantity. You can't delete it instead. You can only do that on the cart page. So we are going to be having the same cart items we have on our cart page. We'll be having the same items on the checkout page. So let's work on that next. Okay, guys, right now, so as I said before, we are going to be having the same cart items we have on the cart page. We'll be having those same items on the checkout page again. So I can just go and simply copy the same code from the cart page. I can copy the same code for fetching our cart item from the cart page, and then paste that same code on the checkout page again. But that's not the right way to go about it. That's not the right way to go about it again, because in coding we have a principle called dry, and and it means don't repeat yourself. You get, so we are going to make that code on the checkout page. We are going to make the code reusable. You understand? So on the cart page we have this fetching that helps us fetch our cart items. You get, so like we can simply copy this code and duplicate on the checkout page, but that's not the right way to go about it. So we are going to create a custom hook. Understand? So through this hook, we'll be able to fetch the cart items without having to duplicate the code. You get, so I'll show you how it is being done right away. So create a new folder in the source folder. We are going to call this folder hooks. New folder. I'll say hooks. Yeah, and we are going to create a new file in the folder in the hooks folder. I'm going to call this file use cart data. So this is a custom hook. Use cart data.jx. Yeah, .jx. Yeah, it's enter. So we've got our custom hook now. So back here, I'll just say function use cart data. Right. So and here we are. Yeah. So what we're gonna do? So I'll simply go down to my cart page and I'll copy this logic. I'll copy everything apart from this cart code. We don't need the cart code. You get, so I'll copy all this. Or maybe I might need the cart code. Okay. Okay. So let's copy everything down to the let's copy everything down to the end of the use effect. Just copy it and paste it inside of your paste it inside of this function. You get, so we have to import use states. Let's import use states, and we also have to import use effects. Also use effects. Yeah, so we've got those imported. So we have to also import API. I'll say import API. So just as for me, yep, it's enter. So you got the API imported. Yeah, so there's nothing big here. So we have all these codes here. These codes will still be it will still be needed in the it will still be needed in our, what's it called? It will be needed in the checkout page, just where we have it in the carts page. So we are going to return all these. We are going to return all these cart items. Let's return them. Yeah. So come over here and just say return. We'll say cart items. You also have to return set cart items, right? And return once again. We're going to return the cart total. Yeah, cart total. And what else? Set cart total. We also return set cart total. We have to return loading. Yeah, so Yeah, and let's return tax too. Let's return the tax. So return everything now. So it's saying that's fine. Okay, so I'll just copy this and paste this here. Okay, so now we have our custom hook. It's called use card data. Yeah, so once this is done, I think we are set. We are good to go. So we have to export this hook. So we're gonna say export defaults use card data. Yeah, so we've got this. Yeah, so we've got this now. So back to our cards page. Back to the cards page now. If you check closely, the reason why we returned all this stuff is because we'll be needing this card item, set card item. We'll be needing them in the cards page. Okay, because you can see we are passing these guys as props to other components. You get so right now we have to just remove all this, remove everything to the use effects, remove it. Yeah. So right now I'm gonna say let's say let's just say const we're gonna say then we copy let's copy this line, paste it here, say should be equal to use cat data. So this is what we need to do. You understand? Now you can see with this single line, we are able to fetch our items from the backend. Understand? And the code is in this is in this custom hook. It gets so so you can see it's there. Everything should still work fine. So the browser, go down to the let's navigate. The cart page has disappeared. Let's inspect. It says cart items is undefined. That's our cart page. Cart items. Um, we have cart items up here. Sorry, it's meant to be called use cart data. Put the parentheses. Yeah, this is how it's meant to be. So, because now we are back. So we are using the custom hook, right? So we can still update our quantity, right? So this is still working fine. So we are going to do the same thing on our checkout page, right? So let me close some of these guys that we don't need. Close them. So now on the checkout page, I think my just let's just copy this. Control C, back to our checkout page up here. Paste this guy, paste it there. So we have our card items. Let's import use card data. Say import use cards data. So that's it. So you have to pass this card items as a prop down to our order summary. Understand? So order summary, right? So over to order summary. So now we have to receive that prop. And once we've received this, now we have to simply map through it and then generate our order item. You get so let's say card items dot map, and for each card item we need an order item. You get so just copy this order item components into the parentheses, and then we have to give it a key prop that should be equal to cart item dot id, and they have to pass a prop to because cart item should be equal to cart item. So I think we are good now. So back to our cart page. So proceed. Let's proceed to check our proceed because now we're having all these, but you can see so you have to put in the right information there. So down to the so we are going to open our order item components, and here we are. So we are going to receive the cart item prop. So as usual, let's say cart item dot name dot name. Let's see if everything is fine. We're not getting the name. Oh, she's not showing. Let's see what we have on the live page. We're meant to have the names, but the name is not popping up. Let's see. Okay, go down to our order summary. Cart item, cart item. Sorry, it's cart item dot product dot name. Cart item dot products dot name. Good. So yeah, perfect. I see we have the names now. Now let's add a quantity. So yeah, we just come over here and say we are going to use a template literals, and I'll say quantity. Yep. So over here we just say cart item dot quantity. So we've got that. And what next? I think we need to put the images, right? So that should be in the source folder. And as usual, we have to get our base URL. Say base underscore URL. And just here, I'm gonna say cat item dot products dot image, and let's hope this works. Yeah, so we've got our product images, right? So yeah, so we've got those ready. So let's get the price also. The price. Where's the price located? Where do we have 100? Okay, here's the price. So over here. And I'll say, okay, I'm gonna say cart item dot products dot price. Okay, perfect. Now, and right now let's get it. Let's get the total price. Let's get the total price of this cart item. Okay, so remember what we did before. So back to the order summary. We have to back to the order summary. Or no, back to the checkout page. We have to pass cart total and tax as a prop. Copy cart total. But we have to pass as a prop down to the back down to our order summary. And let's pass tax. Tax should be equal to tax. So we have to receive these two props into our order summary. Yeah, so it's called cart total, and the other is called tax. So right now, just say const. Okay. Remember to get it. If we want to get the total now, I want to get a total. So over here, we just come over here and just say const total should be equal to cart total plus tax. So we'll put this in parentheses. I will say to two decimal places. I'm going to say to fixed. That should be 2. So pass this total down here. Put in the dollar sign. Okay. Yeah, dollar sign. And we'll say total. Ouch, disappeared. Okay, it's there now. Yep, so we've got this now. Okay, let's confirm this. Go down to the carts page back. You can see we have the same price there. And on the checkout page, it's the same price. So now I think we're making progress now. So what's the next step? So so normally on the right way, you are not meant to access this checkout page if you are not logged in. You're not meant to access this page if you're not logged in. So right now, we are going to work on JWT authentication. So you can only access the checkout page if you are logged in. Understand? So your restriction stops on the cart page. So Once you've done all the things you want to do on your cards, so for it to proceed, you must be logged in. So we are going to add some restriction on this page, whereby if you're not logged in, you can't access the checkout page. So let's work on that next. Okay, so right now let's configure JWT. So we are going to start from the back end. And first thing first, go down to your browser and search for simple JWT. So simply search for that. So we've got that here. So click on the first link. So back to the backend code. Let me close this guy. So here's my backend code. So let's configure JWT quickly. So first thing first, click on getting started on the left panel on the sidebar. So you have to install JWT. So copy this command, Ctrl C. Make sure you have your virtual environment activated. So instead, so I'll paste the command here and hit enter. So once that is done, next thing we have to copy this code, this REST framework, copy everything, and then head down to your settings file, to your settings.py file. Where are you, settings.py? Where are you? So I'll scroll to the bottom of my code and paste in that code. So remove these ellipses, those three dots. Make sure you remove them. Remove them. It's important. So yeah, so this is what we got here now. So this is right now. This is simply trying to say that our new authentication, our new auth method is now JWT. Our new way of signing in, of logging in, is now JWT. That was it's trying to say. So we've done that now. So now we have to copy these two lines. Copy these two lines and go down to your project's URLs file. And they will paste in those two lines. Yeah, here's a place. Yeah, so I'll just simply remove that API. Let me just, I'm gonna call it token, and then the other one should be API. Yeah, so it's gonna be like this. So this token now, okay, we're not done. So yeah, let's import token obtain and token refresh. Let's import them. You can see, copy this code on top, and then just up here, paste it. So this is all you need to do for it to implement your JWT authentication. I guess. So we've got our token. This token, the first URL helps us to generate our access and refresh token. That's what the first URL does. So the second URL helps us to get a new access token if the one we have has already expired. This second URL, this token slash refresh, will help us get a new access token. You get. So let's try this thing out for ourselves. So what's it for? So now let's try it out. So okay, that I'm gonna use Postman. I have Postman, an extension on. I'm gonna use my VS Code Postman. So go down to the extension panel and download Postman and install Postman rather. Okay, right now I want to show you how I'm gonna get my access token and refresh token. So click on new HTTP request. Click on the button. New HTTP request is coming up. So over here, I'll just come over here, put in my URL as 127. Remember, we're on port 8001. So port 8001. Oh, now just simply say token. Right. So click on body, and then click on body here. Form data. Right now, it's gonna be our username. My username is let me say is Clint. That's the name of your super user. Instance, you can create any. You can create that's the name of any of the user you have in in your database. So currently, I have Clint as a user in my database, and the password is a simple password, just 1234 1234. So make sure it is a post request. So once I click on send, I'm gonna get my access token and my refresh token. And it's through this access token, you can get logged in instant with JWT. So click on the send button on top. Sorry, I think I know why I think I know why it was taking time. Let's cancel the request. My server is not running, so let's run the server. So let's run server now. So say Python. Let me close this other one. So say Python manage.py, Python manage.py, run server. Sorry, we're on port A001. Let's wait for the server to run. The server is coming up. So it's almost done. So right now, back to our postman. Um, Postman show up. So now click on the send again. Click on the send button. Oh, sorry, the mistake is also from me. It's meant to be 8001. So I put there are 3 zeros there. Let's cancel this request and send again. So send. Right now, let's see what we've got. Understand? So we've got our refresh token and access token. You get so that's a good sign. So with this now, this is how you log in. So for you to log in using JWT on the front end, you have to just put in your username, your password, and you send a post request to this endpoint. And once you get your access and refresh token, you're going to store these tokens in the local storage you get. So once it's stored there, you get logged in on the front end. You get so that's how it works. You get so we have one more URL. This is a token refresh URL. With the token refresh, it enables you to create a new access token if the one you already has expired. You get so we are going to try it and see how it works. You get so let's see how it works. Okay, back to the VS Code. Okay, so we're gonna say token/refresh. We just copy this access token. Copy it now, and then let's send another. We're gonna come over here. Let's clear up this guys. Let me just okay. Let me create a new. Let's create a new. What's it called? A new request. So I'll say 127 token, then refresh. Pass the body form data, and I'll say I think it's called access. That's the key name. So I'll paste this token here. Right. So yeah. So this is it. So once we've done this now, click on make sure it's a post request. Post. Then send. Let's see. Okay, so it's 500. Okay, it's I think. Sorry, we have to copy the refresh token, not the access token. Sorry. So where's the order? Yeah, so it's meant to be the refresh token and not the access token. How do I get this, guys? So send. Let's send. Let's generate a new one. Send. Oh, sorry. It's meant to be token and not token refresh. I think it's up again. So copy the asset, copy the refresh token. So with this now, in case let's say your access token is expired, you can get a new access token using the refresh token. Copy the refresh token. And back to this page. So now this should be called refresh. I'm pasting the refresh token you copied. Remove this and pasting the refresh token you copied, and then send. This token is invalid or expired. Oh, sorry, I guess okay, you can see I copied something wrong. So just remove what we have here, clear it out from the bottom. I copied the wrong stuff. Let's copy it again. Just copy. So it stops here. Yeah, copy it back here. Replace it again and then send. Right now, you can see now we've got a new access token. So now I'll show you how to do this on the front end, how you can do the same thing and get logged in on the front end. So our backend is set, and here's our endpoints to here are the endpoints to like log in, and then this token helps us to generate it helps us to generate a new access and refresh token. Why the token refresh helps us to generate a new access token? If the one you have has already expired, it's going to generate a new access token for you. Okay guys, so by default our token only lasts for 5 minutes. So after 5 minutes the token expires. Okay, so right now want to elongate the expiry time of this token. So how do we go about that? So we search for JWT. So go down to the browser and search for simple JWT. I mistakenly closed the tab. So simple simple JWT. So you click on the first link. I think it's in settings. Click on yeah. So we have this code here. So right now I want to simply increase the token lifetime by, let's say, by 60 minutes. You get, so we just copy this session. Just copy that first line down to your settings.py file. So after just close it, add the closing curly braces. So we have to import time delta. Copy this to the top of your code. Just paste this guy. So right now I'll simply increase it from 5 minutes to 60 minutes. That's 1 hour. So I think we are good now. So our token will be able to last for at least 1 hour 60 minutes to get. So that's we are done with the back end. Now let's move over to the front end. You get, so what's the front end? Okay, what are we doing now? So what I want to do now is that, okay, I'm going to put my API.jx file. So in this file now, what I want to do now is I want to simply add my token on every request I am making. I want to add the token instance. So with this method now, we don't have to manually add tokens for routes that requires a token. So because we are going to be adding our token on every request we make, even if it is needed or not. We just want to add our token in case we need it to just work. Instance. Let's work on that now. So pasting this code here, the token. So adding our token to our API request is going to make things easier for us because we don't have to manually add token for the route that needs it. You understand? Because it has been added already to the API. So if the route needs it, it has our API request already has it embedded. You get, so I'll paste in this code and I'll explain what is going on. Just okay. So we have this API.interceptors. So with this now, let me close this. I'll explain it line by line, so don't get frightened or scared. So first of all, we have to say API.intersectors.request.use instance. So we have the config, we have our arrow function, and what are we doing here? It's simple. So first thing first, we are checking to see if we have an item stored in our local storage, an item with this name called access. If you have an item with if we are trying to see if we have an item stored in the local storage and the item should have this name. Understand? So if the item exists, we have to simply decode the item. We have to decode the token. We have to decode it so we can get the information it carries. You get, so after we have decoded this token, we have to get the expiry dates of this token, which is decoded.exp. Remember, decoded is coming from the decoded token. So we have to, after getting the expiry dates, what did we do? We checked we also get the current time we are in, the current time we are instance. So we checked if the expiry date is greater than the current time. If it is greater, that means our token has not yet expired. It has not yet expired. So if our token has not yet expired, we are simply adding our token to our authorization headers. That means we are simply adding our token to add to the request. Understand? And how do we add the token? It's simple. We're going to say we are going to add this prefix called bearer. and then we add a space, and then the token, right? That's how we do it. So if the token has not expired, we'll simply add a token to our request. Understand? That's how it is. So after that, we're going to return the config up here. And if there's any error, we're going to show the error using this return promise dot reject error. It's as simple as that. So we have to import JWT the code. Before we import it, we have to install it. Right. So let me open a new command prompt. I'll say npm install JWT the code. So while it is installing now, go on top and let's import. It's going to say import JWT the code from JWT code. So we've got that now. So we've right now we just intercepted our request. So every request we are making, we'll first of all check if we have a token. If we have a token in the local storage, we're going to get that token and see and check if it has expired or not. If it has not expired, we'll simply add a token to our request. That's how we are doing here. It's as simple as that. So now, once this is done, the next thing we want to do now is want to go and create a protected route. So want to create a protected routes component. You understand? Through this component, we are simply going to protect. We are simply going to guide routes that are meant to be protected. For example, our checkout page. Our checkout this, for example, this page you have here. Why is it empty? Okay, I think our cart is okay. Our cart is empty. So remember, this checkout page is a protected route. You're not meant to access this route if you're not logged in. So right now, we want to go and work on that protected component that's going to simply help us protect our routes if the user is not logged in. Okay, so right now, let's create the protected route. So go down to our components folder. The component, we're going to go down to the UI folder inside of our components folder. This is the UI folder. Now I'll call this file protected routes. Protected routes.jxx. It's enter, and then I'm going to say RAFCE. Yeah, so we've got our protected route. So this route will be expecting a children prop. Children. We're going to declare a state. I'm going to say const is authorized. I'll say set is authorized. So by default, this is going to be set to null. I'm going to say use states. Set this to null by default. So I'll declare two more functions here. The first one I'm going to say it's going to be an asynchronous function. It's going to be an asynchronous function. I'm going to say async. I'll say function. This one is called refresh token. So and next function is going to be the token that checks if a user is authenticated. So I'm going to call this one. I'm going to say I'm going to call this one. I'm going to say function. Let me just say auth. Let me just call this function auth, right? Yes. So now, okay, we've got those two functions. So what's the next step? Okay, so yes, so right now this is the content of our auth function. I'll explain everything to you guys step by step. Just wait, give me. So what are we doing first? That this function helps to check if the user is logged in. And how do we check if the user is logged in? So first thing first, we are going to go down. We are going to check our local storage and check if we have any key code access. If you have if you have any token stored with the name access. Understand? So if there is no token, we are going to just set is authorized to false. We are going to set is authorized to false, right? You see, set to false, and we are going to simply return. Nothing happens. But if there is a key, if there is a token, if there is an item with the name called access, we are going to check this token. We are going to decode the token. We will decode it, and after decoding the token, we are going to get the expiry date of this token. You get, and after we've gotten the expiry date, we also get the current time of the token. We'll get the current time in seconds. You understand? So what we are doing here, after that is done, we are going to check if the current time is greater than the expiry date that was set on the token. if the current time is greater, that means the token has expired. And if our token has expired, what is going to happen? We are going to call the refresh token, and this refresh token is going to help us generate a new access token. That's it. But if our token is not yet expired, we are going to set is authorized to true. And once it's authorized is true, you'll be able to access the protected page. Understand? You'll be able to access the protected page. You get. So for example, now we have is authorized is set to false. If it's authorized is false, you'll be redirected to the login page. It's that simple. So that what is happening in this alt function. You guys, right now, let's go and work on the refresh token function. Okay, now back on the refresh token now. I'm gonna paste the code here. So I tell you that the refresh token is not complex. What it does is simple. It's simply what it does is simple. It simply checks if we've got our, how am I saying? Refresh token simply helps us to generate a new access token. You get. So what it does is that it simply gets the refresh token that was stored in our local storage. That what the first line does. This calls refresh token. That's what it does. So after getting the token that was stored in the local storage, it's going to use that token to send a post request to the token refresh endpoint. Understand? So how what it's going to do? So once it does that, we are then going to check if if the request, if the post request, we are going to check if it is successful. In the same, if it is successful, we are going to simply get the access token, right? And set that access token to the local storage. And once this is done, we are going to set is authorized to true. And remember, if is authorized is true, we are going to simply we are going to give this user access to the protected page. But if the request was not successful, we are going to set is authorized to false. And if it is false, you'll be redirected back to the login page. So what is happening over here? It's not a big deal. So we've done this now. So what's the next phase? So we'll just come over here. We'll not say if it was well, come over here. We just come over here and say if it's authorized. We'll say if is authorized. If it's authorized is null. If it is still null, that means it is loading. That's what it means. So if it means it's loading, and just simply return the spinner. Just say return spinner. We also need to import API. Where's the API? So it's here. We have to import the API. Let's import this, guys. So we'll say import API. So just as for me, yeah, we have to import JWT the code also. We'll say import JWT the code, and then let's import spinner. I'm gonna say import spinner. Suggested, yeah, those got them. And let's import use states. Import use states. We also need to import use effects because we're gonna be using use effects now. Now we've got this now. So what was that now? So I say if it authorizes null, that means the page, that means it's still loading, it's still trying to process, it's still trying to run those functions. Understand? So right now we have to call this auth function. Let's call this when are we going to call the auth function? It's only when the page has rendered, and whenever the page renders, we're going to use a use effects to call the function. So just come up here and just say use effects, right? Just say function, right? And we'll call the auth function. So let's call the auth function. Yeah, so we've called the auth function, and now we're going to just add a catch. Just add a catch block in case there's an error. We just say set is authorized to false. In case there's an error while calling the function, we just set is authorized to false. All right, so that's it. But we are not done. That's it. So let's come over here and say. So say Just simply just say it's authorized. If it's authorized, we want to simply we want to simply display the protected components, and that's it. That's the children prop we passed up here. Get children, so it's called children, small c. Else, we want to simply navigate the user down to the login page. Navigate. Yeah, so just put two. That should be login. We don't have the login page yet. It's not so you have to import navigate. Just say import navigate. So we don't have the login page yet. So let's go and create this login page quickly. So I'll go down to my components folder. I'll create a new folder called user. I'm going to just create a new file. I'll call this file. Just say login page.jxx. I'll just say RASCE. And let's create the routes for the page. Back to our app components. Let's create the routes. Just say routes. Say path should be equal to login. An element should be equal to login page. Let's import login page. Import login page. Just got the importing suggestion up there. So we have our login page imported now. So right now let's protect this route. Let's protect this route. What's the route called? This is called checkout page. So let's protect the route. So I'm gonna use over here. Just say sorry, do it. Just say protected routes. That's one of the components. So import that. Just copy this checkout page and put inside of the protected routes. So this checkout page is that's a children prop instance. So let's just save. No, it's not formatting. My code is not being formatted. My VS code is not responding. So now right now here's our protected route. This checkout page is not protected. So you must be logged in before you can access the page. Instead from what we've done here so far, I think this should work. Navigate to the login page if it's authorized as false. Or if it's authorized as true, we're going to simply return. So this is meant to be just children like this. I think I'm correct here. If it's authorized is true, we're going to display the children. That is the page that is a protected page. But if it's authorized is false, we'll be redirected to the login page. So that's what we are doing. But once in so assess, okay, but there is one more thing now. So let's assume you're trying to assess the checkout page. But since you're not logged in, you are being redirected back. You are being redirected to the login page. Understand? So once you get logged in, you want to simply redirect you back to that checkout page you wanted to access. That was one to implement to get. So right now the implementation is perfect. So let's try and see how it goes. To the browser, refresh. Just loading. Go to the home page. Hope my server is not down. Server is down. Let's run the server again. Run server. Come on, it's coming up. Our server is back. So just refresh this page. Refresh it. Okay, so right now let's try assessing the cart page instead. Let's go down to your let's try accessing the checkout. Okay, so right now we are on our cart page. So we want to access the checkout page again. So we are not logged in. We are meant to get redirected to the login page since we are not yet logged in. You get so click on proceed to checkout. Oh, we see nothing there. Let's see what the problem is. Oh, sorry, I am meant to return this. I am meant to just copy this guy. Control X, paste it here. Remove this curly braces. So I think this should work now. To the browser again. Okay, okay, can see we have login page there. Go back to your cart page and let's try accessing the checkout page. Click on the button. Because now right now we are being redirected to the login page you get. So everything is working fine. So if you're not logged in, you can't access the checkout page because the checkout page is protected. You get so also what are we going to do next now? So remember, we are trying to access the checkout page. We are trying to access the page, but we are not logged in yet. So once we get logged in, we are meant to get redirected we are meant to get redirected to the checkout page automatically. Understand? So our aim is to get to the checkout page, but since we're not logged in, we were stopped, and we got redirected to the check, and we got redirected to the login page. So once we log in, we are meant to get redirected to that checkout page we wanted to access. Understand? So let's implement this now. Go back to your protected routes. We are going to add a new hook called use location. So I'm going to say const location should be equal to use location. Right, so we have to import. Okay, we have use location already imported for us from it's from React Router DOM. And once this is done, now go down to the navigate components. Yeah, we are going to add a prop called states, and it's going to be equal to. It's going to have this object. It's going to say from, and we're going to have location. We're going to add replace the. Let's add the replace prop here to persist this location. Is to make it is to persist it whereby instance. So right now what's happening here is this now. So this from key is holding the location we intended to visit, and that's the checkout page. Instead, so once we are logged in, we are going to check if the from has a value. If it has a value, we're going to simply redirect the user to that value. And in our own case, that value is meant to be the checkout page you get. So that's what is going on here. So right, the get so everything is fine now. So what's next is for? So the next thing for us to do now is go and create. The next thing for us to do now is to work on our login page, so we can log in these users. So let's work on that next. Over to our VS Code. So right, we just have this line login page. So I'm going to add the actual code now. Paste it here. Yeah, so this is too big. I'm reduce the size. So we've got this now. We have some styles, but this time we're not using the. This time we are not using these module.css. We are using the normal style sheet. So I'm going to create that style sheet inside of the user folder where we have the login page. Create a new file. I'll just say login page.css. Simple as that. And here is a style for the login page. Here's a style for our login for the style sheets. So over to the login page, I'll simply have to going to import from current folder, import login page.css. So this is what we need to do. So let's try accessing the login page and let's see how it looks like now. Perfect. So we've got this page. It's looking good. So what's the next step? The next step now is for us to log in our users. It's for us to log in users, right? So let's do that right away. So we're going to declare two states. The first one will be username and the other one will be password. So we're going to say const username. I'll say set username. That'll be equal to a use state. By default, the value will be an empty string. So we're going to say const password. We're going to say set password. Will be equal to use states. So we've got these two now. So over here, we're going to pass these two as the values for the field we're going to over to our username input field. You're going to say the value should be equal to username. Let me close this. So the value should be equal to username. I'm going to say on change. Whenever we type in, let me just break this down. We'll say on change should be equal to, let me just say set username to e.target.value. So we are trying to update the value of our username state whenever we are typing into the field. It's called username. So we'll do say for the password. So what's the password field? Okay. Just say value should be equal to password. And over here, we just say on change. On change, we're gonna say should be equal to. We're gonna say set password. We'll say e.target dot value. So I think that's it. So once this is done, what's the next step now? So I want to work on the submit event. So whenever we submit the form, we want to call a function. So I'm gonna say function, say handle submits. And I want to right now want to prevent the default behavior of the form whenever we submit a form. That's preventing the browser from reloading. We're gonna say e does prevent defaults. So this will simply prevent the default behavior of our form whenever we are trying to submit it. So once that is done, what's the next phase? So we're gonna say, okay, we're gonna say if okay, there's no need. Already have okay, let's proceed now. So we're gonna send an API post request. Let's say API dot posts. That should be we're gonna post that should be we're gonna send this request to the token endpoint because this endpoint is gonna give us the access and refresh token. And why doing this? We need to why doing this? So we need to send an object. We need to send this username and password as an object. I'm gonna say const user info. I'm gonna say should be equal to username and password. So we're gonna pass user info as the object. And now let's check. I'm gonna say dot then response. Let's console out the response that we get. Say console.log response.data. If there's an error, I'm gonna come over here and just say catch. Say console.log error.message. Okay, so we've got this. So we are going to call this function. Whenever we submit the form, here's our form. Here's the form. I'm going to on submit. Should be equal to undo submit. So let's try and see if this works. The browser. Let's open our console. So the username I have is Clint, and the password is 1234. Click on login. Perfect. You can see now we got our access and refresh token. Straight up, there was no issue. Perfect. Okay. That's good. So right now I want to just add the loading state. It's gonna say const loading. I want to say set loading. And over here, we're gonna say should be equal to by default. Loading is gonna be equal to false by default. It's gonna say use state. So I'm gonna say false. We're gonna set error. I'm gonna say const error. I'm gonna say set error. I'm gonna say use states. By default, error will be an empty string. Okay. And then we're gonna set loading to true. When the function is false called, we'll set loading to true. And then we'll set it, and once there is a success response, we're gonna set loading back to false. False, right? And if there's an error message, we're gonna set loading to false also. And let's set error to the error message it got. We'll say error dot message. and over here we're going to set error to an empty string. Yeah, so we've got this now. So what's the next? So what's the next step? The next step is for us to add is for us to append this. For us to append, where is it called? Where is it? It's for us to append this access and refresh token to our local storage. So right now let's do that right away. So when the login is successful, we're going to say local storage dot set item. We're going to just say access should be equal to, that should be response or data dot access. This is the key. Response or data is the entire object. So for you to get the access key, you're going to say response or data dot access. So say response dot data dot access. Let's do the same thing. We're going to do this. We're going to do the same. We're going to do the same thing for the refresh token. I'm going to say local storage dot set item refresh. Local storage dot set item. I'm going to say refresh. I'm going to call this response data dot refresh. Okay, so we've got this now. All right, so this loading state now. I want to add this loading state to our button. So whenever the loading is true, we want to set up. Want to make the button disabled. I'm going to just say disabled should be equal to loading. And one more thing, let's also set our error message. In just an error message, we want to just add that block. Just come over here and just say, let's just add the error here. You say error. I will say and the error components. So we're going to add error as a prop to it. Let's import error. Imports error. Yeah, so we've got that. So everything should be fine now. Everything should be fine. So let's see if everything works well. It's the browser. Okay, we're not done yet. So after setting okay, let's see if everything works well. It's the browser. Just clear up the console. Refresh the page. Refresh, and I'm going to say cleanse. Put in the password and then log in. You can see the button is disabled. Let's wait for it. Right now we got our refresh and access token, and let's see if it was stored in the local storage. Let's see. Click on this drop down, choose storage, click local storage. These are our hosts, and right there you can see you have our access key, you have our refresh key, and we have our card code. It's working perfectly. So what's the next step? So the next thing for us to do now is for us to get it right now. After logging in, we want to redirect the user straight up to the want to redirect the user back to the checkout page. That's where the user was meant to visit. So want to redirect. After logging in, let's set this thing back to an empty string after logging in. I think it's necessary. Just say set username to an empty string and set password to an empty string. Okay, now right now, I said before, so once the user gets logged in, we want to redirect the user back to the page they wanted to visit, right? So we're going to use that. We're going to use the location prop. Right now, I'm going to say const location should be equal to use location. Well, I have to import that from React Router DOM, and it's up here. So we'll just come over here and say const from should be equal to location dot state dot from dot path name. So we're trying to get the path the user was trying to visit before they got redirected to the login page instead. So we want to get that path. So if the path does not exist, we want to just simply add the path to our own page. Right? So we're just gonna just say add this part to our home page. So after we've done this now, we can then navigate. Let's navigate to the from. We're going to say navigate. Before we navigate, we have to import. I'm going to say const navigate. Navigate, const navigate should be equal to use navigate. So we also have to import use navigate from React Router DOM. And then we're going to say navigate to from. And we're going to add this object. I'm going to say replace should be equal to true. Right? So this should work now. So this is the part, this location.state.from, path name holds, it holds the path the user wanted to visit before they got redirected to the login page. Instead, we had to implement that in the protected route, right? This was where we captured it, right? This is where we captured it to get. So and now we are making use of it over here. Show the location, show this use location hook. You get so, and then I think it should work now to the browser. And over here, let's just clear out this access token, delete access, delete refresh, and let's start afresh to the browser. Click on the cards page. So right now we're on the cards page. Remember, we are not logged in, so let's try accessing the checkout page. We are brought down here. So now let's say cleanse. I'm putting the password and log in. Now it's about to log in the user. And once it's logged in, we're redirected to the checkout page straight up. So now we're on the checkout page. The user can then decide to make payments with either PayPal or Flutterwave. You get so. Let's proceed. Okay, guys. So before we proceed to payments, we would love to know when the user is logged in or not. Understand? So if a user is logged in, we want to show the user's username and show the logout button you get. So let's implement that right away. If a user is not logged in, we want to show the login and register button. You understand? So we're going to implement that right away. And we'll go back to our nav link components, and it's called navbar link, and it can be found in the UI folder. You understand? So we're going to replace what we have here. I'll paste in the new set of code now. You understand? Right now we are not using nav link. Nav link is just like the link we were using before. Before we were using the link tag from React. But right now we're using the nav link. You get, and the nav link helps to, it lets us know when the user is active, when a particular link is active. You understand? So right now let's import nav link from React Router DOM. I'm gonna say nav link. You get, so nav link helps us to know when a link is active. You get, so I'm gonna, okay. So now right now we're going to go back to our project. So like I can see we have the login link, the register, the user's name, and the logout button, right? Right. If I click on login, you can see it shows me that login is currently active. Understand? So that's because we are now using the nav link. You get, so if I click on register, it shows me that register is now active. You get, so that's it now. So right now, once the user is logged in, want to show the logout button and the user's username. You get, so let's implement that right away. Okay, so right now we're going to create a new folder in the source folder, and we'll call this folder context, because we want to use the context API. Right now we're about to use the context API. You get, so I'll create a new folder, and I'll call the folder context. You get, so context, and in this folder I'll create a new file, and I'll call the file alt.context.jxx. So I hope I'm sure you guys should know what the context API is used for. It helps to prevent prop drilling. You get, so it helps to prevent prop drilling, whereby you don't have to pass a particular state from one component to another. You get, so with the context API, you can easily import whichever state you want to use to any component of your choice. You get, so right now let's proceed. And okay, so we're going to create a context. I'm going to say const alt context. Don't be shy, man. auth context, and we'll say that should be equal to create context. So yeah, create context, and the default value is going to be false, right? So then we're going to then say function. We're going to call this auth provider function auth provider. So if you don't know about context API, I recommend you go and learn about it and then come back to the tutorial to proceed. So I'm going to say function auth provider, and right now I'm going to simply return. Before okay, let's just return a div for now. Let's return a div. Yeah. So now, right now we're going to declare our. Right now, the aim is for us to know when the user is logged in or not. I'll declare a state. So I'm going to say const. And I'll say is authenticated. Is authenticated. Now let's set is authenticated. And default value is going to be false. Use states false, right? So we've got this value already. Okay, so once we've got the value now, so we want to know when the user is authenticated or not. You get, so right now I'm going to declare a function. Okay, I'll paste in the function. Yeah, I'll paste in the function. Here's the function. So here's a simple function. The function does what the function is doing is to check if this user, if we have an access token. It's going to check our local storage and look out for an access token. Understand? If it finds an access token, it will check. It will decode this access token and get the expiry dates. Understand? So once it gets the expiry date, we are then going to get the current time we are in. We'll get the current time we are in, and we're going to get our time in seconds. You get, so if the expiry date is greater than the current time we are in, that means the user is still that means the user is logged in. That means the user's token has not yet expired. You get, so if the expiry date of this token is greater than the current time, the user is logged in. So we are going to set is authenticated to true. You understand? That's what you are doing here. Understand? So this function helps us to check if a user is logged in. We check for the user's token. If the user has a token, we check for the expiry date of this token, and then we compare the expiry date to the current time. If the expiry date is greater than is greater than the current time, we are going to set this. We are going to that means this user is logged in, and we are going to set is authenticated to true. You get, so that's just that. And we need to call this function. We need to call this function whenever the page renders. You get, so we're going to have a use effect. I will say use effect. So we just say function. Don't mind my voice. So we just call this function whenever our page renders. You get, so that's it. That's it. So we have to import JWT the code, and up here we'll say import JWT the code. Yeah, it has been imported. You get, so, and lastly we are going to create a variable. We're going to say const auth value. It can be any name of your choice. It's going to be auth value should be equal to const auth value. It's going to be equal to an object, and we are going to pass these states into it. Understand? So I think I did spell it properly. It's called is authenticated. Is authenticated, right? So just copy this. So we are trying to make these states available to every component. Understand? So if you that's what you are trying to do. You get, so we just passed it in here, and then we are going to use, now we have to say auth context provider auth context dot provider, I think. So I recommend you go and learn about context API if you don't know about it. So it's get, so, and then I'm going to say value should be equal to auth value, right? So just put that there. And this component is going to be expecting it needs the children prop. So I'll pass in that the children, right? So children, that's it, children. And then over here we have to wrap up the children, something like this. And I think we just configured our own context API, right? So we have to export alt context. We have to export it because we are going to be importing it. We are going to be importing it in other components. We have to export. We're going to say export, and we also have to export alt provider because we're also going to need it outside of this component. We need it. We'll also need it somewhere else. So we've got our context API sets. Okay, so one more thing, we also need to pass this setter function into the context value. Let's pass it here. So okay, so now once this is done, what's the next step? Next step is for us. We are going to simply we have to go and we have to wrap our app components with this auth provider. We have to wrap it up. So go down to the app components. Yeah, so we are here now. So we have to import. Okay, over here. I'll just come over here and say auth provider. So I recommend you go and learn about context API if you don't know about it. So you understand what I'm doing here. Auth provider and then close it. Yeah, so we have to wrap up the browser router with the app provider. You get, so we have to import that on top here. We'll say import auth provider. Yeah, we've got that. So that's it. We are not done. So right now we have to import this username. Sorry, this is authenticated. This state let us know when the user is logged in or not. You guys, so we have to import the states into the nav link into the navbar link components. This component you get, so we have to use it here. Right now, I'll say const const is authenticated should be equal to, and I'll say use context, and then we have to import the auth context. Remember, we have the auth context here. This context, we have to import it. So I'll just say import. Where am I? Okay, navbar link. So we're gonna say we have to import auth context. Yeah, it's just been imported now. So we've got is authenticated, right? So if a user is logged in, we want to show the user's username and the logout button. You get, so else if you're not logged in, we want to show the login button and the register button. You get, so okay, let's implement that right away. So right now let's proceed. So say is authenticated, right? So if the user is logged in, we want to show the username and the logout button. Okay, so I'm going to wrap. Yeah, so okay, saying these are the. Let me just make this smaller. Let's make it smaller. So these are the links. These two links, right? So I'll simply place them in a fragment. And yeah. So we just copy them and put inside the fragments. Cut and in the so paste inside the fragment. So you're now in a fragment. So I'll copy out this fragment, cut it, and then bring it on top. We get, so if is authenticated is true, we are going to show those two links. So paste that here. Okay, so I think, okay, let's be done. Once you are done, we're going to format the code. Once we are done, we'll format the code so it looks good. You get, so if the user is logged in, we are going to show the username and the logout button else. So this is okay. Else, where's the else block? The else block we're going to start from. We are going to put in this the colon. So we are using the ternary operator. We are using the ternary operator. You get, so the ternary operator. So else, just copy this guy, copy them, cut it, and then create another React fragment, put it there, right? And then we paste it in there. I think we are good now. I want to open prettier formats the code. Let's just save, Ctrl X. Oh, perfect. It's been formatted, right? So this is what's happening here. If the user is logged in, we have these fragments, these little fragments here that shows out the user's name, the user's username and the logout button. If the user is not logged in, we have the other fragments that shows the login button and the register button. You get so to the browser. I hope this works. Perfect. And I can see now the user is logged in, right? Okay, currently the user is not logged in. Currently the user is not logged in. That's why you can see we are seeing just the login button and the register button because the user is not logged in. Good. So so now let's proceed. So back to our login functionality. Back to our login functionality. So go back to your login page, and that can be found in the user folder. Your login page. Go down to your user folder. I'm looking for my. I can't find my user folder. Show yourself. Okay, I've seen the user folder. See the login page now. So you can see what's happening here. So once the user is logged in, we want to set this. We want to set this value. This is authenticated. We want to set this value to true. This value called is authenticated. Once the user gets logged in, we want to set the value to true. So how do we go about it? So it's simple. We have to just get this. We have to get this setter function into the login page so we can convert this value from false to true. And so how do we do that? We have to pass this setter function into this auth value. And once it is here, we can import it somewhere else. So now we have to import this setter function into the login page, right? So this is how we go about. We're going to say const, right? We're going to say const, and I'll say, so I'm going to say set is authenticated. Set is authenticated. Should have copied it and pasted. Equal to use context. And I'm going to say auth context, right? So referring to the auth context here. So you've got that. So whenever the user logs in, we're going to set this value to true. That should be done around here in this stand block. So just say set value to true. So that's it. And we hope this works. It's the browser. Come back here, log in. So let us say cleans, and then put in the password and then log in. What's happening? Locate the state is null. Oh, we have a slight problem. Let's see. Location.state is null. Okay, we can just simply just do. Let's just add this. I can't remember what it's called. I can't remember. Location.state is null. I can't remember what it's called. This. I'll remember the name. Instead, so if something is null, like for example, it says location.state is null. For example, now that it is null, it's going to simply skip it. If you add this question mark, I can't remember what it's called. I can't remember the name. But let's proceed now. So let's log in again. So say cleans 1, 2, 3, 4. Because understand this value is not always going to exist. It's not always be there. That's it's only going to be there when you try to access a protected route and you get redirected to the login page. That's when you are going to have value for this. Understand it is not always going to be available. So we have to add this question mark in case it's not available. We have to just simply skip it. Understand you get so right now let's log in again. Okay. You can see now right now the user is logged in, and you can see now it's showing the logout button and the user's username. Currently, this username we have here is dummy, so we are going to work with the real username you get. So we have the iCleansing and the logout button. So now let's proceed now. So right now let's work on displaying the actual username. Okay, so right now to work on this user's name, we have to go to the backend and then we have to create an endpoint to display the username. Okay. Go down to the views.py app. So we're in the views.py app. So I'll paste in this code block. So it's a simple one, very simple. For example, now what we're doing is what we did here is that we got the logged in, we got the logged in user, and we had to return a response that contains the logged in user's username. Understand? That's what we are doing here, simple as that. So we have to import. So this is a simple function. You can see this function is a protected view. Understand? So before you can access this function, you must be logged in. You get. So we have to import this. So we have to import this decorator and also this permission class. Let's up here. We're going to say from REST framework.decorate from REST framework.decorators imports permission classes, and we're gonna say from REST framework.permission from REST framework dot permissions we have to import is authenticated, right? So we've got that now. So what's next? So now let's go and work on the URL mapping for this view. The view is called get username. And over here, sorry, not this one. The app URL.py. So over here, we'll add a view. I'm gonna say parts. I will say get username. The view's name is get username also, and the name of the view is also get username. So we've got this set. Okay. So now let's right now back to our front end. Back to the front end. Back to your out context. Over here, we're going to declare a new state. I'll call this username. I'm going to say const username. That's going to be equal. I'm going to say set username. And by default, our username is going to be an empty string by default. Yeah, so we've got that there. So right now I want to send a get request to that endpoint. Get, so as usual, you know what we do. So I'll just simply create a new function. I'll just say function. Okay, I'll say function gets username. This is a function name. You get, so as usual, just say api.get. The endpoint is get username, right? So if the request is successful, we are going to listen for the dot then. I'm going to say dot then. We're going to say response, right? And then we'll say okay. They're going to say set username should be equal to response.data. Remember response.data.username. So how do I know that? So remember from here. So how do I know that? So response.data refers to the entire object you get. So right now I want to access the username field. So we have to say response.data.username to get the value of the username field you get. So over to our code, and then we'll say response.data.username. Right, that's it. And if there's an error, once you just simply console it out, it's gonna say dot catch, right? So we'll say error. So and then we'll just simply just say console.log error.message. So we've got this set now. So what's gonna happen? So this function is only gonna run whenever the page renders you get. So I'll simply copy this now and then paste the function here. Sorry, I didn't call this, I was meant to call this handle auth, but I forgot to call it, so we have to always call it there. So paste the other one here. So whenever this page renders, these two functions will get executed you get. So we've got this already. So now get username now. So and lastly, we want to also call this function when the user logs in. When the user logs in successfully, we want to also call this get username function. And how do we make this possible? It's simple. We have to just pass this function into this auth values. We'll pass it here. Understand? We've passed it there. So whenever we log in, whenever a user logs in, we want to call this function because this function will simply help us get this user's username. So back to my login page, I'll have to put the function here. I'll have to also add it to these objects because they are both coming from the auth context. You understand? From this is our auth context. So they are both coming from the auth context of provider. So I'll have to add this get username function. Yes. So it's there now. So whenever a user logs in successfully, what are we going to do? It's simple. We'll just simply call the function, right? So that's it. And the function will give us the user's username. But we are not done yet. So back to the auth context. We also have to pass username to this auth value. So pass username to this. We're going to pass username to this auth value. So and then back to my NavBar link components. I need this username there. So Now here's a NavBar link, so we need that username there. So we are going to also put username in this object. That's because they are both from the same auth context. This is authenticated and username are both from auth context. That's why they are together. You get. So once this is here, remember right here I'm using a dummy name, a dummy username. So I'm going to use this I'm going to use this value I'm getting from my auth context, right? And yeah, I'll just say, okay, I'll just say hi, and then we put in the value. We say username, right? That's it. So it's the browser. Right now you can see we have cleans in there. So to be sure if this is working properly, what's the next thing we are going to do? We are going to simply, okay, I'll simply add the logout function. I'm going to add that in this nav link because that's where we have the logout button. This is the logout link. These are our logout link here. So I'm going to add the logout function to this nav link. You get. So yeah, so let's proceed. So up here, I'm going to just say function. Now say logout, right? I'll just say local storage dot remove item access. And lastly, and I'm also going to set, I'm going to also, okay, I also want to set is authenticated to false, right? So I have to import this guy in the NavBar link components, right? So I'm also going to set is authenticated to false. Copy this and then paste it here to false, right? So we've got this. So I'm going to call the logout function whenever I click on the logout link. You get. So here is our logout link. So I think I'm going to add it here. I'm going to say unclick should be equal to logouts. Okay, let's see if it works. Okay, click on logouts. Boom, it's worked, right? We are logged out. The user is logged out, right? It's logged out. But we want to redirect the user to the home page. Whenever we log out, we want to redirect to the home page. So let's put, because this tool is meant to point down to logouts, right? So that means it's meant to point down to the home page. Again, so that's it. So now let's try logging in again. Let's log in again. So I'm going to say cleans, put in my username, my password, then put in my password, and then click on login. So we are logged in, and you can see it shows my username. It says I cleans log out, right? If I log out, you can see I'm now logged out, right? So if I try accessing this page, this check, I can't access the page again because I'm already logged out. You get. So right now we're done with the authentication aspect. So right now let's work on the user profile. Okay guys, right now let's build up the user profile page. Again, let's build up the page first. So be a bit fast here. So as usual, go down to our user folder. We're going to create a new file. I'm going to call this user info. So user info is a component in the user profile page. It's a component. I'm going to call it user info.jxx. Hit enter. So I'm going to say RAFCE. This is going to help us create our components. I'm sure you know that by now. So here's my code for the user info page. So I just copy the code now, paste it here. Simple HTML code. Simple. But as usual, as you can see, it needs some CSS. You can see, and it needs some CSS. And from what we are seeing here, it's using the CSS modules you get. So I'm going to create a new component, a new file called user info, the same name, user info.module.css. So I'll get the CSS code right away. There we have it. Here's the code. So very simple CSS. And back here we have to import that. I'm going to say import styles from where? From the current folder / user info.module.css. So we've got our user info components gets done. So the next thing is the order items you get. So on the user profile page, the user is meant to see is user information and the order and the items he has ordered before. You get. So let's create that. Let's create that component. And right now we'll call the component order history item. So create a new file. Let's say order history item. Order history item.jxx. So REFCE, paste in the code. So yeah, so you've got the order history item. So it has a CSS. It has a CSS file from what we have here. So let's go create the file. I'm gonna say new file, order history item dot module dot css. It's a very short CSS code, very simple. So as usual, I'll go down to the order history item and we have to import styles from order history item dot module dot css. So we got that done. So we have our order history item set. We have the user info, and this order history item has a container instead. It's called order history item container. I'm gonna say order history item container dot .jxx. Yep. So we've got the order history item container, and so say REFCE. Okay, we're pasting the code for the order history item container. Yep, so in the code now, we have our order histories inside. So we have to import order history. So I'm going to say import order history item. So we've got it set. So right now, let's create the user profile page itself. So say new file. I'm going to say user profile page.jxs. Okay, and we'll say REFCE. Come on, and then I'll paste in the simple code, very simple code. Simple. Let's just import user info. Import user info, and also import order history item container. Say import order history item container. So we've got this too. So now it's time for us to go create it's time for us to go create a route for this page, user profile page. Over to your app.jxs, we'll create a new route. And I'm gonna say route. I'll say path should be equal to profile. An element should be equal to that should be user profile, if I'm correct. Yeah, user profile page. Okay, so we've got this set, and back to our NavBar link components where we have so we have to add this profile page to the right place, and that's where this NavBar link comes in, where I have the username. I think is around here. You can see our username, and can see this is a NavBar link here. And you can see I already added the toe prop is pointing down to the profile page, right? You can see it here. So let's see and let's try this out for ourselves. The browser, shop it. Right now it's complaining about an error. Refresh this page. Okay, the error is still there. And since it's coming from our app component, from the app component, let's see. Oh, I forgot to close it. It's meant to be closed. It's the browser. Okay, so right now click on iClient, click on it. Ouch. Inspect. Okay, okay, I know what the problem is. Okay. In one of what was it called? In one of the components in the user profile, user info components, we have this peak. So currently there is nothing like peak in our code. So we are going to simply use an empty string there for the image, right? Hope I'm correct. Okay. Oh. I think we need that. I think we need that picture. We need it. We need it. It's called pic, right? So I think we need a picture there. But for now, we don't have any picture there. I'm going to add something there later. But for now, let's see what we have. Okay, the picture is meant to appear up here. But since there is no picture, I need to add a picture there. Let me just search for one. Or just search for profile picture. Hit enter. Which one is good enough to use as a profile picture? Images. Then I have to bring in this image down to my assets folder. I think down to the assets folder. Hope I can drag and drop it in. Hope I can drag and drop it in. Okay, it's in now. Down to the assets folder. Inside the, so I'm going to put it inside of our assets folder. Now it's in there. Profile pic. Yeah, so we've got the picture there. So down to my user info, I have to import this picture. It's called profile pic, right? User info. I'll say import pic. I can call it any name. I can give it whatever name I like. I'm gonna say import pic from, that's gonna be the source folder. So I have to come, I'm gonna come out of the current folder, which is the user folder, and then come out of components, and then go into assets, and then profile picture. It's called profile underscore pic. Hope I'm correct. So now simply use pic here. Copy this pic, and then over here we're gonna say pic. I hope it works. The browser. Okay, I think I need to say, let me show off the name again. Profile pic.jpg. Do I need to put the extension? Let's see. Perfect. You can see now the pictures appeared here. Right, it's cool, right? So I think we're making some good progress. So now here's our profile page. This is the user info, the part on top, and beneath is the list of items this user has purchased, right? So right now, what's the next phase? Next phase for us to render out the right information on this page. So let's work on that. Let's work on that next. Okay, guys. So right now, to render out the user information, we have to go and work. We have to do some work on the back end. It's not a big deal. It's just some little work. So far to the back end, down to this down to your serializer.py file, down to your serializer.py file. We paste in this code base. Open your serializer.py. I find it hard to pronounce this thing sometimes. So sorry. So I've got this. I'm going to remove some of this stuff. We don't need right now. We don't need items yet. We don't need it yet. We don't need it yet. So also we don't need it up there. So this is a simple model. This is a simple serializer. Right now it is refreshing right now we are referencing the user model here, and over here we are listing out the fields of this user model. These are the fields of our user model. You get, so we have to import get user model just on top. Get user model just simply helps us to get the user model. It could be Django default user model. It could be your customized user model. You get, so that was get user model just simply gets the one we are currently using. And as for us, we are using the customized user model. You get, so just scroll to the top. I'm going to say from django.contrib.auth import get underscore user underscore model. Simple. Right, so now let's work on the views now. So over here we've got the views, a simple view, very very simple one, just something like this. Paste it here. So here's the views. Remember, we're getting the logged in user, and then we have to serialize it with the user serializer, which we got from here. We got it from here. User serializer. You get, so and then we have to return a response, which is the user object to get. So we have to, and this view is a protected view. You can see it says it's authentic. It must be logged in before you can access this view. So simple. What's the next step? We have to just import user serializer at the top. That can be done here. Let me just save this. It's meant to. Okay, it's fine. Scroll down. So create a view for this. Let's create a view. Let's create a URL mapping for it. I'll just say user info. We'll say parts user underscore info. And I'll say views dot. I think the name of the function is user. I'm going to user info, and the name should be equal to user info. So I don't let's see. I don't think the function is called user info. Is call it user info. User info, yeah. So we've got this now. So back to our code, back to the front end. We have to send a GET request. So currently on our user profile page, where's the page? User profile page. We are going to send a GET request to that endpoint. So we are going to use a use effects hook. We're going to say use effects. I'm going to say function. I'm going to say API.gets. It's called user info, right? And I'm going to say that then response. You can just say console.log response.data console.log response.data. And then I'm going to declare a state up here. I'm going to say const user info, and I'll say sets user info. And I'll then say use states, right? That should be an object. So let's import use states on top. Use states. Use states, yeah. So we've got that now. I'm going to say set user info to response or data. Set user info to response dot data. Sorry, it's meant to be inside a parenthesis. We're going to do the dot catch. I'll say error. I'll simply say console.log error.message, right? So we've got this. Let's import API. We'll say import API. So yes, we've got this now. So let's be sure if this is working. I'm going to add the loading states. Let me just say consts loading. I'll say set loading. By default, it is a false value. And over here, we're going to just turn loading to true. Set loading to true. And once we get our response, going to say set loading back to false. And we'll do the same thing for the error parts. Paste it here. So let's see if everything works well. So the browser, here's our page. Click on the user profile. Ouch. Let's see if there's any error. Inspect console. Okay, there is no problem. Okay, it's working fine. Okay, you can see we got the objects. Here's the objects here. You understand? So what I'll advise you now, currently we don't have a user registration form. We don't have that. So I don't want to make this video too long. You understand? So we still have payments to handle. We still have deployments. So I'm going to skip the user registration part. So you can simply add your users from the Django admin. From Django admin, so I'll show you how. I'm going to say admin. So I'll just say cleans, and then let me log in right away. So you can add your users from the Django admin, or you can create an interface yourself, right? I've given you the source code. You can simply create an interface by yourself. So click on the users on the left, click on it, click on add user on the top right. And you can see we have this user creation form. You can see the form here, clean. So I'm going to add a new user. I'm going to call this user John. Password should be John at gmail.com. His first name should be John. His last name should be John Chinedu, right? And the password should be, let's just give him a password, confirm password. So we have a sign up form here that comprises of all the fields. City, let's say Lagos, states, Lagos states, address, let's just say 3 Adefemi Street. Okay, Adefemi Street, I'll just say Unity Estate, Lagos, right? And then phone number, putting his phone number there. So yeah, so we've got this user. So now we just made a new user now. His username is John, and we've got the password. So I'll save this guy, save. Don't waste my time, save up. Okay, John has been saved. I'm going to log in John right away. I'll simply log out Clint and log in John. Log in. So I'll say John, put in his password, and log in. Go on. Right now, John is now logged in, right? So go down to his profile. Here's his profile, right? So let's inspect. Inspect. Go down to the console. And right now you can see we have John's information. You can see the objects here. You can see the objects. You can see John. You can see this. You can see the objects, right? So everything is working as planned, right? So back to the user info component. So we've got our user info. Understand? And this user info is a state that holds the user objects, the logged in user objects. So I'm going to pass this user info as a prop down to the user info components. So paste it here. Now paste it here. So I'm going to go into the user info component and accept the prop. It's called user info. User, how did I spell it again? Let me show the spelling. User info, capital I, user info. And just here, I'll put in the right information. For example, the user's email. We'll say user info dot email, right? And then what else again? What else? This is the user's file. I'm gonna just put in user. I'll just say user info dot first name, and then I'm gonna put in the last name. I'm gonna say user info dot last name. I'm gonna put in the user's info email address here. I think I already did that here. I'll just copy this guy. Copy and I'll paste it here. So for the phone number, I'll paste this and I'll put phone. As for the states, as for the city, I'll put this and say user info dot city. As for the states, I'm going to put user info dot states. And as for the username, I'm going to replace, let me just add the username here. Say user info dot username. Let's see how it looks like. Let's go to the browser. We're getting undefined here. Undefined, that's wrong. How do we fix? Okay, let's see. Full name is meant. Let's see what the full name is holding. So it's going to be last underscore name, last underscore name. Let's see, get back. So this, I'm going to call this, okay, I know what to do. So as for this, I'm going to remove this field, remove it. And just on top, let's see what it looks like. Okay, let me just copy this guy and duplicate it. And I'll put the username as the first name, username. And I'll say, I'm going to clear out all these guys. And over here, I'll just say, no, I'll just simply say user info dot username. So let's see. Okay, perfect now. So we've gotten, oh, no. Sorry. They are, I didn't do it the right way. I think they are broken into two. So just up here. Okay, perfect now. So we've got the user's information, we've got his name, his address, his email, phone number, instance. So we've got the user. Let's try go back to this page. Okay, we need to add that loader. Let's add that loading spinner. Instance. So say if loading is true. So say if loading, if it is true, if loading, we want to return the spinner, return spinner. Was suggested. So we are going to add loading as a prop because the spinner component needs the loading prop. So let's import spinner. Just up here, we'll say import spinner. Import spinner. Suggested for me. Yeah, it's enter. So we've got that. The browser, perfect. So if we come back here, yeah. So right now we are displaying the user's information, right? So once the user pays for an item, that item will be listed in this other history session. Understand? So we are going to work on that next. You get, so whenever a user makes payments, remember this is the workflow. You go to your cart, you proceed to checkout, and once you make payments, you'll be taken down. You'll be redirected to the success page. You'll be taken down to a success page, and then you can head over to your profile and see the items you paid for. Understand? And here is your profile, right? So, but for now, these items we have here are dummy. They are dummy items. The user has not yet paid for his products yet, so we are going to undo the payments in the next session. So, see you there. Okay, so right now it's time for us to implement a payment gateway into the project instance. So right now we want to start with Flutterwave. You get, so if I go down to our checkout page, you get, so you can see we have two payment options. You can either pay with PayPal or Flutterwave. So right now we want to implement Flutterwave payment gateway into this project instance. So we are going to start that right away. So you go down to your browser and search for Flutterwave. I we want to follow their documentation to do this. So we are going to follow their guide. So okay. So currently I'm on Flutterwave now. So click on developers. You can see on the nav bar, click on developers and then click on API documentation. Okay. Once you're here, so click on collect payments. This card, click on it, collect payments. So once you're on this page now, Flutterwave has different ways of collecting payments. Instead, they have different ways you can implement collecting of payments in your code you get. So, and right now we are going to be using the Flutterwave standard. So click on this second link. We're going to be using the Flutterwave standard. So I recommend you read this page, read it very well, because we are going to be following the code that they used here. Instead, if you scroll down, so here's the code we want to use. So we have this code over here. So this is the code we need for us to initiate payments. Understand? So this is the code we need to get. So but this code we have here, this code is written in Node.js. This code here is in Node.js. So we have to convert it to Python. Understand? So right now I already have my own copy in Python. So now let's right now back to my code over here, back to our backend. Go down to your views.py file. Just scroll to the bottom. We're going to declare our own function. Just follow me step by step. You get so. First thing, if we're going to say def initiate payment. So right now we want to initiate payment, right? Initiate payments underscore payment. That's going to be request. First thing first, we're going to check if the user is logged in. We're going to say if request.user, if request.user. So we're going to have the try block. So the try block is going to is going to work if our code is fine. The try block will be executed. But if there's a problem, the except block will get executed. You understand? So now let's work with the let's work with the try block. Okay, now so for us to be fast, I'll simply copy and paste my code so you can be faster. You understand? So I'm going to paste this line. So right now, for every transaction we make, we want our transaction to have a unique code, a unique transaction ID. And with this now, this UID is going to help us generate a unique code for our transactions. You get so once that is done now, we want to also get our cards code. We're going to get our cards codes from the front end. You understand? We're going to say requests dot data dot gets, and the key will be called cards code. So this cards code is coming from the front end, right? So and we're also going to get our user. The user is a logged in user. That's request.user, right? And then once that is done, we want to also get our cat. It's going to say cat should be equal to cat.objects.gets cats underscore code should be equal to cats underscore code, right? So we've got that already. So right now, I want to get the amount of this cats. I want to get the total price of this cats. Understand? So how do you go about that? So you're going to say amount should be equal to, we are going to use list comprehension as we've been doing before. We're going to say for item in carts dot items dot all. So for here, we're going to then say item dot quantity times item dot products dot price, right? So we are going to sum it up. So this will give us the total amount of these cards, right? So I'm going to say, so, okay, now this is what we've got. So remember we have our tax. I'm going to say tax should be equal to the $4. I want a decimal value. It's going to be decimal and then the $4, right? 400. And so right now, let's import decimal. Go down to the top of your code. Up. I'm going to say from decimal import decimal, right? And we also need to import we also need to import UUID. I'm gonna say import UUID. So I told you before, we are trying to convert the code we have up here. The code we have here. This code, this is the same code we are trying to do. We are trying to write in Python. So this what we have here is in Node.js. So we are trying to write ours in Python again. So I think I'm making some good steps already. So now we've got our tax, we've got our amount. So the currency is gonna be, let's say currency. I think we should let's use USD for now. USD. I hope USD, yeah. So we've got USD there. We could use Naira, but let's use USD. So why we are trying to initiate this payment? We are going to be everything will be done on Flutterwave website. Understand? You trying to make your payment, you trying to input your card details. All of that stuff will be done on Flutterwave website. You get so once the payment has been made, Flutterwave will then redirect you back to the site, back to the e-commerce site you came from. Understand? So, and we need to tell Flutterwave what URL it is going to redirect the user to. We need to let Flutterwave know the URL that they are going to redirect the user after they've made payment on Flutterwave. So I'm going to add a URL here. Here's the URL. So this base URL we have here, this base URL is the front end URL. And currently our front end is still on local environment. And the front end, I'm going to put it there. So I'm going to say base URL, base underscore URL should be equal to HTTP, right? I'm going to say local hosts, then 5173. So here is our front end local URL. So and then Flutterwave is going to redirect the user down to this URL. Going to be our base URL, and this then down to this route. We are going to have a page. We are going to have a page that falls under this route, payment status, right? So we've got that. And right now, before we proceed, we need to create and we need to add a new model. We need to create a new model. This model is simply going to help us keep. It's going to simply help us keep track of our transactions, of every transaction a user makes. This model is going to help us keep track of that, of any transaction a user makes. You get so. And here's the model. Go down to your models.py file. Models.py file. So here's our models.py. So I'll add this model, this simple model. It has this reference. This reference is what we have here. Is this UUID? Understand? It has that reference. So it also has the cards. Understand? So every transaction is tied to a card. It also has the amount, right? It has the currency. So this amount you see here is the amount from the cards. The currency, we have the status, if it is pending, or if it is completed, or if it is failed. We also have the user. Every transaction is tied to a user, and we also have the time this transaction. We also have the time this transaction was created, and we also have the time it's going to be updated. You understand? So that's it. And once that is done, and back to our code now. So we are going to create a transaction. Understand? So create this transaction, right? So you can see the values. The ref is coming from the TXRF. The cart is from the cart. The amount is from the let me just call this total amount. Let's call total amount should be let's say total amount should be equal to total underscore amount should be equal to amount plus tax, right? So we've got that, and we have total amounts here. So we have our currency, we have user, and status should be the status is spending, right? So we've got this already. Let's import transaction at the top up here. I'm going to just import transaction. Remember, we've not yet made migrations for the transaction model. Okay, so we've done this is solved. So what's the next phase? And right now we are going to add our payload. So here's our payload now. So we are going to send this as a payload over to Flutterwave. This time so we are sending over the unique reference, the unique ID which we generated up here. Understand? So this is we are sending over the amounts of the amounts, the cards costs, the currency, the redirect URL, the customer's information, and also a little bit customization here. Understand? So it's not a big deal. So we are still going to build up this page on the front end. We are still going to build up this page, right? Okay, now here's our payload. So when we initiate payments, we are going to send Flutterwave this information. Understand? So it needs it for it to process the payments you get. So we also need to pass some headers. Understand? So Flutterwave expects you to pass a secret key. You understand? A secret key. And how do you get a secret key? You understand? How do you get yours? Go down to the Flutterwave, go down to the browser, to their website. So I advise you create an account. You see a login button here, a sign in button up here. So right now let's log in. We're going to log in into let's log in into Flutterwave. I'm going to input my email, right? Then I'll input my password. So log in. Right now it's asking for an OTP. So I'll get the OTP right away. So right there, I've got the OTP. So I'll copy it and then paste here, and then I can log in. Continue. Yep. So right now I'm currently logged into my dashboard. You get. So it's time for me to get my secret key. So click on settings. Then scroll down. Scroll down the sidebar. Scroll through the sidebar. Scroll down. You see API keys. Click on API keys. And then here's your public key, here's your secret key, right? So as for me now, I'll copy my secret key, copy it, click on the copy button, Okay, so back to my code now. Over to my settings.py file. I'll scroll down and over here. I'll say Flutterwave underscore secrets underscore key should be equal to the key you copied. And here's my Flutterwave underscore secret underscore key, right? So back then, so over to the views.py file. Yeah, so what we have here, right? So you have to import settings. So over to the top of your code, gonna say from Django.conf, import settings. So we've got that done. So I think we're making progress. And once we've done this now, so over here, we are then going to make an API request over to Flutterwave. In instance, so our code will make an API request again. So okay, just where we have our shields for making requests in JavaScript. In Python, we use requests. In instance, we are going to make an API request to Flutterwave, and doing this is going to give us a response because it's going to give us a link we can use on the front end. You get, so let's import requests on top of our code. Let's import requests. So we'll go back to the top now. We're going to simply just say import requests. Right, so that's that. Scroll down. So we are back here. And over here, we are going to check if our request was successful. If our request is successful, once you return the response in JSON form, understand again. So what if even right now, even if the request is not successful, we're going to just return something to. We're going to return the same response, right? Return the same response you get. So that's it. I think we are done with the try block. We are done with say. So what's next? So next thing for us to do is to just catch our errors in the except block, right? So over to our code now. Here's our except block. It's going to simply help us catch any errors it's going to help us catch any errors, anything that's prevented our code from running. You understand? The except block is going to help us undo that. Okay, I think it's not well indented. Let's indent this properly. And I think, okay, this is good. Okay, I think, yeah, we're done with we are done with the initiate payment function. So this is the function here. So first of all, what are we doing? The first we did is to generate a unique ID. We then had to get our cat code from the front end. We had to get our cat code from the front end, and then we had to get our cat by that cat code that we got from the front end. You get, and over here we got our logged in user, then got the total amount of our cats. You know, as usual, our tax is $4, and after that, our total amount is equal to the amount plus tax, and we have to set our currency to USD. As for the redirect URL, this is the URL we'll be taken back to. This is the URL on the front end that the user will be redirected to after they've made payment on Flutterwave. You get, so that's it. And now we have our transaction. So for anytime a user initiates payments, we want to create a transaction record that tells us what this user was trying to do, because important for and it's important for reference purposes to get. So whenever a user initiates payments, we want to create a transaction object. That's what we are doing here. After we've done creating our transaction objects, the next thing is we have the Flutterwave payload you get. So this is what we are going to pass gift to Flutterwave for it to process for it to process our payments. We have to pass this entire object here to Flutterwave so it can process the payments. And over here we have our headers. Flutterwave requires some keys to work. And right now it's asking for our Flutterwave secret key, which we passed over to it. And right now, after everything is done, we then make a post request to Flutterwave on the back end, and we get the response. We get the response. The response is going to be a link. The response will come in form of a link. We get a response, and over here we are just simply trying to get any error that might occur. That's any error that is going to prevent this try block from running. The except block will get the error. So that's it for the code. Now what's next? So let's go and create a URL mapping for this view. So our view is called initiate payments. initiate payment. So back to URLs over here. Just say parts, initiate payments. Should be, it's gonna be a post request. It's gonna be a post view. So I forgot to add that. So over here, we just say at API paste it, and this view is also secured. It's only when you are logged in. That's when you can access the view. Only when you are logged in. So I'm gonna say views dot initiate payments, right? It's called initiate payments. Then we'll say the name should be also called initiate payment. So we are good now. Our view is set. So what's next? Remember, right now, I want to go. Okay, guys, right now, let's build up this payment. Let's build up this payment status page instance. So over to the front end. So now we've built a lot. So right now, create a new. So we have to create a new folder in the components folder. Let's create a new folder. I don't think it's not. Okay, let's just do that. New folder. Now just call it payments. Payments, right? So enter and I'll create a new file in this payments. On the file will be called payments status page .jxx. So I'm gonna say RAFCE. So yeah, so we've got that. So here's the code for the payment for this page. Here's the code. Just paste it here. So we've got this simple code here for the payments page. So I have to import link. Let's import this link on top. So link. So import link from React Router DOM. From React Router DOM, right? So we've done that now. So we have these two buttons here. Let's see. Okay. So okay, we've got this. What's the next phase? Let's go create a route for this page. A route. Go down to your app components. We're going to add a new route. So I'm going to say route should be parts. I'm going to call it payment status. The element should be equal to payment status page. Payment status page. Yep. So we've got this set. Okay, so I think we're making progress. Payment status. Let's see how the page. Let's see what it looks like. Control C. Just copy this route. Copy it to the browser. Remove checkout there. And paste payment status. It's called payment status. Enter. You can see the page. Understand? So right now, once you've made payment, it's going to tell you that payment successful. Congratulations, you guys. But right now, it's just showing us verifying payment, right? So this is the default info on the page. But once you've made payments, if your payment was successful, you see a different message. If your payment failed, you see a different message you get. So right now, let's go and implement our payments. We have okay, what's happening here? Hope my server is up and running. I don't think my server is running. Before we proceed, let's go make migrations. We're gonna say Python manage.py make migrations. Let's make migrations, right? Come on, and then we have to migrate. And build up this page. Where's the page? This page here, this payment status. We need to go and create this page. It's necessary. So we are going to work on that next. So after migrating, we can run our server. Okay. So our server is up again to the browser. Refresh this page. Okay, back to the cart page. So let's proceed to checkout. So once you do that, once work on this button. So whenever we click on pay with Flutterwave, we want to get redirected to Flutterwave and then make our payments. And once our payments goes through, we'll be brought back to our website to confirm payments. You get. So let's implement this first. So over to we are going to go over to the components that is holding this button. So that component is called payment session. You're going to find it should be in the checkout folder. So we're going to look for checkouts. Here's the folder. So it's called the payment section. So here's the folder. So we are going to declare a function. But before we do that, we have to do some stuff. So first thing first. Right now, I'm clicking. So the button is doing nothing. I'm saying pay with Flutterwave is just there. Nothing is happening. Let's check our code once more. Function make payments. That's code. And then we had to add the on-click events to make payments, but nothing is going on there. Let's see what the error message is saying. So right now we are saying request failed with status code 500. Go down. So let's go down. Let's see what our backend server is saying. Okay, the reason is because if we did not add, we were supposed to add a forward slash. So whenever you are making a post request, you can see the URL as a forward slash. Whenever you're making a post request, you have to add this forward slash. That was a mistake. I hope it works now. So over to our front end again, close this guy, and then just refresh the page. And then click on pay with Flutterwave. There is still no progress. Let's refresh, let's inspect. 405 error. What was the 405 error? What does it mean? "405 error." Okay, let's run. We are still having right now. It's saying method not allowed. Method not allowed over here. I thought let's see. Go down. Let's go back to our views. Over to our views now. Let's see what the error is. The views.py. Oh, sorry, this is meant to be a post request. Sorry, it's a post request and not a get request. So it's posts. So it's meant to be a post request, right? So that was a mistake I made there. It's post because you can see over here we are trying to create something. You get. So for you to create an object, it must be a post request. So that was a mistake. So and on the front end, we are also sending a post request. So you get. So back to our code now. Click on it again. Pay with Flutterwave to the back. Let's go over to the console. Yes, so right now we got a success message. You can see it says status success message hosted link. And right now this data is gonna and right now we have this data. Let's open this object. Right now we have this data object that gives us a link. This data. So we are meant to redirect to this link. We're meant to redirect to this link. And once we redirect to the link, we can then make our payments. So we are meant to redirect to this link. So we're going to implement that right now. And for us to access the link, it's going to be response.data, where response.data is the entire object. And right now it's going to be response.data.data.link. You get. So response.data is the parent object. Response.data.data is the object that holds the link. And then we are going to say response.data.data.link is the actual link itself. So we have to redirect to that link. So we'll come over here and say window.location. It's called window.location.href should be equal to response.data.data.link. So I think it should work now. And over to our browser, close this guy, refresh the page. and let's pay again. Okay, guys, right now let's make payment now. Let's make payments over to the here's the cards page now. Let's proceed to checkout. Proceed, and let's say pay with Flutterwave. We are meant to be redirected to Flutterwave. So currently it's loading. Okay, so it's almost there. So we are here now. You can see it says that charge amount exceeds the limit for this transaction. It exceeds the limit. You get, so that's because I've done this. I've practiced this a lot of times, so many times. So I think I've already exceeded my limits. So to fix this now, I think we need to use a lower currency, something like Naira, instead of using USD. Let's use Naira. So over here, you can see where we have the currency set, where we have our currency set up, and that's in the backend API in the initiate payment function. So I'm going to change this to Naira, right? NGN. It's going to be in capital letter, in caps. We have Naira there. So I think let's try it one more time. Let's try making payment again. So go back to so we are back here. Let's pay with Flutterwave. What's happening? Our checkout is empty. Oh, shocked. Okay. Pay with Flutterwave. Click on the button. Come on, come on, come on. So okay, it's fine now. So it works with Naira. So as for your card details, you can go online and search for Flutterwave test key. Flutterwave test card rather. Flutterwave test card. So the first link, click on the first link. And right now you just have to scroll down a bit. You will see some test cards from Flutterwave. So for this the card number, I'll copy this back here and I'll paste it here. This is the card expiry date. That is 0932. 0932. As for the CVV, that is three. The CVV is 564. 564. And then next. Right now it's asking for the card pin. And that is 3310. 3310. Right, so and it's going to ask for the OTP, and the OTP here is 12345. Put in the OTP 12345. So confirm OTP. It says thanks for your payments, and right now we are being redirected back to our website. Understand? So I told you that we have, as you can see, this URL we see here is for the front end. You get, so we are brought down to this page, and it's on this page we are going to verify and check if the payment was actually successful or not. Instance, so we already have a sign that the payment was successful. We already have a sign up here. The status reads that the status says successful. So that is a sign that the payment was successful. Understand? So right now let's go. That's a sign, but that's not the only thing we are checking. We're also checking if the amount the user paid is the same thing with what he was asked to pay. Because some people can go over to the can go over and inspect the elements. They can go and inspect and put in a different amount. So we are going to check for this status. We're also going to check if the amount the user paid is what the user is meant to pay. So if all these things are correct, then the payment is going to be successful. So right now, let's go and verify if this user payment is actually successful or not. Okay, so right now it's time for us to verify the payments you get. So over to Flutterwave. Okay, Flutterwave. I'm trying to get back to our developer documentation. So click on this developer docs. Click on it. Come back here. Okay, back to this collect payments. Click on collect payments, and we have Flutterwave standard. Click on this Flutterwave standard. So the first code you have here is for us to initiate payments. It's for us to initiate the payment, right? That's what we got here, right? And at the bottom, we also have a different code that's going to help us verify these payments and check if this payment was actually successful or not. And this code is written in Node.js. I already have my own code written in Python, so I'm going to explain mine to you and show you how it works. You get, so back to our backend. So add a new function at the bottom. We'll call this function. I'll paste the whole code here, so I'll explain everything for you guys step by step. to not waste much time. So this is what is the function is called is always called a callback. A callback is this, for example, in payment, callbacks are most times used to verify payments. So it's called the function is called callback, right? So there's a function here. And yeah, so this function is expecting three query parameters. It's expecting three query params. The first one is the status, the other one is the TXRF, and the last one is the transaction ID. And luckily for us, when we redirected to this payment status page, they gave us everything was given to us in this in the URL. We have the status, we have the TXRF, and lastly, we also have the transaction ID. You can see they are all there in the URL. So we can easily get them from the we can easily get these query parameters from the URL and work with it to verify the payments. So we've got them in the URL. So after they are there, so next thing is to get the logged in user. So the first thing we checked if the status is successful. If the status is successful, remember the status is what we have up here. Status equals successful. Understand? So and how do we get it now? We have to get it. We have to get it via query param set request.get. So that's the first thing we checked. So after getting that, we have to then declare our headers, right? So after we've declared our headers, we then have to make a get request over to this endpoint. Make the get request over to this URL. You get, so let me just Control Z, and we have to pass our headers. Understand? Make the get request in Python. Understand? We made the get request, right? So this request we made is for us to go and do the final verification check, and we got a response over a response underscore data, and it's got to the response of JSON. And you get, so we got a JSON response back as a response. And also after getting our JSON response, the JSON response has a field called status. We then had to check if this status is equal to success. So the status says success. That's another good sign. It says success. And after it says success, we have to get our transaction. We have to get our transaction model based on this TXR, based on this ref. You understand? So we got our transaction model, and lastly, this was where we did the final check. Right? So we checked if the response data, if the status of the response data is successful, and we also checked if the amount is the same thing as the transaction amount. If the amount the user paid for is the same thing as the transaction amount. Remember, the transaction gets its amount from the cart. Understand? So we checked that. If it's the same time, we also checked if they paid in the same currency that the transaction asked for. It's currently, we are using Naira. You understand? So if you pay in a different currency, that means there's going to be a problem in verifying your payment. So we check to see if the status is successful. We also check to see if the user paid the amount he or she was meant to pay. Understand? So, and lastly, we checked if the user paid in the right currency. Let's assume the product was priced in dollars. Let's assume the product costs $100, and you pay 100 naira. You can see that does not correlate. So you must pay in the same currency as was charged as the product as the e-commerce as the website stipulates. Understand? So if all this condition is true, we are going to set the status of the transaction to completed, and we are going to save the transaction. And right now, we're also going to get our cards based on the transaction. We check closely, the transaction and the cards are both related. How to get my card based on the transaction? You understand? So, I'm wondering how. Remember when we were initiating these payments up here. Remember, we had to create our transaction and we set the cart value to the cards that we got here. The cards we got up here. And right now, there is no, okay, we can still proceed. We had to, okay, where are we? We had to set our cards to the transactions cards, and we had to set the paid the cart has a paid field. We have to set the field to true. And we also have to set this cart user to the logged in user, and we saved the cards. And we return a success message, right? So if the verification failed here, if it failed here, that means the user, that means the user is at fault. That means the user is faulty with one of these conditions. That means the user is failing one or more of this condition. If the request should fail at this point, in this, that means the user is clearly failing one of the conditions we stated here. And over here, if the response and if the user sees this response message, that means there's a problem with with our payment method, because it was not successful at all. That means the payment did not go through at all. It didn't go through. That means there was an error message. That means the user was not able to pay at all. You understand? So that's what this stored message, this stored response is trying to say. You understand? So, and lastly, this last command, where is it coming from? Let's see. Okay, it says if status is not successful. That means payment. That means over here there was an issue with. I think the payment. I think this has to do with an issue with Flutterwave. If the payment did not go at all, if the status is not successful, I think the user has to try again. He has to try again. Understand? So I think this is all we have to do. Understand? So this is where the main checking occurs. It checks to see if the response status is successful. It also checks to see if the amount the user paid for is equal to the cart's total amount plus the tax. And we have to also check if the user paid in the right currency. If these three conditions are all true, that means the user has successfully made payments for the products he or she purchased. You get. So right now we're done with this now, and over to our browser, over to our URLs. We are going to create a URL for this function. I'll call it parts. Paste in the command there, and I'll say views dot payments callback, and I'll say name should be equal to payment callback. So we've got that there. So right now it's time for us to head over to our front end. Yeah, so back to our payment section, payment status page. This page you have here, this page. So now we have to go back to this page and then verify the payment on the front end also. Okay, so right now it's time for us to verify the payment on the front end also. So let's start that already. Let's verify the payment. So back to our payment status page. So we're going to declare these two states first. So these are simple states. So the first one says, it's just saying use states verifying your payment. The status sub message. The first message is status message. The first state is called status message, and the value is verifying your payment. The second one is status sub message, and you should know what they are. They are this. Okay, let me just close this, guys. Let me just comment it. So this one is a status message, and this is a status sub message. Hope you get. So that's it. So that's what we have there. So just simply remove the comments. So I have to import use states and use location. So use location is coming from where? React router DOM, use location. As for use state is coming from React. I'm going to say imports use states from React. So we've got those two installed now. So okay. So what's the next step? Now we're gonna have our use effect. It's gonna say use effect. So whenever the page renders, we want to send an API request to the backend, right? I'm gonna say use effects. I'm gonna say function. As usual, you should be familiar with this already. And back here we are. And back in our use state, I will paste this line of code and I'll explain what is going on. So we've got this simple code. So first things first, what is happening? We set create params. We are using this new URL search params. So through location dot so when this and then inside location dot search, right? So with this now we'll be able to get our query parameters with this line. This line will enable us get our query parameters, and and they are up here. Status, TXRF, and transaction ID. Those are the query parameters, and we need this line to achieve that. We need this line also with this. That's why we had to import use location, right? So once we've done this now, and let's say for status, we said status is equal to query params dot get status. You can see txrf is equal to query params dot get txrf, and that's the same thing for transaction ID. You get, so we had to use this. This enabled us to get the query parameters as well as the location. You understand? So we've gotten our query parameters. So what's the next step? So the next step is this now. So we are going to just check if these three states, if they all have values. We're going to check for that. So let me just lose this guy. Now say if let me just paste the line. Then dive into that. So I'm checking if the three of them have values. Okay, good. We are good to go. Then I'm gonna make our API. I'm gonna say API.post. So we're trying to make a post request, right, to the backend. And here's the backend you're trying to make a post request to. Here's the code. It's called payments callback. It should be a post request. So we're going to add a / there. And let's see the code again. Here it is payments callback, and it expects a post request. Understand? And this payments callback is expecting these three. It is expecting these three query parameters. It's called status, TXRF, transaction ID. So now back to our front end code, we're going to say API.posts payments callback. I'm going to say payments callback underscore callback. Remember, it's a post request. You have to add a /. And the first key is expecting is called status. The first query parameters will be status equal to status, equal to the status we have up here. Status, right? And the other query parameters is called tx. What was the name again? Let's see the backend. It's called tx underscore rf. This is the one inside the parentheses. tx underscore rf, and then we're gonna come over here and put in the and then we're gonna say tx underscore ref. That should be equal to, and we'll say it should be equal to tx ref, what we have on line 15. We'll paste it here. And the last one is called transaction underscore ID as equal to, we're going to put transaction ID, this one we have here, certain dates now. So we have to make a post request over to this endpoint. Understand? So once we made our request, once we have made the request, what's the next phase? What's the next step? So right now, if our request is successful, we're going to say .then. I forgot .then. If it's successful, we're going to say response. So we're going to have some activities done in this .then. Now, so if our request is successful, what's the first thing? We're going to simply update this status message. We'll update it with what we have from the backend, from this backend messages. You can see for status message, we're going to update it with the response we get. That's gonna be response or data dot message. For the status sub message, we are going to update it with response or data dot sub message. Understand? So response or data is the entire object. For it to access the properties of that object, you have to then call the individual properties inside of it. You get. So back to our code now. We'll just come over here and just say, I might just copy the code and paste it so we fast. We just say, yeah, we're gonna say set status message to response or data dot message and set status sub message to response or data dot sub message. It's called, currently I called my own response Rex, so we're gonna use Rex instead of response. It's the same thing. It's just a name. You can give it whatever name you like. Understand? That's how it works. So we've got this now. What's the next thing? So right now, whatever code you are running here tells us that the payment was successful. Whatever code that we are running inside the .then tells us that the code was successful, or that tells us that the code is that the payment was successful. Rather, you get. So back to this page. Understand? So once the payment is successful, once to simply delete the carts. Want to just say local storage dot remove item carts code. Want to remove the carts code from our local storage. I want to also set the number of items in our cart to 0. I want to set the number of items in our cart to 0. Understand? I remember we have the this is the setup function that helps us to update the number of items in our carts. So I'll simply copy this function and then pass it down as a prop to payment status page as a prop over here. So I'm going to receive this prop in a payment status page. Yeah, I've got the prop there, right? So over here, I'll use it here and I'll update the number of items in our cart to 0. Once you've made payments for your cart's instance, so your cart gets empty. Once you've made payments for the items in your cart is meant to become empty, right? So that's what we are doing here. Simple. And then for the catch block, as usual, we want to console. We're going to say dot catch. We want to simply just console.log error.message. Console.log error.message. Okay, so let's import API. Up here, I'm going to say imports API. Come on, my boy. Yeah, it came up. Okay, so we're making huge progress. So I think that's it. That's it, right? I think we are good to go. So I'm going to simply come over here. I'm going to simply place status message as a message for this part of our code. We'll put it there, move it and put in status message. And the other and the sub and the little and of the paragraph tag is going to simply hold status sub message. I'll copy it and I'll remove what we have there and I'll put this guy there. Paste this guy, paste it in, and that's it. Now, if this works, I mean, we are good to go, right? So now let's test our code and see. It's the browser. Okay, now let's try and make payments again. Let's make payments again for the goods we bought. Back to the home page. Let's add some items. Let's add some more items. Add to carts. Back to our carts now. Proceed to checkout. Pay with Flutterwave. Okay, guys. Right now, let's input our card details. Control C. Paste it here. 0932. I think I'm right. 564. Right. So let's pay. And this is type 310, the card pin. And lastly, it's going to ask for OTP. That's 12345. So confirm OTP. So we are brought down to this page and we're not meant. Okay, let's see what the problem is. It's meant to show us either success or failed and not this. Let's inspect. Click on console. Right now it says request failed, the status code 400. That's fine. Let's see our backend. Terminal. Okay, problem is right now you can see we have the status query parameter, we have the TXRF, and we have transaction. But I think it's called transaction underscore ID and not transaction. So that was the problem from our backend code. You can see it's called transaction underscore ID, and the front end what we passed was transaction. Here is it. So let's be transaction underscore ID. The key name matters a lot. So this has been corrected now. Back to my browser, and you can see it has changed. You can see now the payment is now successful. It says payment successful. You have successfully made payment for the items you purchased. And right now, our cart is now set to 0. If I click on the cart icon, you can see now you haven't added any item to your cart. That means we've already made payment for what we purchased. You understand? So what's the next step now? So the next step is for us to go down to our profile and see the items we purchased. Understand? It's called payment status. Sorry, that was a wrong route. It's supposed to go down to our profile and see the item we purchased, right? So you can either click on view order details or continue shopping, right? So now let's work on our profile so you can see the items this user purchased, right? So let's do that right away. So before we do that now, I'm going to add the appropriate link to these buttons. Back to our payments, back to the payment status page. Payment status page. Where are you? So now, okay, the first link should be link over to our should be over to our profile. No, say slash profile. The other link should be down to the home page, right? Just put forward slash there. Okay, this is done. So now, right, let's go and work on the users on the item that this user purchased. Let's work on that next. Okay, so right now let's work on listing out the products that this user purchased. Let's work on listing out those products on this page. What we have here is simply a dummy data. So back to our backend code. So I'll just do some copying and pasting. So back to our serializers, over to the user serializer. I'm gonna add this function. So here's the function I added. I just added this function now. So it helps us to get. You can see what it does now. It's fetching the cart item based on the user, and it's based on the user and also based on the page status of the carts. If you understand, and how to fetch, we're only fetching 10 items. It cannot exceed 10. We are not showing more than 10 items on this page. So that's why we have to restrict it to like 10 to 10. It's gonna be at least at most 10 items. At most 10 items, right? So we are fetching a cart item that came from this user's carts. Understand? And then the cart must have been paid for. Understand? And then only 10 items. And we have to serialize it. We have to serialize the cart items and then return the serializer. If you check closely now, right now we're using a different serializer. It's called new cart item serializer. So I'll get it right now. Okay. I'll convert to my code here. I'll paste the code. I'll paste the new serializer here. Just here. So you can see it's called new cart item serializer. It's simple. It has two custom fields, which are order ID and order dates. So we're trying to get the cart order ID, and that's and we say cart item dot cart code should be the order ID, and we return that. Understand? We have to set order ID up here. That's necessary. For the order dates, we have to just get the cart item dot modified at. When was the cart last modified? So we have to get the modified at dates, and we have to return that, and we have to set order dates up here. Understand? So for the product is already a field in the cart item model. So right now we are trying to return the product objects. That's why we did this here, because we want to return the product objects. You get? So that's it. So scroll down, and lastly, I have to add a field called items. I'm going to say items. Let me add it. Let's be the last. I'm going to call it items. Right. So I'm going to say items is pointing down to this function. I'm going to say up here, items should be equal to serializer dot serializer method field, right? So I think we are good to go. We are good to go. So let's proceed. So back to our front end, back to the profile page on the front end. The profile page that should be in the user folder. It's called user profile page. User profile. Yeah, here is it. So now, right now, we are only getting we are only capturing the user info. So if I go back to the profile page right now, profile page, here it says refresh this page. Right now you see we are going to have an extra data inspect console. Here's the open this object. You can see right now we are having the user's information, everything, and we're also having items. These items you see here, these are the items the user purchased. If I open it, you can see the items, right? These are the items the user purchased, right? So what do? We have to render out these items on the page. Simple. So let's do that right away. So on the profile page, I'll declare a new state and I'll say, let me just say const. Let me just say order. Should I call it order items? Yeah, let me just say order items and I'll say set order items. It's gonna be equal to use states. And it's gonna be equal to an empty list, an empty array at first. And over here, I'm going to update the order items using its setter function, and I'm going to say response of data dot items. I have to pass order item as a prop down to the order history item container, and I have to receive it in the order history container. Receive it here. And lastly, you have to pass it down to order history. So before passing it down, we're going to simply loop. We're going to say, we're going to map, we're going to say order items dot map. I'll simply just say item, right? And we're going to generate as much order history item. So I'm going to say the key should be item.id, and the prop should be equal item.id, right? And the prop should be equal to item should be equal to item. And yeah, let's move for this, guys. So I'm going to head over to my order items, the order history item component, and I have to receive item. Right, so I've got an item there. So what do we do? So right here we have the product name, the order dates, the ID, and the rest. So let's see the object again. What we let's inspect console. Did disappear? So yeah, so we need this stuff. Let's list out the items over here. You know, say product name. That should be item.product.name, item.product.name. As for the order dates, the order date that should be, let me just type that out. Order dates. It's gonna be says order dates. And I'm gonna put in the that should be from all we have here, that should be I'm trying to get over to this guy. It's called order underscore date, right? But right now our date is not friendly. It is not clearly readable, right? But we are going to interpret it later. So if I was going to say order, let's say item dot order dates, order underscore dates, and then as for the order ID, that should be. Let me just do this the right way. I'm gonna say order ID. Okay. Oh, what am I doing? I'll say item dot order underscore ID. And for the quantity, I'm gonna put in the quantity there. We just say quantity. I'll say item dot quantity. And lastly, the price of this item. Simply say, item dot products dot price. Yes. Hope there is no error at all. Okay, you can see we've gotten something. Our image is not displaying yet. The item pictures. Let's add that quickly. Okay, we've got that here. Remember, I have to add our base URL first. let's say base underscore URL, hit enter, and then we're gonna say item. You say item dot product dot image, item dot products dot image. Yup. I hope this works. Ouch, it didn't still work. So because item dot product dot image, are they meant to be together? Okay, it came on. So it's working now. It's looking good, right? So we have only about 8 of them. So we can't go beyond 10. So right now we have to interpret these dates. Okay, guys. Right now, let's work on formatting this order date. This date is not friendly. It's not human readable at all. So let's work on formatting it now. Let's go back to our code, front end code. In the source folder, we'll create a file. Let's create a file, new file. Now call this file format dates. Format dates.js, yeah. So in this file, I'm going to paste in this function. So this function will simply help us format our dates, and our dates will become and our dates will become friendly, super friendly. So right now, let's export the function. Exports. So I'm going to import this function into my, what was the name of the page again? The page is called, I think it's my order history item components. Yeah. That's where we have the dates. So just here I'll say import format dates. Yeah, so it got suggested for me. So we've got the form, we've imported it now. So I'll just bring it down here. So just here, I'll put this. I'm gonna put this in the parentheses, and then I'll put my format. Let me just copy it. Format date, right? Oh yeah, oh, I just missed it. Okay, yeah, paste it there. So this is how it should be. I hope it works. Back here, perfect. Consider this is now readable. But currently, I don't need the time. I don't think I need the time the product was purchased this time. I only need the date. So back to my code, down to the format date.js. I'm going to remove the seconds and minutes. Just comment it out. We don't need those two. So back to the code. I don't also need this 5 p.m. Let's remove what else is left. I think hour. Okay. Perfect. This is how I want it to be. So our date is now friendly. You can understand what the date is now. So you can see now, you've been able to make payments. We can see the items we bought. You can see our information, the user's information. You can see the user's items instead. So we just finished implementing Flutterwave. So what's the next one? We are going to implement PayPal next. So see you there. Okay, guys. So right now, let's implement PayPal. So we've already implemented Paystack. So right now, it's PayPal store. You get so for the Paystack we did back there, we were in the test environment. You can see here it says test mode enabled. You can see that here. You can see this. You can see this message here. So for it to go live, you have to verify your Flutterwave accounts for it to go live. You get so that's it now. So right now let's implement PayPal. So go down to your browser and search for PayPal developer documentation. Search for PayPal developer documentation. Okay, once you're there, I think click on the first link, PayPal developer. Come on, come on, come on. And once you're on this page, am I on the right page? Mm, get started. Okay, yes, on the right page. So we are here now. So you have to log in. If you don't have an account, just create an account. So I'm gonna log in right away. Log in. So log in. Yeah, so we are here now. Okay, once you get here, what's the first thing? First thing first, I'll go down to my dashboard. right now I want to get my client's ID and my client secrets. So I have to go down to my dashboard, click on dashboard, click on it. And once you're on this page, click on apps and credentials, click on this apps and credentials on top, click on it. So once you're here, you can see we have our client's ID, we have our client's secrets. So I recommend you copy this because you need it to configure PayPal for your payments to get. So that's that. So right now, head over to your settings.py file, to your settings.py file, yes. Yes, so I'm just pasting this code. Paste this code here. For example, this is my own client's ID and client secrets. So I already showed you how you can get yours. So go get yours. And let me just increase the size of this stuff. And over here, I have my PayPal mode. We are currently in sandbox instance. So if you are going live, you have to just change this to live. Simple as that, right? So once this is done, what's the next step? So the next step is for us to go and work on our initiate payment function for PayPal. We get so we're working on that next. So right now, over to your views.py file. You have to scroll to the top, paste this code there. So let me just increase the size a bit. Yeah, so we've got this code now. So we have to just add this. Right now, this is referring to your PayPal client's ID and your PayPal client secret. Remember, we already have this information in our settings.py file. In our settings.py file, you get. So right now, we have to import PayPal REST SDK. You have to import it on top. Imports. After importing it, make sure you have it installed in your virtual environment. So you have to say pip install PayPal REST SDK. So you have to do those. So that's it. So right now, what I'm going to do is this now. I'm going to paste in the initiate payment function for PayPal. I'm going to paste the code into this views.py and I'll explain the code to you guys. Similar to the one we did for Flutterwave. It's very, very similar. So there is nothing, there are not much new things there. So here's the code over here. Here's the code, simple code. So first of all, so here's the code. I'm going to paste the code here. Here is the code, simple code. It's similar to the one we did for Flutterwave. Similar, you get. So once we are here, the first thing we did here is to check if the user is sending a post request. And we're also checking if the user is logged in. You understand? So once that's that, so right here we are generating this unique code for our transactions. We got the logged in user. We are expecting the cards code. From the front end. And right here we are getting the cards based on this cards code. You understand? And we are getting our total amount, right? Well, this should be called amount, right? And we're going to say tax. Let's add our tax. That should be equal to decimal. That should be, let's just say $4, right? 400. And we're going to say total underscore amount should be equal to amount plus tax, right? So that's it. And yes, we're here now. So we have those payments. So we have this payments variable. You can see what the code there instance. So I saw this code online. So it's kind of you just have to follow what they did there. They said intent to sell, the payer method is PayPal, the redirect URL. So we are mainly focused on the return URL. So right now we are mainly focused on the return URL. So just neglect this cancel URL. Neglect it, but it is needed there. Just neglect it, but our focus is on this return URL. You get, so that's that. And right now we have to set our in this transaction field. We just, for example, we have to input the total amount, right? The currency we get. So what else? Nothing, no much big deal there. So over here we are creating our transaction, and here is where the magic happens. So we check if payment does create. If the payment gets created, we are then going to then the payment is going to return some links. So we are going to check for the link that has the rel attributes equal to approval URL. Instead, we're going to check for that. And once we get that link, we are going to simply get the link and return the link as a response. So we are done with the initiate payment function for PayPal instance. We have to create a URL mapping for those view. So we know the flow now. So just copy this onto our URLs. And here, I'm going to add a new URL. I'm going to say paths. Just paste this there. It's going to be a post request. And we're saying views dot initiate PayPal payments. And the name is going to be equal to initiate PayPal payments. You get, so we've got that set. So go back to our front end now, and we're going to create a function that will call this. That will send. We're going to create a function that will send a post request to this URL, just where we did for Flutterwave. So here's our front end. So right now I'm going to create a new function here. I'll just copy this guy. Yeah, almost the same thing, almost the same. And then I'll just say make PayPal payments, right? So and the URL is called the URL is initiate PayPal underscore payments. So we've got that there. So we are meant to pass our card code, yes. Right now, let's simply return the response. Let's return the response. So I'm going to call this function whenever I click on the PayPal button. And here's the button here. Okay, already added there. I already added it there. So the name is called PayPal payments. Am I correct? PayPal payments. Oh, I have the code here before. So I'm going to remove this guy. What you said? Okay, I already added the code here previously, and so we are going to stick with this. Let's remove this one, and I'll explain what is going on here. Okay, let me just increase it. So we've got this PayPal payments instance. So we're sending a post request to this URL, and we are sending it over with the cart code. You get, so we have to it. So over here, so we are checking if the response or data, if it has the approval URL. If it has it, we are going to simply redirect to that URL. You understand? So that's it. So when you click on the PayPal button, we're expecting a redirect to the URL that was retrieved here. So over here, let me just comment that guy out. So right, let's try the button before redirecting. Okay, it's called okay. We already called the function here. You can see it's called PayPal payments. This is, yeah, you can see it here. So back to our code, back to the browser. Proceed to checkout and come on. So let's pay with PayPal. So it's the browser. Let's see if it got the response. Yes, you can see we got the objects, and it has this approval URL over here, right? So yeah, so right now let's redirect to it. Let's simply redirect. So up here, I'll simply uncomment this code. So through this now, we can simply redirect to the URL and then make our payments. But after we've redirected, we are not done yet. We have to check if the payment is successful. We have to verify the payment. So the that's where the callback function comes in. So right now, let's add the callback function. So right now, let's work on the payments callback instead. So I'll paste in this function. Right now, I'm just copying and pasting code instead. So I'm quite exhausted. See how long the video is. Again. So okay, you've got our PayPal payments callback. It is similar to the one we did for Flutterwave. You can see right now we are expecting to get our payments ID, our payer ID, and reference from the URL. Understand? So right now I'll show you. Okay, so right now this is what I mean. If you remember, we have our redirect URL here. Understand? So once we are done making our payments on PayPal, PayPal redirects us back to our page. You get, and when we get redirected back to our page, we are gonna be having these informations as part of the URL. You get, right? So let's prove that first and see. Over to our page now. So right now, Click on pay with PayPal. Pay with PayPal. Come on. Okay, it's loading. So it's asking for my password. So I have to just log in to make payments. If you've not logged in yet, log in to make payments. So say login. Remember, currently we are on the Sandbox account. We are still on the test account. So I have to pay $794. So just click on continue to review order. Continue to review order. So right now we are being redirected back to this page again. You get so what are we so once you get to this page now you can see we have those information like our ref, our payer ID, the what again, payer ID, the ref, and the payment ID. So we need this information. So what do I mean? So whenever we come down to this page, we have to send another post request to confirm the payment. So we have to go back to our what was the name of this page? So our payment status page. Yeah, this page. We are going to do the same thing as what we did. We are going to do the same thing again as what we did here. Understand? So right now we are going to have um we are going to have two use effects. Two use effects. So the first, let me just put PayPal on. So I'm going to say use effects. It'll be a function, right? Okay. So let me just increase the size of my code. So right now I'll copy these query params. Control C. I'll paste it here. Right. So what do I want to do? So I want to get right now. I'm expecting to get my payer ID, my payment ID, and the ref. So let's start with that. Okay. So first thing first, where are we? Okay. I'll simply just say const payments ID. Hope it's spelled correctly. The spelling matters a lot. Payments ID. Okay. Should be equal to, I'm going to say query params, query params.get payment ID. So we have to get this field. So I'll do the same thing for my, I'm going to say const payer ID. It's going to be equal to query params dot get. So what's the name of the field again? It's called payer ID. Copy this field, paste it here. And lastly, for the ref, const ref, I'm going to say query params dot get. I need to get the actual name the backend is expecting. That is ref. Paste that here. Yeah. So we've got this now. So what's the next step? So right now, right now we have to check if these three fields are all in the URL. So just where we have here. I'll just copy this guys. Control C. Hey, no, Control Z, Control C. Now paste here. Now say if payment ID, if payer ID, and if ref, I'm gonna send a post request. I'm gonna say API dot posts. So okay, I need to create a URL mapping for this view. It's called payments, PayPal payments callback. Let's create a URL mapping for the view. So say PayPal. I want to say parts, right? Let me just increase the size. And I'll say views dots, and then name should be equal to PayPal payments callback. Okay, so back to my front end. I'll make a post request to this endpoint, right? So make sure we add a / in the back end. And then we're going to pass, we have to pass all these keys. You can see it's called, the first one is called payments ID. It should be equal to, So this is going to be template literals and not just a mere string. We're going to use template literals here. We're going to say payment ID should be equal to payment ID. Yeah. Should be equal to payment ID. We are trying to use the exact field name. What we have here. So we're going to say payer ID. I'm going to say and, right? I'm going to say and payer ID should be equal to payer ID, the one we have here, right? I'm going to add one more. I'll say the ref should be equal to the ref. So right now, this name, the name in the strings here are gonna be this. They are gonna be the strings in the URL in what we are trying to. They are gonna be the string. They are gonna be the query parameter name. Understand? And the values are these values we declared in the front end. We get that's how it is. So right now, these values in the string are the query. They are the query parameters, right? And these are the values of the query parameters. I'm going to say ref should be equal to, it's going to be equal to ref. Yeah, so once we've done this now, we are then going to do the same thing we did up here. The same thing. The same thing we did for what was it called? For Flutterwave, we'll do the same thing. Just copy this same code, the same then and the same catch code. Just copy it up here and we'll just paste it here. Right, so this is what it's meant to be, and I hope it works. So we have to try and see if it works. Let's see. It's the browser back here. Proceed to checkout. Pay with PayPal. Come on. Okay, it's reload. It's trying to head over to PayPal. So it's loading. Let's wait. Yeah, continue. Work. It said verifying your payment. It's meant to, let's inspect. Hope there was no problem. There was no issue. Okay, it says request failed with status 404. Okay, guys. Right now, I think I found the cause of the error. So right now we are going to stick with only the post request. So I'm going to remove the get request up here. So right now we're expecting only the post request to get. So now back to our code, back to our front end code. Our front end code is perfect. So there was no issue with the front end code. So we're making an API call over to an API post request over to the PayPal payments callback endpoint. So now back to our front end. So over to our cards. So now let's proceed to checkout. Now we have to log in. Let's log in with John. I was thinking of creating a new user. Let's create a new user. So back to the backend code 127/8001 admin. I'm going to create a new user. I'm going to call this user Jane. Right, I'm going to just say Jane. Right, email address jane@gmail.com. Let's just say Jane. Let's say Jane Daniel as a last name, password. Let's input a password again. So city, let's say Lagos, state Lagos, an address, let's simply just say 3 Bolanle Street. This is Nigeria, Bolanle Street. Lagos. And phone number, let's input our phone number there for her. Okay, so let's save. Come on, save. Come on, save. Why is it taking time? Okay, now right now we have a new user created. Jane is our name. So now let's log this user in. I'm gonna say Jane and a password. Let's input a password. So we'll log in. Log in. Okay, Jane is logged in now, so she can pay with PayPal. Let's pay with PayPal, right? So it's redirecting over to PayPal. Okay, we're gonna say continue to review order. And right now it says payment successful, and now our cart is empty. Again, so you can view order details. Go back, let's see the profile page. And here we are in the order details. Now we have Jane Daniels. Don't worry about this. This name is static. This John Doe. I'm going to fix that. So you can see we have the user information up here, right? And these are the goals Jane bots. Yeah, here they are instead. So I think everything is fine. Everything is going well. So we'll be able to make payments with both Flutterwave and PayPal. So what's next? The next thing for us to do right now is for us to deploy this project. We're going to deploy the backend and the front end so that you can access the site wherever you are in the world. So right now you can see we are seeing John Doe on this page, right? John Doe, right? So I'm going to fix that and add the user's first name and last name. I'm going to add the logged in user first name and last name. You can see right there, John Doe is a static value. So I'm going to add in the user's first name and last name. So paste that there. Okay. So to the browser now, right now you can see we have Jane Daniel. So this is the logged in user's profile page again. Don't worry about the picture is the same for everybody. The picture is going to be the same for everyone. But every other thing here is tailored to the logged in user. So that's it. And next now we are moving over to deployment. So let's go deploy this application straight up to the cloud. Let's do that next. Okay, guys, right now we are done building our e-commerce website. You get so what's the next? The next thing is for us to deploy this application to the cloud. You get so, and right now I'm going to show you how to deploy the backend and the front end. Both I'm going to show you how to deploy the backend and front end on render.com. So render is a cloud service. It's Render. You can easily deploy your web apps. You can easily deploy your web apps to the cloud. You understand? So Render is great. It's fast. It's free. So in this video, I'll guide you on how to deploy both the backend and frontend on render.com. And first thing first, we're going to start with our backend and over to my backend code. I'm going to get my backend ready for deployment. You get so. Yeah, so here's the backend now. So I'm going to configure my environment variables. The reason is because of this base URL. I want to make this value dynamic, whereby in production we are going to have the live URL, while in development we are going to have this local URL. You get so to also do that, we have to configure our environment variables. You get so over here, back to my. So I'm going to say pip install Python pip install. So I want to install the environment variables. I want to install the package that will help us create our environment variables. So it's called Python -.env. So it's enter. So while it is installing, so I'll go down to my settings.py file, and here I am. I'll scroll to the top and I have to paste this. Sorry for that noise. Okay, I'll have to paste this line. I'll paste it here. So that's not the right place. Let me just on top of the So we have to import OS, and then we're gonna say from .env import load _env, and lastly you have to load the .env. These three lines are important, right? So once you've done that, so we continue. So right now, what's the next thing? So back to my views.py file. I want to make this value dynamic, right? So I'll copy this down to my settings.py file. Remember, these are front-end URL. and we need it. The reason why it's here is because we wanted it for redirecting from Flutterwave and PayPal whenever I want to verify the payments. We needed our front end URL for redirecting from Flutterwave and PayPal. That's why we have it here. You get, so right now we are going to have it in our settings.py file. I'll paste it just at the bottom of the code. So right now I'm going to just say os.getEnv. I'll say os.getEnv, right? And then we'll say, I'm going to call this, let me just say React underscore base URL. So these are front end URL. So I can make it the same. Let me just call this the same name. Yeah, sorry. I'm going to control Z. I'm going to call this one React. I'm going to say React underscore base URL. So the default value is going to be localhost. Sorry, localhost. Let me be sure. So this is the default value. I'll just copy this and paste it here. So on render, we are going to place in the production value. So in development, we are going to use this value. While in production, I'm going to have the live URL set in production. You get. So once that is done now, so right now I'm going to go over to my views.py file, and over here I have to import the settings file. I'll say from Django.conf import settings. Right, so over here I'll just come over here and say settings. I'm going to say settings dot. Remember the variable name is called React base URL. So copy this guy and over here we'll paste it. It's as simple as that, right? So we've done that now. So you can do the same thing for order for the order values. For example, your PayPal client ID, the client secrets, your Flutterwave secrets key, and you understand, and the rest of them. So now once we are done, so now right now let's start our deployment. Let's start the deployment process proper. So I'm going to simply say pip install Gunicon. So we need Gunicon to run our server in production. I'm going to say pip install Gunicon. And once Gunicon is installed, you need to configure white noise. Down to the browser, let's look for white noise. I'm going to say Django white noise configuration. White noise configuration, Django white noise configuration. Hit enter. So down here, click on the first link. Okay, this is not the website. Sorry, not the first link. Django white noise. Where are you? Maybe I spelled that wrongly. Search. Okay, yeah, this link is white noise docs, right? So click on the first link. So right now, first thing first, click on white noise on the sidebar. And right now, let's install white noise. I'm gonna say pip install down to your code. Pip install white noise. So the next command is for us to add white noise to our middleware. We copy it, and under the security middleware, we are going to add white noise middleware. Back to our code in the middleware session. Okay, middleware, where are you? Under your security middleware, add the white noise middleware. And once that is done, what's the next step? You have to add this line in your static URL session. Scroll down so where you have your static file, yeah, this region, paste this line. And lastly, what else? Click on the sidebar, click on using white noise with Django. So we have to copy this line, static routes, and you have to go down to your setting.py file, to your settings.py file. So just in this static region, you paste your static routes. And yeah, we've got that there. So what next is left? Okay, I think we've done all that is needed for white noise. So back to your code now. So I think we've done, so we're going to create a file called build.sh. This file has to be in your root directory, the same parts as your the same parts as your manage.py file. Where your manage.py file is located, we are going to create a new file called build.sh. It must be in the same parts as your manage.py file. So the file is called build.sh. So I'm going to paste this content there. You can see simply asking because this line of code is necessary for your build.sh. The commands are simple. The first one is to install the requirement.cst. The next one is to run collect static, and the last one is to run the migrate command. Understand? So we've done that now. What's the next step? So right now, let's run. We're going to simply create our requirement.cst file. I'm going to say pip phrase requirements.txt. Hit enter. So right now we have our file called we have our requirement.txt file. So this file lists out all dependencies for our projects in this file. So I think we are good to go. So right now, push your code to GitHub. I expect you to know that. So I'm going to just say git add, git commits, new commits. Let me just say deployment, right? Now say git push, origin main, hit enter. So while it is pushing, go down to render. Yeah. So we are on render now. So if you don't have an account on render, you can create one easily. I recommend you use your GitHub account. Use your GitHub account to create an account on render. Understand? So it's gonna be very, very easy. So right now I think my code is done pushing. Yeah, so now let's deploy. So click on dashboard. Okay, come on, load up. It's taking quite some time to load up. Okay, now click on. So right now it's loaded now. So click on this new button. Click on this on the top right. Click on the new button. So click on web service. So right now I want to deploy our app, and right now I need to find out the name of the repository. I think it is called Shopit. It is called. I want to be sure. Okay, Shopit API. Shopit API is the name of our repository, right? So here is the name, Shopit API. So I'm back here again. So click on these credentials on the left, on the right rather. Click on it. Then click on configure GitHub. Right. So now we are button to GitHub. So click on your GitHub username. So mine is called with Clinton. Click on it. So I'm going to input my password. So let me log in, confirm. So here I am. So you just scroll down to this region. So we are in this region right away. So what's the next step? Sorry for those messages. So click on this drop down, select repositories. Right, select, and then I'll come over here and our repo is called Shopit API. So here is it, Shopit API. So click on it and then click save. So now we are being redirected back to render. So now we are being redirected back to render. So now we are on render.com again, and right here we have our Git repository here. We have it here, right? So just click on it, right? And then scroll down and click on connect. Right, so now we are here again. So I'm going to give my backend URL. I'm going to give it a name. I'll just say my shop API, right? So that's the name. And over here, scroll down. So for the build command, just put in sh build.sh for the build command. And as for the start command, we're going to say Gunicon. And currently, my Django project is called shop it. So it's called shop it, right? So I'm referring to the folder that holds my settings.py file. The folder that holds my settings.py file is called shop it. That's my Django project to get. So over here, I'm going to say shop it, right? That's the folder that holds your settings.py file. So it's shopit.wsgi. And over here, I'll say application. Right, so that's it. So I think we are good now. So we are going to be on a free plan. The free plan is quite slow. You understand? So if you are not active on the site, the server is going to go to sleep. And it can take up to like 2 minutes for it to wake up. You see, that's it about the free plan. So let's use it. We are going to use a free plan for this tutorial. So click on it and then scroll down and click on deploy web service. And right now our web service will start building, and once it's done building, it will get deployed. You get, so let's wait for it. So right now I can see it says building, right? And if you check up here, it says your free instance will spin down with inactivity, which can delay requests by 50 seconds or more. So if you're not in, if your site is idle, to sleep off, and before it comes back again, it's going to take at least 50 seconds or more. So currently it is building, it's in progress, and once it's done, it's going to get deployed, and then we can see what we've done so far. Hope you get. So right now it's done deploying, and you can see it threw an error. It said that we have to add my shop API. We have to add this URL. Let me use it. We have to add this new backend domain to our allowed host, right? So I'll simply copy it. It's on top here. It's also up here. Here is it. This URL. We have to copy it and add it to our allowed host to get. So back to my Django code. Okay, over here, back to my settings.py file. I'll scroll to the top of the code, scroll to the top, and then over here, I'll paste in the line. And then I'll say localhosts. And then I'll say 127.0.0.0.1. Right. So for this for the first URL, we don't need this HTTPS. So we're going to remove it starting from those forward slash. So we only need the URL itself. We don't need the HTTP protocol. So I just removed it, and now we are good again. So we have to just push again to GitHub, git add, git commits, allowed hosts. Now say git push origin main. It's enter. So it's gonna push up. So it's pushing. And right now we are done pushing. Back up again. So it's gonna build up again. Let's give it some time. Once it's done pushing to GitHub, the backend is gonna rebuild. Right now it's still saying live. So click on events. Click on events on the top right, and right now I can see it is currently loading. That means it is deploying again. So for you to see the progress, click on this deploy link, click on it. And it's can see right now it's saying in progress, right? It's saying in progress, and it's deploying right now. Let's wait for it to deploy finish. So right now it says our service is live. Right now we have successfully deployed our backend, right? So how do we prove that? So click on this is the URL, so just click on it. Let's see. Okay, it's working. So go down to /products. Hit enter. So right now our backend is live. It's live, right? So now it's time for us to go and deploy the front end. So back to our front end code. Back to the front end. Okay. Here it is. So as for our front end now, if you go down to the API.jx file, this file, you can see we configured our base URL, and currently it is pointing down to the local URL. right now we have a live URL, right? So what are we going to do? Right now we want to be able to interchange between live and local without having to come here to change this manually. Once you're able to do this then dynamically you get. So how do you go about it? Simple. So you're going to create two files in the root directory. The first one is called .env .development development. So in this file, we're going to put in the local URL in this file. And right now, here's our local URL, right? So it must have this vit. It must have vit in front of it, vit, right? So these are it needs to be vit, right? So for the other file, the other file is going to be called. So we're going to create a separate file called .env. I'm going to say new file. You say .env .production .production, right? .env .production. And the file we're going to say vits underscore base underscore URL should be equal to, right now it's going to be equal to our live backend URL, our live backend URL. So that's it. So we're going to copy the backend URL right away. I think it's here. So here is it. Copy. Now paste it here. So now we are not done. And over to our API.jx file. We are back here again. Right now, I'm going to replace this line 4. I'll replace it with this, paste this line. I'm going to replace line 4, just comment it out. So right now, we have a new line 4 instance. So right now, it has to say import.meta.env instance. So it's going to check for a vit base URL. So when it is in development, it's going to use the one in .env. Why we are in development environment, it is going to use what's it called again? It's going to use the backend URL in the .env development file. Why this is in production? We are going to set the one in production. We are going to set it on render. We'll set that on render. You get, it's going to be set on render. You get. So right now we are going to say base URL should be equal to this base URL we declared up there. Paste it here. So I think that's that. So right now go down to, we have a file called gitignore. Here's the file. So in the file now I'm going to just simply place .env. I don't want to push my .env file. I'm going to say .env and I'll put in the asterisk. That means for every file that has .env, make sure they are not deployed to GitHub. You get. So that's that. So we have already configured our environment variables now. So our base URL is now dynamic. So in development, we are going to use this one. So while in production, we are going to use the live URL. So we are not done. So right now, let's proceed. So open a new command line. And you're going to run npm run build. So right now we're going to say npm run build. You say npm and then run build. This command is very, very important. Hit enter. Okay, is right now it is building up our project. So once it's done building, we're going to push the GitHub and I'm going to push my code to GitHub. Make sure you push your Git. I'm going to say git add dots git commits. So new commits. I'll say git push origin and then main. So it's going up. Okay, it's up now on GitHub. So back again to render. So we're back on render again. So right now I'm going to just duplicate the tab. I don't want to mix up things. Let me just duplicate this tab. Duplicate. So right now I'm here again. So I'm going to click on the new button up. Click on it, and then we'll say new static sites. Right now it is a static site we are deploying. New static site. So click on right now. We're going to click on this credentials again. Click on it, and then configure GitHub. Click on your username. So scroll down, and we're gonna right now we have to select our repositories. I think this one is called shopit underscore app, right? Shopit underscore app. No way, there's a repository like that. Shopit. Yeah, Shopit. Okay, it's hyphen app. Click on it. So save. So we are being redirected. So we are here now. So you can see we have the repository as the first link. So click on it. Yeah, click on it. And then scroll down and click on connect. And we are here now. I'll just come over here and call it my shop. My shop. Let me just say Clint shop. Clint shop. Let me just or I could just say, yeah. Let me just say new shop. New shop, right? New shop. And over here, right now, this published directory is meant to be this dist folder, this dist. Remember, after we ran npm run build, the dist folder was created. So you have to come over here. This published directory is gonna be dist, dist. So that's all. You give your app a name. I called my new shop. So put in your dist folder. Right now, I want to add an environment variable. Once they remember for our what was it called? For the for this guy, for this vit base URL, what we have here, wait, we have to put this URL, we have to store it on render also. This is the name vit base URL. So I'm going to add it here, and then the value, copy it, because render is going to be reading, because when we're on production, render is going to be reading from it's going to be reading from what we provide it here. So I'll paste it. So here is it. So that's what you need to do, and then we have to simply click on add environment variable. Yeah, so delete this one. So now, yeah, so we've got that there. So we are going to deploy the static site. Let's deploy it. Deploy. So it's going to be quite fast. It's going to be quite fast. Right now, you can see right now this is our live front end URL is up here. So I'll copy this URL. Remember, we also set an environment variable for the backend. I'll show you if you have forgotten. In our backend, in your settings.py file, we scroll down. We have this React base URL, and it's pointing down to the front end URL. So back to our backend on render. You can see right now our site is live. The front end is already live. The front end is already live. So let's wait for read before we proceed. So back to our my shop API, we have to add this that environment variable I talked about. So click on environment, and they'll say add the environment variable, and I think it's called, sorry, that's not, it's called React underscore base underscore URL. Now paste this value. So we've got that there. We've got that, right? So add the environment variable, and then that's it. Okay, so I think we have to expect another it's meant to redeploy. It's necessary. Okay, that's that. So we've done that. Our backend is live. Click on this link. It's live, right? Right now, it can't connect to the backend yet. The front end cannot connect to our backend yet. Why is that? So I'll show you the reason. So right now, it's going to keep on loading for a long time. before it throws an error. Instance says trying to connect but it cannot connect. It's just loading up. So here's the reason. So back to the backend code, down to your settings.py file. We have these allowed origins. So these are the domains that can access the backend, and they are all local development domains. So right now we have to add our live domain in this to this list. So it's a simple one. So here's our live domain. Just copy this guy and then come over here and we'll paste it. Right, so that's it. Once you've done that now, you have to push again to GitHub. So say git add git commits. We'll say new commits. Let me just say allowed origin. Allowed. I love descriptive commits message. You know, say git push origin main. Hit enter. So right now it has been just push to GitHub. So we expect our backend. Here's our backend. Here's the backend. We expect another redeploy from the backend. The backend should deploy again. So for you to sit for you to see the progress, click on events up here. You can see now it shows that it's deploying. You can see this spinner. Click on deploy. Click on this deploy link. Right now it is building. We have to wait for it to keep. We have to wait for it to build finish. It's uploading the build. It's uploading. You can see our front end is still right now. Our front end now it has thrown an error because if you check the error now, respect now. Let's see what the error message says. It's talking about the cause. It's talking about allowed origin. Understand? So right now that's what we are trying to fix. It's complaining about the allowed the cross origin, right? So we just fixed that, and our backend is still deploying. Once it's done deploying, the error should be fixed. You get, so that's it. Okay, right now our service is live. You can see it says live, right? It's live now. So I hope everything should work now. If you refresh this page, because now we're able to fetch our products from the backend. It's working fine. So okay, so right now we have our backend and front end both live, you understand? So let's try the same thing we did during production. Let's try it now. Let's try the same thing we did during development. Let's try that same thing now. So let's add an item to carts, add to carts. It's gonna be a bit slower now because we are live, you get. So let's add right now. I'm gonna say add to carts. So over to my carts page, please. Understand? Over to my cart page so we can proceed to checkout. So let's log in. So I'm gonna log in as John. Should I log in as John or I think I have Jane now. Should I say Jane? And then our password is back. Let me input the password. Login. Hope I'm correct. Okay, Jane. Okay, we have Jane. So right now, Jane can decide to pay with PayPal or Flutterwave. Let's go with PayPal. PayPal is a bit easier. You don't have to input any credentials. So now I'll input my password. Login. Okay, right now we are brought down here. Verify your payments, and I hope it verifies. So right now, from what we have on the back end, from the backend error, it's complained about a cross origin request instead. So I think we've not yet added. I think we are still forgetting to add something. Okay, over to our backend API. We've not. I don't think we've added our environment variables. Let's confirm that. Oh, that's why we've not yet. Our environment variables has not yet been added. I remember what from the backend code was said that we needed to add React base URL. That's our front end URL. We have to add it here. And what's the front end URL? Here is it. Just copy this guy and over here, paste it, and we click on add environment variable. So that's it. We've got to add. So I think I forgot to save it. That was the problem. I added it before, but I didn't save it. So click on this save button at the bottom. Let's save it. So once it's done saving, I think it's going to redeploy again. Let's confirm that. So right now it's redeploying now. It is redeploying. So right now I want us to try Flutterwave this time. I'm going to search for Flutterwave test card. Flutterwave test card, right? Let's try Flutterwave as payment gateway. This is still deploying. Let's wait for it while it deploy. I think it is done deploying. You can see the spinner is gone. Let's confirm that. Click on the deploy link. Since your service is live, let's try making our payments again. I hope it works this time. So we're going to use Flutterwave get. So we have our card information here. So where were we? So I think we oh, I can't find it. Ouch, I can't find the live URL. So this is it here. Oh, that's not it. Here is it. So we are here now. Add to cards. This is live. Add to cards. Onto our cards page. Leave. So proceed to checkout. So I'm gonna log in now as Jane, right? Jane, and then the password. Login. Okay, pay with Flutterwave. Okay, it's up now. Let's get our card details. Let's get the card information. We have them here. Card number. Paste this here. I think the expiry dates forgotten. That's 0932 0932, and the CVV is 564. Click on next, and the card pin is 3310, right? Lastly, our OTP is 12345. Confirm. Oh, we can see now we have this error. I forgot about this. It says not found. So it was trying to redirect, but it says not found. So how do we fix this? It's same. Go back. Let's go down to our front end. So your front end dashboard for on render. On the left panel, click on redirect and rewrite. Click on redirect or rewrite. So click on add rule. So I'm going to say / and I'm going to say asterisk. I'm going to say / index.html, and lastly we are going to change this to rewrite and save changes. I think we might need to redeploy this. I'm not sure. Let's confirm. Let's just try and redeploy. Deploy latest commits. So I think it's done deploying now. Our front end is live again. So back to the front end. I think, oh, I need to get my URL from, copy this. Flutterwave is not working. Flutterwave isn't working on, what's happening? It's not working on Firefox. Let's try it on Chrome. This is too big. What happened? Let's try making payments. So click on the cards. Let's go down to checkout. Pay with Flutterwave. So let's go to our credentials ready. Take a score. Copy. So I'll paste this here. I'll say 0932 and 564. Let's pay. And the card pin is 3310, right? And I'll just say 12345. Confirm OTP. And boom, we are brought down here and it says payment successful. We have successfully paid for our item. So our deployment is perfect. It's fine now. There is no itch. It's working good. So right now we have been able to deploy. We have been able to build an e-commerce web application. Not just build. We're also able to deploy this. We're also able to implement payment gateways And lastly, we deployed our backend and front end live on the cloud, and both components, both the backend and the front end, are both working perfectly. Understand? So this is tested live. So if you've gained some value, do well to subscribe, like the video, share the video. You can purchase this, you can buy the source code. Understand? So thank you for stopping by, and we're going to see you again in the next video. So stay blessed and bye bye.